Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Michigan versus Hernandez and Zuazo. Good to see you guys. Let me check in on my audio. For joining us today. All right, sounding good. How's everybody doing? We have a feed up and we have people walking around in the courtroom. So let's go watch them. While we welcome everybody in. All right. So, Run with Scissors, Aussie Gardner, Jennifer King, Joanne, Jedi Platypus. Thank you so much for joining us. Good to see you guys today. Fur Baby's mom, Joy and Tammy, Aaron, hello, Jim. Good to see you. Dwayne, good to see you. The McCormick family, thank you guys for joining us. Let's see, which trial was the female lawyer in? Did you guys answer that already? Because she was the Crumbly? She was Ethan Crumbly. Little Lulu, hello to you. Virtuous, thank you for joining us. Amanda, good to see you. Who was first in chat? Do we have a first in chat? Kathy, were you first in chat? Looks like you might have been. Unless that was from yesterday. I think that was from today. Yeah, Ethan Crumley was Miss Lofton. Is that her last name? Yeah, Lofton. Paulette Lofton. She represented Crumbly. Red Snap, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Yes, Dwayne, Ethan Crumbly. That is who she represented. Yes, that's it. Crumley. All right, so let's see, we are into day 2. Let me just get my little notes going here. Day 2, we heard from 8 witnesses yesterday, although the last witness was cut off, which was, we don't quite know if he ended. That was Detective David Packmeyer. So we're not sure if he ended his testimony because it was cut off. If you guys remember, they cut it off right as he was in mid-sentence. So we're not sure if he ended. We're not sure if he ended or if there's going to be more testimony. Just not quite sure. So, how's everybody doing today? And there she is. There's Miss Lofton. There's Miss Lofton right there. Joanne. 8-Ball, will Wendy be arrested soon? 8-Ball says, beam me up, Scotty. That's funny. That's funny. Jennifer, are you ready to call it like it is, 8-Ball? You're going to need a bigger gavel. Bot. Love the daily Wendy questions, Jennifer says. That's silly. Joanne's being all silly. All right, so let's review some testimony. They are scheduled to start at 8:30. Looks like they're going to be on time. We weren't sure if they were going to be 8:30, 9:30. Well, not 9:30, but 8:30 or 9.
We weren't sure if we were going to get a feed.
Yeah, we weren't even sure if we were going to get a feed. That's right. Jennifer, yeah, that lawyer has share hair for sure. Alice, how are you? You're not late. It's all good. They're just getting set up. So you're right on time. Grab your seat. All right, so yesterday we heard from the neighbor, Kristen Nahas. Then we heard from the first responder with the body cam. That was Deputy Tazray Copeland. And we heard, they thought it was a gunshot at first. No, a gunshot wound. Then we heard from Valerie. I didn't catch her last name. She was the expert, the fingerprint expert, latent print expert. Then we heard from Thomas Colleen. He was of he's the one that had the truck stolen, which is really weird because he worked for Poco Signs, but it had a DTE decal on it, so I'm not quite sure how that all shook out. That was a little confusing. Then we heard from the wife, Linda Murray. And she got herself attacked. I think she lost a front tooth. Her hands were duct taped. So that was pretty traumatic. But we have audio. And the audio is gone. 80s Music Man, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. So Linda was duct taped, lost her front tooth in the whole thing, but she was so incredibly strong, so courageous, so strong. She was able to face the two men. You know, she didn't back down. She was looking them in the face. Now the next witness, Hannah, who was the cousin, right? Did we go with cousin? She was a little bit more. She couldn't look at them. You know, she was a little bit more, I guess, traumatized, if you will, by the situation. So, which is understandable, you know. Then we heard from Brian Broad. He employed Zuazo at the St. Mary's Cement, and he and Mr. McCarthy were definitely going back and forth there. There was some fireworks, some spice yesterday with that was Zuazo's representative, who's right there with the white hair and black suit, standing next to Miss Lofton. He and Mr. Broad were sparring, going back and forth a couple times. So that was interesting. And then the last witness was Detective David Peckmeyer. He collected video from various places from around the area. I think he found the burned out truck. I think that was his main thing. He got a call about a vehicle on fire. The plate came back as a DTE truck. So, and that's where it ended. So let's see. So now we have day 2. So that kind of brings us up to speed. Rich Auntie, good morning to you. Allie B, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. BME, awesome. Good to see you as always. Fire Girl, awesome. Afternoon for you. All right. Thank you for joining us. Always good to see you in our chat. Allie asks, does the lady on the judge computer have cat ears? Does the lady on the judge computer, I think those are glasses. Does she have cat ears? That's really funny. I think those are glasses. She could have cat ears. That's funny. Hey, Selena K, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Did I miss anybody? Oh, there. Marguerite, good morning to you. All kinds of familiar faces joining us today. Yeah, I think there were glasses. Rich Auntie saying playing catch up right now. Yeah, there was some really interesting testimony yesterday. Of course, Linda, the wife, that was pretty powerful. I mean, she was very courageous. You know, not backing down at all. I really thought she was a good witness. She was able to identify them. And then Hannah was talking about how Hernandez came into the pawn shop the year before. Was it January? Yeah, I think it was in January of 2023. You know, he was pawning things, buying them back, asking to talk to Sam. Was introduced, shook his hand. So she set that up. And then Brian Broad was really good. That was he was good in the sense of that there were fireworks. It was spicy because he was talking about these boots, and Mr. McCarthy there in the black suit. He was like, well, how could you tell that was the Wolverine suit, Wolverine boots, because the pants, you know, pants covered everything other than just to show that they were brown shoes. And he was kind of going back and forth with him on that. He's like, I asked the questions, that kind of stuff. It was good. It was pretty good, yeah. And he says, I grew up with construction, Mr. McCarthy. So I think he took it personally. That's why I think he got a little bit more heated. He says, you can add, can't you? I ask the questions and you answer. You can add, can't you? There were some good exchanges between the two of them. And at the very end, when he said, he told law enforcement, "Come on, let's go," meaning that's what Zuazo said. And he's like, "You're sure?" And then with the steel toe boots and the Wolverine boots, he's like, "You're as sure as you were with the 'Come on, let's go." And Mr. Broad was just kind of like, boop. I thought that was a pretty interesting moment. That was the very last kind of a mic drop moment for Mr. McCarthy. I thought he got a good one in there. Let's see. Jenny G, hello to you. Thank you for joining us. Rich says, I missed some good stuff yesterday after the anticlimactic deputy trial verdict. Yeah, it was pretty good. It was definitely pretty good. So I think they're scheduled to start at 8:30 for baby's mom passing out some coffee. So that is our the assistant prosecutor, John Pietrofesa, Piet, Pietrofesa. They say his name, so I'll, but that's them chatting with Paulette Lofton and Michael McCarthy. Those are the players right there. SS Rahomed, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Sure Life, good to see you. He was so rude to him, Mr. Broad took like a gentleman. I thought he was going to come back at him. Yeah. Cindy Warren, good to see you. Hector's mom, checking in, good to see you. Is Woke with us? There you are, Woke. Thank you for joining us. Put some clothes on, everybody. Yes, we don't want to be caught with the proverbial pants down. Jennifer reminds me of Cher back in her day. Yeah, absolutely. She's got the Cher hair, and her hair is like straight across too. Her hair is like straight across. 13th juror, good morning to you. Appreciate you joining us today. So we just went through yesterday's testimony. We had 8 witnesses. We heard from the neighbor. We heard from the first responder with the body cam. We heard from the fingerprint expert. We heard from the guy who had the truck stolen. We heard from wife. We heard from a coworker / cousin, right? Or niece, however we landed on that. I guess it was more the cousin. I should change my notes. I think she was a cousin. We'll go with cousin. Then we heard from a gentleman who employed Mr. Zuazo. And then lastly, we heard from Detective Packmeyer, who was tasked with getting the video surveillance of the vehicle on fire. So, what do you guys think so far? What do you think of this? This trial is 2 juries, 2 defendants, 2 juries. We've seen 2 defendants before with the Ollies. We've seen that before, obviously, with Sonny Bell, with 5 defendants at a time. We've seen multiple defendants on trial. This is the first time that we've done a trial that has 2 juries, though. So what they're doing is they have, because you have the jury box, and then you have the judge sitting on one side, if you will, and defendants, kind of sitting on the other. So what they do is they switch them. Every witness or 2, they switch them out so that the jury can be closer. One jury, one set of jurors can be closer to the judge and vice versa. So it's pretty interesting. And this is the first time that we've done a two-jury trial. Hey, MJ, good morning to you. You watched a replay of yesterday late last night. This is very interesting. Fantastic. Thank you for watching. Elizabeth, thank you for joining us. Great to see you too. Hope you are doing well. Selena K says, oh, that's interesting. First time I've seen this. Yeah, we have a two-for trial for sure. Yeah, first one for me. Maybe Elvira as well. Yeah, we'll go with Cher, Elvira, Morticia, all of that. Short life, they are so guilty. They can't distance themselves from each other no matter how hard they try. That's the defense. The defense is like, I wasn't there. It wasn't me. I wasn't there. That's their defense. And I'm new and already love this channel. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Anne. Appreciate that. We love new watchers. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that. So grab your seat and settle in. Amanda, interesting trial, but they're both guilty in my mind just from the wife's testimony. It's a hard hill to climb. I agree. For if you're a defense, I'm not sure. I mean, they're basically both saying I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I wasn't there. So I'm with you. This is going to be a hard hill for them to climb, in my opinion. They were at the Walmart. They showed them at Walmart, picking up supplies, if you will. Let me see. Hold on a sec. Let's see. I got to make sure my certain things are on right now. Hold on a sec. Oh, hi, Superball. We got Superball saying hello to the chat. If you guys are new to the chat, this is Superball. She's my paralegal. One of 7 cats that we have here. As she turns off my mic. Here's Superball. Excuse me. Say hello. Meow meow. That's a good girl. Yeah. There you go. Superball saying hello to everybody. Welcoming in everybody. All right, let's see here. Terry H., good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. As Superball steps on my keyboard. All right, Dwayne, yes. Superball saying meow to you. Cindy Davison, good morning to you. Allie B., we love her. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. That's a good girl. Meh. Meh. All right. Northwest, Z was better at not being on camera. Z was better. You're talking about, was that Chloe Driver? Is that what you're talking about? Skybell, hello to you. Thank you for joining us. JRN, good to see you. Cindy's saying, definitely Cher vibes from the 70s. Cher will be 80 next year. Yeah, your hair was that long in high school and college. Allie, so each jury isn't responsible for one defendant or the other. It sounds like, from what I understand, each jury is going to have to decide whichever one they're assigned to. That's the way I'm understanding it. Terry asks, how can there be 2 juries? I've never heard of that. Yeah, there was one in Florida, I remember. Let me see. Let's see. Let's look it up. Let's see how does 2 juries work? 2 juries can work in a joint criminal trial for multiple defendants by each jury hearing only the evidence admissible against its specific defendant, thereby addressing situations where evidence or defenses are antagonistic between co-defendants. This system promotes judicial economy by allowing for a simultaneous presentation of evidence while effectively granting a partial severance to each defendant, ensuring a fair trial by preventing inadmissible evidence from one defendant from influence the other's jury. There. Did that make sense? Clear as mud? Holding separate trials for multiple co-defendants can be time-consuming and expensive. The dual jury system offers a way to try these defendants simultaneously, saving time and resources for the court. So there you go. Admissibility of evidence. Some evidence may be admissible against one defendant, but not against another. Two juries ensure that each jury only considers evidence relevant to the defendants they are judging. There you go. Interesting, right? Shirley Roth, how are you? Good morning. So does that help? Does that help figure it out? Lily Wayne, good to see you. Let's see. Terry says that would be so confusing. Sparkling Princess, you have made it today. Yes. Grab your seat. So separation by defendant. Two separate juries are impaneled to hear the same overlapping evidence presented at a single trial. Each jury is assigned to a particular defendant or group of defendants and is only presented with evidence and arguments that are admissible for their specific charges. Remember, Zuazo, Mr. McCarthy, there on the left right now in the dark suit, he gave an opening, whereas Miss Lofton on Hernandez's side did not. She did not give an opening. So, no, you can't sit there. That's mine. I know you want to sit there, but that's mine. Good girl. I know. Life's tough. I get it. Yes, it is. So does that help you guys understand? It ensures that each defendant is solely judged on the evidence presented against them. It allows for efficient judicial resources, provides a solution for complex cases involving multiple defendants with potentially conflicting defenses or varying evidence. So, Green-Eyed Cat, hello to you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. It's tough being a kitty. I know. Bonfire Barbie, how do they keep the jury of one not hear the inadmissible evidence? It sounds like they can't bring in evidence. So whatever evidence they're bringing in is applies to both of them. That's the way I interpreted that. And again, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just interpreting what I read. That they are. So in other words, if you had it separated. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around this too. Situations antagonistic towards between code. I guess maybe because one defendant is saying that, well, one defendant, Mr. Hernandez, he's really up against it because of his size. And not to be mean, but I mean, it's pretty obvious that it's him on the ring camera, only because of his size. So then Zuazo is saying, well, it wasn't me, it was Hernandez. Maybe that's what they're saying. I don't know. I missed all the pre-trial hearings and stuff, so I'm not quite sure what was said in the pre-trial. I'm sure we would have a lot more answers if we were able to hear that. Hey, JRN, how are you? Defendants are blaming each other. So that would make sense in the sense of that they're antagonistic. Defenses are antagonistic between the co-defendants. So that would make sense with that statement. Andrew, yes, he is a massive dude. 6'5", 6'6", and 450. That's what he was then. I'm not sure what he is right now. But yeah, just from his size alone, it's hard to say, oh, wait, no, that wasn't him. And then don't forget Mr. Hernandez's wife, who is possibly going to testify, is still maybe tried. That's what we heard yesterday, that she wanted to be in the courtroom, but the state was saying, no, she may be still, we may still bring charges against her, you know? So then there's that. JRN, good to see you too. I've been better. Oh, good. Oh, well, Kitty just stepped on my keyboard. Hopefully everything's cool. Yes. Let's see. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. We had another issue with poor little Fed and his little butt. He had another poopy butt incident. But did she just wave at the camera? She just waved at the camera. W. Williamson, how are you? Yep. Oh, I guess maybe she didn't wave at the camera. I don't know if she waved at the camera or not. Cindy Warren says the defendants were childhood friends. Interesting. Hey, Tosh, how are you? Andrew saying good morning as well. Shore Life, the ME testimony is going to be interesting. I'm always up for hearing. It's as difficult as it is to hear, and it is very difficult most of the time. The ME to me is always so important to hear. Yeah, he's either 6'5" or 6'6". 6'5" or 6'6", and 450 pounds. 6'5" or 6'6", and these were openings by Mr. McCarthy. So he's either 6'5" or 6'6", right, and 450 pounds. And in his opening, he's saying Zuazo was the second person. So McCarthy, who represents Zuazo, says the ring camera will show it's the big fella, but it's not Zuazo. It happened, and the question is whether Zuazo is the second man and is he responsible. So that was the opening. So yeah, so they're definitely blaming each other. They're saying, hey, it was him, it wasn't me. Or I was there, or I'm sorry, he was there, but I wasn't there. Northwest, not awake enough to tag everyone? It's okay, Northwest. Saudi girl, kitty meow, yes, Shirley. Are you live or am I dreaming? We are live. We are live. Hey, Deviant, how are you? You just watch Anaconda and I'll hug you tight like one? Is that the one with back in the 90s, that one? With was it Jennifer Lopez, right? Wasn't she was in that one? And was it Ice-T? No. Who was no, it wasn't. God, I haven't seen that in such a long time. Anaconda movie. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, is it the Jack Black one? What am I thinking of? All right, I'm thinking of the 1997 one. Ice Cube, that's who it was. Jennifer Lopez, John Voight, Ice Cube, and Eric Stoltz. Owen Wilson was in it too. Is that the one you're watching? Tweety tweet. Good morning. If they are blaming each other, are they being tried together and have two separate juries? Yes. Yes, that's what we're talking about. Exactly. Lazy boys, I'm not a morning person at all. I know, right? Kathy Davis, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Sounds like their DNA, there is DNA of the, yes, there was, there was definitely Sam's blood found on some shoes. Not 100% sure about DNA yet. In openings, they did say the DNA ties them back. So there should be DNA all over the place, right? I mean, they were not careful. Although there was no fingerprints. Remember the fingerprint expert came in and there was they couldn't find fingerprints. Sure Life says, I would think they would be going with who actually did the act itself. Gracias, Senor Squeegee. Senor Squeegee. I kind of like that. Senor Squeegee. Yeah, there was blood on the wall. Yeah, it was messy. Crunchy Frog, very shiny courtroom. Agreed. Why would they charge the wife and for what? Oh, accessory after the fact, maybe. When he came home and he told her, he brought. They took like. Well, they had 5,300. He had Sam had $5,000 in cash. Apparently, that's what he always carried around. So he had $5,000 in cash, and Linda had 300. So they had $5,300. So maybe accessory after. Maybe Hernandez came home and said, "Hey, this is what we did." Yeah, there you go, sparkling. Yep. Accessory after. If death occurs during a felony, both are responsible. Absolutely. Yep, it's the whole car drive, robbery. If you commit the robbery and I'm driving the car, I'm just as guilty. And if you take out somebody in the act of that commission of that crime, then I'm on the hook too. Fur babies, the wife is so lucky they didn't unalive her. I know, I was thinking that's terrible. I was thinking, I hope they didn't like assault her, That would have been just like, ugh. Deb H, good morning. You're just listening for now. Drained of energy. We'll say hi individually later. No problem. Brenda's saying good morning. Thank you for joining us. Hey, Michelle, good to see you. Looks like maybe, do they have cell phone data? Not yet. They haven't said anything about cell phone data. So we don't know just yet. We don't know just yet. They didn't say anything about it in their openings either. They didn't say anything about, they said nothing about cell phone data in their openings. Sparkling, how long is this trial expected to last? I only saw several weeks when I did a search. I've only been able to find several weeks. So with two defendants, I would think maybe 4 days, 4 or 5 days, 3-4 days for the state, and maybe 3 or 4 days for the defense. Maybe not. I don't know. Mama C, good morning. You need to watch day one. Yeah, it was a good one. Day one was good. Just be aware it cuts off at the very end. The last witness cuts off, so the feed just cuts. Northwest says Hernandez is toast with evidence thus far. Zuazo is less clear. Yeah, the only thing they have on Joshua, that's his first name, Joshua Zuazo, I should say Zuazo, was that Mr. Brian Broad there, worked with him, hired him, says I would recognize him anywhere. That's his voice, that's his walk. He had a shirt on that, had a tag here from the St. Mary's Cement. He had the black satchel. He had on the brown work boots. And then also Linda. You have to go with the wife. She was there. They had masks on, but masks were kind of off and on. So you have an eyewitness. Then you have the ring camera footage. Jay says, how was he taken out? Blunt force trauma and strangulation. So, pipe, a bat, something like that, and then strangulation. And thank you for joining us, Jay. Appreciate it. Bonfire says, I missed yesterday. Do they have two separate prosecutors? There are two, but they're not separate, but they have been taking turns. So they do have, there are two, but they're not separated per se. Not like the defense. Rich Auntie says, all that violence for $5,300. Well, they were looking for more. They were looking for jewelry, but yeah. Though there's no amount of money to warrant that, sounds like they are both culpable. Yeah, they were looking for jewelry. They came in, they said, where's the safe? Where's the jewelry? Where's the cash? And Linda's like, we don't have any. It's not here. It's in a safe deposit box. So they went through her jewelry box and drawers, and she has costume jewelry. So I don't think she said how much that was worth, but TV. Is there a horror movie that features a cat as a monster? If not, there should be. Fur Baby says he's threatened to unalive his boss after he fired him. Scary dudes. Hope they stay locked up. Right? Kathy says door cam proves it was them. Northwest, yes, targeted. Targeted, I agree. I agree. Trout TV Live says she's coming around now, but she still smacks everyone. I can only guess that you're talking about Super Bowl. Oh yeah, Pet Cemetery. Yeah, had the cat that came back. That's true. He buried the cat. Yep. Plus his Rolex. That's right. He had a Rolex. She had an iWatch. Right. She had an iWatch. So they got that and his weapon. Yep. Golden Glitter is a high-end jewelry store. Oh, Cindy, we watched that video that you sent yesterday. I'm going to show the other one. You guys, Cindy sent a couple videos. I can show the one they interviewed Sam's cousin. So again, Cindy, thank you for that. And then we watched this other one. We can't show that. Well, it's from another channel, but we're gonna see if we can show that. So Cindy sent us two videos yesterday. So I appreciate that, Cindy. We won't be watching movies together then, Peanut? Kathy, yeah, I'm with you. I like scary but not gore. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of scary movies. Alfred Hitchcock for sure, and Wes Craven and John Carpenter. I mean, Halloween. Come on, how can you go wrong with Halloween? But I understand. Scary movies are is what it is. And even though Halloween's considered a slasher movie, I still think it has, Hitchcockian vibes to it. Of course, Gremlins, absolutely. We call our little kittens little mugwais because they're like they walk around going just like little mugwais. Sparkling Princess, Halloween is the best time. Yes. Allison, afternoon from a wet, dismal Scotland. Oh, sorry to hear that. Are you getting like remnants from what was that? What was that storm that was out there? Are you getting remnants from a hurricane? Has that made it out to you guys? Because doesn't that what happened? Like it comes off Africa, curves around, and then goes and hits Scotland, Ireland, England. Gremlins, I like that movie. Love Gizmo. Yes, Deviant Gremlins. Gremlins is great. I like the type of scary, not gore. Yeah. The Birds, absolutely. Hey, Richard, good to see you. Shirley, psychological thrillers, absolutely. Yep. Agreed. Erin says both her father and cousin were born on Halloween. Hey, Tosh, yeah. Gremlins is technically a Christmas. It is. You're right. It is technically a Christmas movie. Umberto, yes. Did that go? Is that what's hitting Scotland now, or did it go further south? Like I always think that the hurricanes always, when they curve out and they go out into the Atlantic, they end up becoming gales and hitting the islands, the isles. Joanne, not a horror fan, prefer thrillers or historical movies. Teresa, I don't like Halloween. I just like the pumpkins and the harvesting stuff, but I don't like the evil stuff, and definitely not the satanic movies. Yeah, I mean, some movies are just over the top, sure. But then you have like Christopher Lee movies with all of his Draculas and Bela Lugosi and Boris Karloff. Was it Christopher Lee was in Wicker Man? That was pretty good. I'm a big fan of those 50s and 60s movies with Christopher Lee. Sorry, girl, my last name is Gore. Seriously. I just think of Leslie Gore. Fur babies, yes, Gremlins. They looked at those toys that were popular back then. Yeah, The Shining, that's an awesome. Well, anything with Stephen King for sure. Andriel says I would also consider Edward Scissorhands a Christmas movie. Right? Die Hard's a Christmas movie as well. Do I like horror films? I love horror films. Love, love, love horror films. John Gary, why are there two juries? Because the defendants, from what we can tell, the defendants are blaming each other and they're saying it wasn't me, it was him. So we just read through what two juries mean. And it's basically when each defendant is blaming each other and they're trying to keep out inadmissible evidence. We didn't see any pretrial, so I can't really give a definitive answer, but it's also economical. It's more economical to have them tried together versus two separate juries and two separate trials. Exactly, it's my party. Joanne, at the moment I'm into Korean period movies. Interesting. All right. Sparkling Princess says you're 34 but love the 40s, 50s, and 60s. They have a different feel than the movies now. Absolutely. Let's see. Storm Amy is beginning to hit us in Scotland. The rain has just started here in the Highlands. Oh, Allison. For us, it's Storm Amy. First name Storm. Okay, gotcha. Mary, good morning. The scarier the better. Love old horror movies. Walmart right now wants you to dress up for Halloween, eat turkey, and set up your Christmas tree all at once. See, it's a good thing I don't go to Walmart. Vast majority of witnesses apply to both defendants. Yeah, the neighbor, the deputy, first responder, the fingerprint expert, the van that was stolen, of course, Linda, Hannah, the cousin. That she only really applies to Hernandez. Mr. Broad, he just kind of applies to Zuazo. Yeah, no, you're right. Out of the 8, 6 of them apply, so for sure. Callie Graham, good morning from a rainy California. Wait, what's a cute movie? Which one? Which one's a cute movie? I missed that. Kathy, remember the first Frankenstein movie where they used a vegetable colander? Is that Boris? Was it Boris Karloff? Is that the one? Or is there another one? Oh, favorite Disney movie? Answer is Lion King. Mary, I like B movies, film noir. Yep, those are always good too. Hellrider, good to see you. You missing out on the fashion show at Walmart. Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Hey, Willow, good to see you. Sparkling, I watched the original House on Haunted Hill with Vincent Price at nighttime. Thought I would be up all night. All right. Melissa, not getting notifications? You're always late. Well, it looks like this trial starts at 8:30, Melissa. So set your alarm 8:30, and set your alarms for 8:30. Unfortunately. Beach Life, good morning to you. And yes, yep. Aaron's reminding me for this trial will always be on at 8:15. Waiting for me to answer what's my favorite Disney movie. Probably, I guess, Jungle Book. I don't know. Dare I say I'm not really a big Disney fan? I don't know. Well, now that they bought Star Wars, I guess Star Wars. But probably Jungle Book, only because of Louis Prima. I want to be like you. I'll go with. I had that record, and I used to play. Hey Willow, I love that song, and as I got older, I realized it was Louis Prima, so I'll go with Jungle Book. Creature from the Black Lagoon. That's a good one. Iowa backyard. Let's see, not sure if we are heading to the hospital today. Oldest stayed overnight there, so she's with dad at the ICU. Progress very slow, maybe intubated. Oh, I'm sorry, Iowa. I'm sorry. Hang in there. Hey, Brett, good morning to you. Kathy, did I get some sleep last night? About 5 hours. But thank you for asking. Jungle Book is cute. I only like it because of the song. I only like it because of the song. Well, yeah, no problem. Hang in there. That's why we were married, yes. Oh, yeah, Toy Story. Pixar, isn't that part of Disney? Yeah, Toy Story, yeah. I'll go with that. If that's part of Disney, I'll go with that too. Deadpool's a Disney movie? I didn't see Deadpool. Oh, WALL-E. Yeah, I like WALL-E too. Anything that Pixar puts out, I like. So yeah, all the Toy Stories, WALL-E. All right, Elizabeth. Sue, good morning to you, or hello to you, whichever. Is it hello? What's Baker always say? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. The Cat Creature, 1973. I think I've seen that before. Lauren, Fox and the Hound. WALL-E. Finding Nemo. That's a good one too. Joyce, good morning to you. JRN, I did not see The Little Mermaid. Hey, Nomad. Thanks for joining us. Good to see you. We're waiting for trial to start. We do not, Teresa. We do not. That's why we don't really watch Disney movies, I guess, right? Brummy says, loving afternoon in the east of England. Thank you for joining us. Mary, no movies where the animal... Yeah, of course not. Yeah, let's see. If Pixar is part of Disney, then I think they are, right? All right, so Walt Disney owns them. They acquired them in 2006. So, and of course, Star Wars. So, but if you go with, I'll go with Jungle Book. I'll say Jungle Book. Monsters Inc. That was a great one as well. Yeah, anything Pixar puts out is anything Pixar puts out. I'm a fan of. Yeah, Disney bought Pixar in 2006. Oh God, yeah. Do you remember Old Yeller? Pfft, my brother made me watch Old Yeller when I was a kid. Did anyone watch Benji the Hunted? Loved the Cubs. Yeah, Old Yeller. Yeah, like I said, my brother. Well, I don't know if he made me watch it, but we watched it. Terrible. Yeah, Bambi. All right. Yeah. Disney owns like everything. Yeah, they pretty much do. Pixar, Marvel, Star Wars are all now Disney. Yep. Yeah, they've bought up so many. Yeah, Hellrider, I did like that. I liked the Lego movie. Were there more than one? It is. It's terrible. Are you kidding? How is it not terrible? It's a terrible movie. Meaning it's sad. Your mom loved it. I hated it. Well, come on. The ending is terrible. Deviant Disney owns your souls. Mama C says, I wish Disney would leave the classics alone. Yeah, it is what it is. You can either support them or not. Old Yeller was sad. Let's see. Erica says, Batman Lego is best Lego. Yeah, that was good. It was a sad movie, right? Deviant never saw Old Yeller. It's okay. It's sad. Peanuts turned 75 today. Wow. Kristen says Milo and Otis were extremely sad. I don't think I saw that. Kitty, remember the Incredible Mr. Limpet? I don't think I saw that one either. KPE Media, Lego Batman is the best. Top 3 of Batman movies. Nice. Yeah, wasn't that Arnett? Wasn't that Will Arnett that played Lego Batman? So Will Arnett, is that his name? Lego Batman. Will Arnett, yeah. Yeah, it was Will Arnett. he has a great voice. I love Will Arnett. He's pretty funny. Let's see here. Cindy says Elton John composed Hakuna Matata. I saw The Lion King on Broadway. I had oh no, it was Cats. I saw Cats for free, and I was like in the second row, and there was like nobody there. It was really weird. It was a nighttime performance, so it must have been Sunday night, and there was like nobody there. It was crazy. A friend of mine got tickets somehow. I forget how, and yeah, we were there. And then The Lion King. I saw The Lion King. That I paid for. Richard says unable to tag me. Yes, that's what Aaron says too. I don't know why you guys can't tag me. I don't know. Let me try over here. Huh. Wait a minute. Yeah, no, I can tag myself. Let's see. Or I'm using. I am tagging myself. As Trial TV Live, I tagged myself. Can't tag me either? Well, I tagged myself as Trial TV Live because, hold on. I just tagged myself. Sherry, I think when I was 5, my mom took us to see King Kong. I'll never forget it. Wow, yeah. I remember as a kid we watched Godzilla at home, and that was pretty cool. I was like, I don't know, 5 or 6 or whenever I watched it. So I don't know why you guys can't tag me. I really don't know. I don't know if that's on my side or on your side. See, Pammy can tag me. All right, Pammy, I see your tag. Pammy and Tammy can. Maybe if your name was AMMY, you can tag me. Anybody with names AMMY, ending with AMMY, Tammy and Pammy can tag me. So if your name ends with AMMY, then you can tag me. I didn't see him tag anyone this morning. Have him tag me. All right, let me see. Let me see if I can tag you guys. Tosh can. Richard, I can tag you. Tag, you're it. All right. So I can tag you, Richard. I did see that, Cindy, yeah. Oh, hold on a sec. Got Kitty at the door. Hold on. Come on, bud. Let's see. Yeah, Allie can. JRN. All right. Child TV Live. But I'm not available. Sure Life can. I don't know. Aussie can. Tag You're It. You saw Tim Curry in Spamalot? Nice. Nice. Yeah, Rocky Horror. Such a great movie. Alibi, I would love to see Lion King on Broadway. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was a long time ago. It was like 98, 99. Maybe even, I don't know. Did it come out in like, when did it come out? Like 97? '94. So it came out in 94. So I probably saw it in 98 or 99, somewhere in there. It was a production. You're sitting there and they just come on either side and they've got these big poles and it's really cool. It's really, really cool. Alice, thank you so much for the $1.99 support. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. E.T. the movie makes you cry every single time. Yeah, that is, yeah. I can see that. Sue, I'm so happy to see my friends here. They all love you. Aw. Fantastic. Well, thank you for bringing them over, if you brought them over. Awesome. Aaron says you saw Phantom in Toronto and Cabaret in New York City. Kathy, you didn't like Rocky Horror? All right, fair enough. Favorite stage production was Rocky Horror? Deviant, instead of trials, we should have a movie night. But we can't show movies because of YouTube. We'd get in trouble. It'd have to be a members only, probably. Saudi Girl said I took my granddaughter to see Lion King. Has anyone seen White Christmas, the stage musical? I have not. Was it good? I'm guessing it was good. Dwayne also saw Phantom in Toronto. Oh, no members only. YouTube will shut it down. Yeah. Good idea, Deviant, but we can't show it. Mandy, good morning to you. Sure Life, but they had to bring in a bigger chair for Hernandez. Usually, I've noticed the defendants are not comfy like the lawyers' chairs. Joanne wants to see Hamilton. You fell asleep on Rocky Horror? Wait a minute. How could you fall asleep? Were you in the theater or at home? Because if you were in the theater and you fell asleep, I'm trying to figure out how that happened because it's such an immersive, interactive movie. Or experience, I should say. How did you fall asleep? If you were in the movie theaters, how does that happen? Alice, does anyone know if I could understand all that's going on if I start today live or should I go yesterday? Yeah, I would. Yeah, maybe just watch openings. I would say just watch the openings. They're pretty quick. They're pretty quick. You did see it in the theater and you fell asleep. Wow. Interesting. All right. You know, I don't, just because it's so immersive, because you're interacting, you're doing things are being thrown at you, water's being sprayed on you, things are happening, you're up, you're dancing. That's all right. That's interesting. SS Rahomet says, wife's testimony is worth watching. Yes, absolutely. Deviant also saw Lion King in the theater. Gabby for Justice, yeah, the wife's testimony, yeah. Openings and Linda's testimony. She's the fifth witness. I'm not sure where she comes on. Oh, the first responder too. Yeah. You could probably watch it at fast, double speed or whatever. Oh, you saw Barry Williams, West Side Story. I do like West Side Story. I like the Leonard Bernstein. Yeah, I like West Side Story. That's a great soundtrack. Terribly sad at the end, but fantastic play for sure. Musical, I should say. Arwen, horrific case. It is. Yeah, it is. Sounds open and shut. Yep, could be. Crunchy, you fell asleep at a Grateful Dead show. I think Blackberry Brandy may have contributed. Now, see, that I can understand. That I can understand. I love the Dead, but I can kind of understand, more than Rocky Horror. But it is what it is. Cheryl, good morning to you. Darren, road trip to NYC, see a Broadway play or Broadway show. KPE will go back, going to Speed Watch yesterday. Yep. Tosh, yeah, go back, watch day one. Yep. Yeah, do it. It's long. It's a long day. It's like 7 hour day, 8 hour day. It's long. Beth, female attorney that defended, yep, Crumbly, Ethan Crumbly. You are correct, Beth. Yep. Miss Lofton, Pamela Lofton is her name. I'm sorry, Paulette. Sorry. Paulette Lofton. Paulette Lofton. Can you imagine all of us going to New York City? They'd throw us out. Nomad, living in New York, I was fortunate to go to lots of Broadway shows. Yeah, I saw my share. Nomad, when I was there, I saw my share. Off-Broadway, I saw a lot of off-Broadway. Saw a few on Broadway, like I said, Cats and Lion King and I forget the other one. There was a couple others on Broadway. I can't remember them. Nomad, I have a great story. When I was working for Theater Technology, which was an audio-visual company, obviously supplying audio and visual, mostly audio equipment to the theater. I did the Singing Christmas Tree down at South Street Seaport. We did the audio for that. I had a chance to record they were in rehearsal, and it was called Dangerous Music. And I tried to find that if it ever went into production, and I could never find if it ever went into production. So if anybody knows Dangerous Music, if it actually went into production, oh, here comes Hernandez. Please let me know. But Nomad, that music was just fantastic. And I was recording it, and I was just like, my mouth was agape. I was blown away at how fantastic the music was. I still hear the lead Dangerous Music, and it was just such a cool soundtrack. I don't know if it ever made it to Broadway, off Broadway, whatever, but anyway. Yeah, JRN, he's 6'5" and 450, or he was back then. Hey Linda, how are you? Petunia, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Paula, I was disgusted how aggressive the defense attorney was questioning the victims. I realize he has a job to do, but the witnesses are victims. Yeah, McCarthy is paid for. Paulette is public, right? I think that's how it panned out. Do we have that in our description? If not, we have it in our other. All right, here, I'll show you real quick. So Paulette is public. She's representing Hernandez. McCarthy is private. He's representing Zuazo. So Paulette is public and McCarthy is paid for. Texas Cat, good morning to you. Yeah, they need bigger guards. Yeah, Nomad, yeah. It's if you ever run across the musical Dangerous Music, I don't think it would ever made it. I search for it all the time and I can never find it. Anyway. All right, when the victim's already testified, Linda did. Yep. Yeah, wife did. So she's really the only one. Hey, Shelly Beans, good morning to you. Sounds like we'll be starting soon. So I'm going to go grab some more water, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
All rise. Oakland County Circuit Court is now in session. The Honorable Deputy Pool is presiding.
Good morning, everyone. Please be seated.
Your Honor, calling the cases of People versus Joshua Zuazo, case number 2024-291950FC, and People versus Carlos Hernandez, case number 2024-291945FC.
All right, let's put appearances for the morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the Court, John Petrofuss and Andrew McGarrow for the People.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael McCarthy, P30169, appearing on behalf of and with Joshua Zuazo. Mr. Zuazo is standing to my left at the table.
All right, tell me your name.
Joshua Zuazo.
All right.
Good morning, Your Honor. Paula Michelle Lofton on behalf of Carlos Hernandez, who's standing to my right.
All right, sir, tell me your name.
Carlos Hernandez.
Okay, all right, everyone can be seated. We'll bring in the jury in a moment. I have a jury instruction that I was handed this morning that Mr. Hernandez wants to argue be placed into the final instructions.
That's correct.
All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, I am requesting 16.26 felony murder co-defendants. I understand that there is no specific instruction that says whether or not this can be given if co-defendants are being tried together but do have separate juries. But I do think it's applicable here, and that's why I'm asking for it. Also, if you look at the note, it says that it may be used in conjunction with 2.19, which I believe is the jury instruction that was previously read to the jury. I do think it's relevant in this case because they are hearing testimony about the co-defendant. And I know we touched on it in voir dire that they're only to decide the actions of Carlos Hernandez, but I think it would be good to remind them, and I do think this is applicable, and I am asking that it be read to the jury.
All right, 16.26 felony murder co-defendants. I have had an opportunity to review it. My immediate thought goes to it's contradictory to the aiding and abetting instruction. What's the people's thoughts?
Judge, there was a number of instructions that counsel had asked that we add before this, including Mr. McCarthy, and they've submitted those. I've been in agreement with all of those that have been added for the court's pack. This is the only one that's outstanding. Mr. McCarthy and Ms. Lofton had requested a jury instruction. I think it was 2.22. which I think covers this topic that we did add to the pack earlier in the week. But and just for the record, this is not joined in by Mr. McCarthy requesting this instruction.
All right, so Mr. Zuazo is not asking this the instruction be read. Is that right, Mr. McCarthy?
Well, yes, because I think that the jury is going to be instructed separately. My jury will be instructed separately. And the whole point of that is that those jurors would consider the instructions that have to do exclusively with Mr. Zuazo and not with Mr. Hernandez, and although I certainly will be arguing some culpability regarding the co-defendant.
So the people's position is that this instruction is very confusing because it starts talking about you should consider each defendant separately. Okay, they're not considering the other defendant's guilt or innocence. And then it says they are entitled to have their case decided on the evidence that applies to them. We're not talking about deciding anybody's case but Hernandez for his jury and Zuazo for his jury. And then it goes on in paragraph 3, which is most disturbing, I think, out of all of it for confusion, is instead you must determine as to each defendant separately. You're not deciding the other defendant whatsoever. So I think that does nothing but confuse what their responsibility is.
Okay, I do agree. I think the nature of having two juries for each defendant negates reading an instruction to each jury then as if they are associated with their defendant and telling them to consider each defendant separately when we're actually going to instruct them to not take into consideration any evidence that they heard against the other defendant. So I do think it's contrary to the intent of the two juries. So 16.26, Ms. Lofton, will not be read in.
Understood.
Okay. Anything else before we bring in the jury?
Not by the people.
Okay.
Your Honor, I know you want the witness.
Yeah, let's bring in our witness. So he's already seated, ready to come in. Good morning, Mr. Ford. All right, you're still on the oath, but I'm going to repeat that when the juries come in so that they can hear that I've told you that. But you can be seated and don't be bringing the juries. Let's bring them in, please. Thank you.
Your Honor, which jury would you like to hear?
Who was sitting out there yesterday? Do you recall?
I believe A was here.
A was there. Okay, so let's put A here and then B there.
Yes,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. I do apologize for the delay this morning. One of our jurors did get stuck in an accident, but luckily everyone here is here and is safe. So we're going to get going. Mr. Petropas, I believe that Detective Packmeyer was on the stand yesterday, was under oath, and he remains under oath today. And you can continue, Mr. Magaro, with your direct. Go ahead.
Good morning, Detective. Good morning. You reviewed that video from Lowe's, is that correct?
Correct.
And what city or what location was that Lowe's video?
I believe that was Ellen Park.
All right. And based on your investigation in this matter, were you able to determine an address that was associated with Mr. Hernandez while he was in Michigan?
Yes.
And in what city was that?
It was in Lincoln Park.
All right. And what's the relative distance from Lincoln Park to Allen Park?
Roughly 3.5 miles.
Okay. From that Lowe's to Lincoln Park, about 3.5 miles?
Correct.
Okay. And that Lowe's video was taken in the morning of the homicide in Rochester Hills?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have the opportunity to interview Kelly Broad in this matter?
I did.
Okay. How did that come to your attention, Mr. Broad?
Mr. Broad contacted our office, I think, on the 17th of October. I believe that was the date. He indicated that he has some information he wanted to talk to me about. He described defendant Zuazo as being an employee of his and being in the video. Therefore, I went down and met with him. He based the information on ring video that he saw released to the media.
And that was a video that the Sheriff's Department released to the media?
Correct.
Okay. And where did you meet Mr. Broad?
It was at the Krispy Kreme, I believe, down south of St. Mary's cement factory.
Okay. And when you met with him, it was in the parking lot?
It was.
Was that in your squad car or patrol car?
My detective car, yes.
Okay. And did you play for him those ring videos?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall how many times you played those videos for him?
I know the one we rewound, I think, twice because he wanted to hear something that was stated in the video.
And was that the video of Mr. Hernandez leaving the garage?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you play that video for him?
On my county-issued computer laptop.
So you had a laptop, and then
Yes.
were you sitting in the driver's seat?
I was in the driver's seat. He was in the passenger seat.
Do you recall about how long this meeting lasted for?
Well, we talked about Krispy Kreme a little bit, maybe a half an hour tops.
Okay.
He had to get to work.
Okay. And did you play one of the other videos where when this defendant was on the porch?
Yes.
Okay. And did he identify anybody in either one of those videos?
He did identify Zuazo.
In the video?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have him write out a written statement about it?
I did.
Okay. And did you play the audio in the video of him leaving the garage?
Yes.
Okay. And also, when were you involved in the apprehension or taking into custody of Mr. Zuazo?
No.
No. Did you happen to see him afterwards?
Yes.
And did he have any type of facial hair at that time?
He had very similar facial hair as he has today.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, so then cross-exam by Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Joshua Zuazo. I have a few questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony, and if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So just starting where you left off on direct with the meeting you had with Kelly Broad on October 18th, I think it was. He wrote out a statement for you, correct?
Correct.
And he put in a quotation from the video that you watched with him, I believe you said 2 times.
Correct.
And you got a statement, when he wrote out that statement, you got a copy of that statement, right?
Yes.
And do you remember what he wrote in the quotation marks as a quotation from, purportedly, from Mr. Zuazo?
I believe he quoted the "Come on, man," which was stated in the video of leaving the garage.
Come on, let's go.
"Come on, man," is what he told me, is what I recall. I would have to review the statement.
Okay, well, let me just, I thought I had it right at my fingertips for whatever reason. Just 1 second, please. right here. Thank you. May I approach you? Of course. I'm handing you a document. I ask you first of all whether you understand or recognize it.
I do.
And is that in fact the statement, or at least a copy of the statement that Mr. Broad prepared for you back on the 18th day of October last year?
Yes.
And you see the quotations in either the second last line or the last line where it says, "Come on, let's go"?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've listened to this video on a number of occasions, correct?
I have.
And would you agree that what is actually said on the video is, "Come on, man"?
I believe it was "Come on, man," and then after there was "Let's go" was stated, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so that's what your recollection
Yes.
is.
It was combined, was separated, is the way he wrote it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'll retrieve that document. In your work in this case, quite a bit of it was finding locations through flock, correct?
Yes.
And you obtained those videos from Lowe's in particular, and then also at a Home Depot, is that right?
Correct.
And so let's talk about the Lowe's one.
Okay.
That is at about 9:30 in the morning on the 11th day of October, is that correct?
Correct.
And there's nothing in that video that shows the departure of the vehicle, is there? From the
Not that
parking lot?
I recall.
Okay, so obviously it's the flock that is the mechanism by which you were able to find this white Jeep pulling into the parking lot at the Lowe's on that morning, October the 18th, correct?
Correct.
And
October the 18th? No.
what date was it?
It would have been October 11th.
I'm sorry. I was thinking about the statement with Mr. Broad. I am corrected. October 11th.
Correct.
So it's 9:30 in the morning. Your investigation makes you know that the arrival of the two people that come to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Murray is at about 11:30 in the morning. Is that correct? So this is about a 2-hour difference in time. There's no flock that shows the departure, at least of which you are aware, the departure of that white vehicle from the parking lot after the purchases were made, correct?
Necessarily, they may not have had cameras exiting and entering, therefore, when it captured it, flock is not always 100% reliable of catching images either. So I can't recall to say if there's a camera leaving that it would have captured it or not.
Okay. You would agree that it's not something that you had put into the materials that you submitted to the prosecutor's office. And so we don't know exactly who got into that vehicle after the purchase was made on the inside.
That's
correct?
fair to say, yes.
Now, we do see the vehicle again later in the day at about 12:16, as I recall from your testimony yesterday. And it is going in the same direction as that white truck was going by, the DTE truck, correct?
Correct.
There's about a 5-minute difference in time, correct?
Correct.
And so we know, based on your testimony, that that vehicle belonged to Mr. Hernandez. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the white DTE Energy truck, you don't know who was driving in that vehicle at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know how many people were in it as it goes by that address on Manchester Street in Detroit or Highland Park, whichever
Correct.
it is. So what we do know is that in the theory that the DTE Energy was occupied by at least Mr. Hernandez, correct?
In theory,
At
yes.
the house on the street in Rochester Hills where this incident occurred, correct?
The video shows both subjects leaving the garage going to the DTE truck.
I got that part. But in terms of the vehicles, the white Jeep vehicle is not occupied. I mean, it is on the same street within 5 minutes of the DTE Energy vehicle seen on the Castle Rock Street near that address where the Murrays live, correct?
Are you asking if the Jeep was on Castle Street?
No, the DTE Energy. If I said Jeep, I misspoke. I apologize for that.
Yes.
So there is that difference.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Defendant Hernandez.
Good morning. So thinking back to yesterday, we watched the videos from a home. Mr. McCarthy kind of just touched on that. How did you establish the time on those videos?
That was the recorded time, I believe, on the videos.
Okay. And did you make contact, or did someone from your department make contact with that homeowner? How was it that you were able to get those videos?
Detective Jones, I believe, from the FAT team made contact with the homeowner and retrieved those videos.
Okay. And there's been some questions, both from the prosecutor and from Mr. McCarthy this morning about a white Jeep. In any of the videos that you retrieved that we're just speaking about now, nothing shows the license plate on that black Jeep, or on the white Jeep, correct? No. Also, we were shown a video of a Home Depot store, but we did not see the checkout. So I know that you stated there's one of two ways that detectives can try to get information from stores like Lowe's or Home Depot. I know Lowe's, you can use their flock and see the cars that come in. Home Depot does not have that, correct?
That Home Depot, I don't believe so.
Okay, but you can call a particular Home Depot and ask if certain items that you find relevant were purchased, correct? And that's what happened at that Home Depot?
Correct.
Okay. But you were not provided a video of the actual checkout, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So was it Home Depot that told you that this is the checkout of these two individuals, or how did that happen?
That I can't recall. I know contact was made there to cross-reference certain items, and they were able to come up with that transaction, and then they backtrack timestamp.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further redirect?
Just quickly, and Detective Hackmeyer, there was a question that you about regarding the license plate of a particular Jeep, and there was not a license plate.
That we could see, no.
Okay, but was there
At the house going by, we could not see the plate.
Okay, but when you noticed that white Jeep in that video going past the Greendale address, was there anything significant about that particular Jeep noticeable to you?
Yes, there's a lot of things significant. Number one, it has the moonroof. It appears to be a limited X, which has more of a sporty package. It has ductwork vent. They may be real, they may be fake in the hood. They have a different front fascia on the front of the vehicle, a little more sleek looking. The fog lights are a little bit elongated. And the same thing in the rear of the Jeep also. The bumper is different, more sportier than the standard Grand Cherokee of that model year.
Now, Detective Hackmeyer, you're pretty specific there and seem pretty certain about those items. How do you know that?
I'm a Jeep guy, number one, but we researched and watched over and over to link it. The wheels are the same in all those videos. All those things match up on the Jeep.
And that Jeep they saw go past that 90 Greendale Avenue about an hour and a half after the homicide, was that similar to the same markings and things to that Jeep that you saw in the Lowe's flock camera?
Yes.
And no further question now.
Okay, all right, thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
People call Officer Hill to the stand.
Good morning, officer. If you could just get in that witness stand and stay standing, raise your right hand, and I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Eric Hill.
Okay, your witness.
And Mr. Hill, can you spell your first and last name for us, please?
Erichill.
And where are you employed, Mr. Hill?
The Detroit Police Department.
Right. And how long have you been employed with the Detroit Police Department?
9 years.
Okay. And prior to your employment with the Detroit Police Department, do you have any other law enforcement experience?
No.
Right. What is your current title with the Detroit Police Department?
Police officer.
Okay. I want to direct your attention back to October 11th, 2024. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Okay. And on that day, did you locate a car that was on fire?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where that was located at?
Yes, it was located on East Margaret Street, just east of John R.
Okay. And where? What type of address was this that you located?
It was in a vacant field.
Okay. And do you recall about what time of the day that was when you located it?
12:15, 12:20 in the afternoon.
Okay. In 12:15, 12:20 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And when you observed, where were you when you first saw it? Did you see smoke or did you see the car? What did you see first?
I was driving east on 8 Mile Road by John R. when I observed smoke southeast of that intersection.
And when you observed that smoke, what did you do?
I immediately drove to go investigate that area.
And what did you first observe when you arrived there?
A white F-250 on fire with 2 firefighters standing by watching.
There was already firefighters there?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do next in your investigation of that burning truck?
I was in plain clothes in an unmarked vehicle, so I got out, identified myself as Detroit Police firefighters, and asked what was going on with the burning car.
Okay. And at some point during your investigation, did that particular car become... Were you made aware that this car could be of interest in law enforcement?
Yes. So, in my experience, little backstory, I worked at the 11th Precinct where this car was located for about 6.5 years. Knowing that there's almost nothing in that area, and for something to be burning in the middle of the day would be highly unusual, likely tied to something violent.
And so when you were over in that area, you had concerns about this?
I was fairly certain, yes. I didn't have any definitive proof at the time.
Okay. And did you get notified by dispatch or over the radio that this car could be of interest?
So upon determining that the car had DTE logos on it, I immediately contacted our dispatch asking if there had been any reports of a stolen DTE truck to Detroit Police that day.
And then were you made aware that there was?
At the time I was told no. I didn't learn it was related to anything until later on in the day around 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Okay. You may approach the witness?
You may.
And officer, I'm hitting you with already been marked at People's Division mid at People's 15. Can you take a look at this for us?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is the picture I took before I sent it to Investigator Downey, I believe it was, for Oakland County.
And that's exactly what that truck looked like on fire in that 11th precinct that you
Yes.
were used to. Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-exam Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Hill, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Joshua Zuazo. I just have a few questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony. If I don't make myself clear, please tell me that. So this vehicle was south of 8 Mile Road and
Correct.
east of John R.?
Correct.
Was it as far down as State Fair, which is 7.5 mile?
I don't recall exactly where. I believe it was between State Fair and 7 Mile.
Okay, so south, closer
Yes.
to 7 than it was to 8. Is
Somewhere in
that right?
that area. I can't give the exact.
And then the area, because you were familiar with it, did not have much in the way of buildings.
Correct.
And so the fact that there was a fire going on in what was, in your mind, pretty much vacant neighborhoods was a matter of interest to you, correct?
Correct.
And when you arrived there, Detroit Fire was already present, is that right?
Yes.
And so they had the fire under control?
No, so they didn't actually have a fire truck there. They had been 2 firefighters driving one of the department vehicles on their way to lunch when they observed the same thing and went to investigate.
Oh, so they were just calling for a fire unit to come to put it out?
They were there on scene. They investigated. Once they located where the fire was and what was going on, then they called the main station to send a fire truck out.
And you were present when that occurred?
Yes.
And then Did you have anything to do with the disposition of that vehicle, having it towed away or anything like that?
No. In order to tow away a vehicle or impound it, you need a program called GovTow in a computer, which I did not have because I was in an unmarked vehicle with no computer at the time. So I called for over dispatch to send a marked unit to recover the vehicle.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross Defendant Hernandez.
I have no questions.
Any redirect here?
No, Your Honor.
All right, officer, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
May dispense the excuse.
No objection.
No, Dick.
Please excuse.
People call Lieutenant Martez Dixon. Lieutenant, if you could come this way to be sworn in. You can step up, the judge will see you in.
Good morning, Lieutenant. You can just stand up and raise your right hand. I can get you sworn in here. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
My name is Martez Dixon.
Your witness.
Good morning. If you could tell us how you're currently employed,
I'm employed through the city of Detroit.
and just if you could do me a favor, there's folks that are in the first two rows that are also jurors that need to hear you. So if you could get your voice up loud, it may be loud enough, but I just want to make sure so we don't have to repeat it. Okay?
Yes, sir.
If you could tell us how you're employed.
I'm employed through the city of Detroit, Detroit Fire Investigation Division.
And how long have you been doing that?
Been doing that since 2021. It's about 4 years.
Okay. And you have a rank of lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
And is that rank of lieutenant through the fire department or is it through the police department?
It's through the fire department.
Okay. And did you have specialized training for your duties currently?
Yes, sir.
And what are your duties currently?
My duties are to determine the origin and cause of fires.
Okay. And could you explain to the jury basically what that means when you have that specialty?
When you have that specialty, you are assigned to any fires that's in the city of Detroit, and I investigate the fires, and like I said, I determine the origin and the cause of the fires.
And have you testified multiple times before?
No, sir.
This is the first time?
Yes, sir.
Ever?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me direct your attention back to October 11th of 2024, where you called out as part of your duties to investigate a suspicious fire.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what that entailed?
That entailed I had a call out on a vehicle fire on the east side of Detroit. So that's
okay. Did you take photographs of that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's already been introduced. If I could approach your honor. Exhibits 15B, 15C, 15D, and 15E and F. Can you see all those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize those?
These are the photographs that I took of the vehicle once I arrived.
Okay. And can you tell us from your training experience what you noticed when you got to the scene and looked at the vehicle?
I noticed significant fire damage that originated in the interior and extended to the exterior.
Okay.
Of the vehicle.
Were you there where the fire was still going, or did you get there after that?
I was there after it was extinguished.
Okay. And you photographed the license plate also?
Yes, sir.
And this investigation ended up getting involved with a homicide case that is out of Oakland County, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't do any chemical testing on the interior of the vehicle of anything of that nature, did you?
No, sir.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right, cross-examine Zuazo.
Lieutenant, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Joshua Zuazo. I just have a couple of questions to ask you here this morning. If I don't make myself clear, please tell me that, then I'll rephrase, okay?
Yes, sir.
So you are a lieutenant in the Detroit Fire Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your job is to investigate fires.
Yes, sir.
So you got called to that scene that day, and you were able to determine through your investigation that the fire initiated or originated, rather, in the passenger compartment of the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How were you able to do that?
Through the fire patterns, and fire effects.
And the fire patterns, were you able to determine a source of what ignited the fire?
No, sir.
And when the fire, you talked about the fire pattern, that means the direction in which the fire goes, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your direct testimony, you said something about in the back part of the truck, meaning the bed of the truck, there was fire damage there, correct?
Yes, it was fire damage in the bed of the truck, but it originated in the passenger compartment and extended towards the bed of the truck. Yes, sir.
Did it engage with the engine of the truck?
Yes, sir.
When you got to the scene, was the fire still ongoing, or was it already extinguished?
It was already extinguished, sir.
And when you conducted your investigation, did you do that on the scene there on John R. Street, or did you do it at some place where vehicles are towed by the fire department and investigations are conducted in a garage?
I conducted my investigation right there on the scene.
And the photographs that you took are right there.
Yes, sir.
And then you made a determination that it was originally ignited in the passenger compartment, but you could not tell what was the cause of the ignition. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross from
Mr. McCarthy asked my question, so I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, no cross from the defendant Hernandez. Any redirect here?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Lieutenant McKean, you may step down.
People called Detective Casey Jones. Detective Jones, if you could take the stand to be sworn in. Yes, sir.
Morning, Detective. Just stay standing, raise your right hand, I'll get you sworn in here. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
My name is Casey Jones.
Your witness.
Good morning, sir. If you could make sure you speak up very loudly, because
Sure.
the folks in the first two rows need to hear you also.
Okay.
Detective Jones, can you tell us how you're employed?
Yes, sir. I work for the Caddo Parish Sheriff's Office in Shreveport, Louisiana. I've worked there for the last 20 years.
And are you have any special assignments?
Right now, I work on patrol as a supervisor, but for the previous little over 9 years, I worked as a investigator for the Detective Bureau.
Okay, let me direct your attention back to October of 2024. Were you an investigator and detective back at that time?
Yes, sir. I was a supervisor over our Persons and Property Division.
Okay, and can you tell us, as far as being a detective in that location, what your duties would basically involve?
Investigating criminal matters involving crimes against persons or theft of property.
Okay. Not having been to Caddo Parish before, and that's parish, not county, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Not being in Caddo Parish before, are there any major cities that I would know of that are in Caddo Parish?
Shreveport, Louisiana.
And are there any major highways that run through Caddo Parish?
I-49.
And can you describe that highway?
I-49 is a highway that goes through Caddo Parish, and if you come out of Arkansas south, it'll go all the way to I-10 toward Baton Rouge.
Okay. And if you can tell us, as best you remember, your department became involved in a traffic stop of a Carlos Hernandez back in October of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what day that traffic stop occurred?
October 12, 2024, about 3:43 p.m.
Okay, and does that highway head in the direction of Texas or going that varied route?
Yes, sir. That interstate could lead to I-20 to go to Texas.
Okay. And the directional path that defendant Hernandez was going, was that north or south, east or west on that highway?
Southbound on I-49.
And were you familiar with the deputy from your parish that engaged in that traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Deputy Michael Rocco.
Okay. And was there any other assistance by any other law enforcement agencies at that time?
Yes, sir. Corporal Dennis Williams assisted with the traffic stop, and then other deputies came afterwards, and then we got called as the investigative bureau.
Okay. And had your department, along with other law enforcement in Louisiana, been notified by interest by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office in a white Jeep vehicle?
Yes.
And what information did you get provided for you and your department regarding what vehicle was of interest to Oakland County?
Louisiana State Police was notified by a task force that there was a wanted vehicle, and it was a bolo out. So the LSP was helping with the pings and then determined that was in Caddo Parish and then called upon us for assistance.
Yeah. And that traffic stop, Carlos Hernandez was taken into custody?
He was.
Did you ever have contact with Carlos Hernandez over the time that this case was down being investigated in Louisiana?
Not in reference to this, no.
Okay. When Carlos Hernandez was taken into custody, was Oakland County notified by your department that
Yes.
he was in custody?
Yes.
After he was taken into custody, did your department basically process the scene by taking photographs and taking items into property?
Yes.
And was that by search warrant?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been, you've had an opportunity to review those before coming in today, the photographs?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 3A. Hopefully technology works and it is up there on your screen.
It is.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. For reference, Exhibit number 3A is photographed by your department showing the white Jeep front. Is that correct?
Yes.
Going to Exhibit 3B. That is a photograph from your department showing the passenger side of that white Jeep.
Yes.
Exhibit 3C shows the rear of that Jeep. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that also has the plate that comes back to the Be on the Lookout that your department received.
Yes, sir.
Going to Exhibit 3D. That is the VIN number that is assigned to that vehicle.
It is.
Photograph 3E. Is that the Jeep driver's side?
It is.
Showing you 3F. Is this a photograph of the Jeep passenger side and glove box?
Yes.
Showing a photograph 3G. Is that a close-up of the Jeep glove box?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3H. Is that the clipboard inside the glove box?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3I. Is that a photograph of the rear seat of the Jeep?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3J, which is the Jeep trunk. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3K. Is that a pair of black Nikes?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 3L. Is that a black Nike on the right side?
Yes.
Showing what's been marked as 3L. Is that a black Nike 3M? Is that showing you the Nike sole of that right side?
Yes.
Showing what's been marked as 3N as in Nancy. Is that showing you the left black Nike?
This is the left side
That's
of the
still
shoe.
in.
Yes, sir.
The 3N. Do we have 3N? Is that the left side of the black Nike?
Yes, sir.
3O. Is that showing you the sole of the left shoe of the black Nike?
Yes.
Moving on to 3P. Does that photograph show a placard for a DTE sign?
Yes.
Showing you what's 3Q. Is that showing a license plate with the identifying POCO 32?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3R. Is that showing you a bucket hat?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3S? Is that showing a white mask?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3T? Is that showing a Home Depot bag?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3U? Is that showing a pair of brown boots?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3V? Is that showing you a black sweat jacket?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked 3W? Is that a white t-shirt?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3X? Is that showing you the interior contents of the vehicle?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3Y? Is that showing you the roof rack that was attached and some of its contents?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3Z? Is that a black Nike bag?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3AA? Is that opening for the contents of the black Nike bag?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3BB? Is that showing you a chest drawer from inside that Nike bag?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3CC? Is that showing you the contents of that drawer?
Yes, except for the green Bonita that was on top of the clipboard inside of the glove box.
Thank you. Showing you what's been marked as 3DD? Is that showing close-up of the contents?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3EE? Is that showing you another angle of that drawer's contents?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move the exhibits we just discussed, 3A through 3EE, into evidence.
Any objection?
I have no objection, Your Honor.
No objection. They're all in.
Now, that's the photographs that we had discussed that was taken by Cato Parish, but they also took physical items into custody. Is that also correct?
Yes.
I'm going to try to do this as efficiently as possible. Just for counsel's sake and for the record, first we're going to discuss 6A through 8I, which I believe are going to be noted as we go.
Is there objections to any of these?
No, I have no objection.
Okay. All right. So are you moving for admission?
Judge?
Just trying to move it along if you're moving for admission and there's no objection.
I am going to move for admission, and then I will accept the
Publish.
stipulation to publish. I just want the record to note they do have all Cato Parish evidence
You
tags.
can ask all those questions, but just move it along. No objection. 6A to 6I. Was that your request, or is 6J part of that?
And for the record, 6A is the physical clipboard, 6B is the DTE sign, 6C is the POCO plate, 6D is the Pandora box, 6E is a turtle pendant, 6F is a Home Flex gas meter reader, 6G is the gray fisherman hat, 6H is the Home Depot bag and tools, and 6I is a hammer.
Sarah?
Also, the next batch of exhibits, which were also taken in by Cato Parish, these are the ones that went to the Oakland County lab. That's why they're numbered differently. These are lab exhibits. These exhibits would be 7A through 7G. If counsel wants to stipulate to that, we'll accept that stipulation, and I will just read what they are on the record.
Well, Your Honor, I have no objection to the admission of these being admitted in.
7A through 7G is all in now. Okay, so they're in. I have a question. Did you move for 6J?
No, I crossed that one off.
Okay.
7A for the record is tan boots that were taken in by Cato Parish. 7B is a white mask that is taken in to Cato Parish. 7C is a face covering that was taken in by Cato Parish. 7D is an N95 mask. 7E is a white t-shirt. 7F is black Nikes. 7G is a pair of black and brown gloves.
Sarah?
Okay. Just briefly, since the key part of your travel up here has been now covered with the exhibits. Just briefly, I just have a few follow-up questions. In the traffic stop and the reports that you have reviewed, was defendant Hernandez alone, or was there other folks in the vehicle with him?
I wasn't on the scene, but on review of everything, there were 2 other individuals with him.
Okay, and one of those was his wife, Amanda Diaz?
Correct.
And one of those was a minor child?
Was.
And there were a couple pets in the vehicle as well?
That's what I heard, yes, sir.
Okay, and Cato Parish later transported Ms. Diaz, the children, and I guess Hampton Inn is pet friendly to the Hampton Inn?
That's where they ended up, yes, sir.
When the defendant was booked in by Cato Parish, you booked him in at 6'6" and 450 pounds. Is that correct?
That sounds right, yes, sir.
Why don't you talk more on that?
I don't have any more questions.
Okay, all right, come on.
Does that help?
No.
Okay.
All right, well, while they're up there, so that certainly doesn't look good for Mr. Hernandez. So he was caught on I-49, if you guys are down there, Shreveport, Cato Parish. Here they come back.
Based off the record conversation, do people have any further direct questions at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-exam Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Jones, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Joshua Zuazo. I have just a few questions to ask you regarding your testimony here today.
Yes,
you were the person that be like the supervisor of the other deputies from the Cato Parish Sheriff's Office that went to the scene of where the vehicle was stopped and took the items that are now admitted into evidence from that vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The vehicle was brought to our division where it was stored safely.
And then that's where the search was done.
Yes,
was
sir.
in the police or the sheriff's garage.
Yes, sir.
We saw in those photographs.
That's right.
And in those photographs, one thing I did not notice was a child seat, safety seat for a child to ride in the vehicle. Was there one of those in there? If you know.
I don't remember if there was a child seat in there or not.
Okay, there was quite a bit of stuff crammed into that vehicle, correct?
There was, yeah.
And but I just didn't note that, and it's not in any report that there was one recovered.
I got you. I don't know that there was one in there.
Okay, thank you. And then these items that were taken out of that Nike bag, that was where this pair of brown shoes was found, as well as the Nike shoes. Is that correct?
A white trash bag.
A white trash bag.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't clear on that.
Yeah.
So, and that white trash bag was in the back part of this Jeep?
That's right.
And the Nike bag was actually up on the roof in the rooftop carrier?
I believe so, in the cargo holder.
Yes.
If there was any shoes taken out of it, it was a pair of Air Maxes, but a female pair.
Okay.
Of a much smaller size.
And female shoes, not male shoes.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you. And this vehicle, you and other members of the Cato Parish Sheriff's Office had communication from the Oakland County Sheriff's Office about the fact that there were asking you to be on the lookout for this Jeep. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, the only people that were in that Jeep in Louisiana headed toward, or at least pointed in the direction of Texas, was Mr. Hernandez and his wife and this child.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross Hernandez. Good morning.
Good morning.
So you have obviously had an opportunity to talk to the officers that were responsible for pulling Mr. Hernandez over, correct?
Yes.
And to your understanding, did that officer put the lights on and conduct like a normal traffic stop, like all of us are familiar with?
Conducted a felony traffic stop with lights.
And Mr. Hernandez pulled over the vehicle?
He did.
And did he follow the commands of the officer to exit the vehicle?
He did.
There was no running or attempt to flee, correct?
No, ma'am.
All right, so I want to go over some of the items in the photographs that were just discussed. Were you there during the search of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And how many people were involved in the actual search and recording of what was found in that vehicle, if you recall?
Four, including myself, and then CSI investigator Ty King.
Okay. So I have in my possession a return on search warrant. I have it as a 2-page document. Is that where someone from your office or yourself wrote down all of the items that were taken?
Detective Ellis.
Okay. So is it your policy to write down every single thing on this return of search warrant that was removed from the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so I have reviewed the return on search warrant and I don't see that gloves are written down. I also, when we were looking at the photos, I don't see a picture of gloves. Do you specifically have any recollection where these gloves were located?
Gloves, I don't remember gloves.
Okay. There is an exhibit that was just entered, which is 7G. Mr. Petrofessa had those entered. So in your recollection, were any gloves found in that vehicle?
Not that I remember right offhand.
Do you have your report and would it refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm specifically looking at the return on the search warrant.
You're saying it's not on the return, right?
I am not seeing it. Have you had a chance just to review the return on the search warrant, those 2 sheets? I think that's your front. Okay. Do you agree with me that gloves are not reflected on the
Yes,
sheets?
I don't see gloves.
Okay. But your testimony is that all of the evidence that was removed from the car is listed on the return on the search warrant, correct?
Should have. I know we had one error on here where the Bonita case wasn't, and we tried to cover that in the narrative of the report as well. So if there was any errors, they would try to cover that in the narrative.
All right. Were you responsible for taking the photos?
No.
No. Someone else was responsible?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just briefly, Judge. And on that discussion of photos, I did not turn the page on your photos. There was another set of photos that continued after 3EE. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3FF. Do you recognize a photograph of that as part of the jewelry contents?
I do, yes, sir.
And 3GG as a man's white shirt?
Yes.
3HH. That's a placard from one of your investigators who was involved in processing the scene.
CSI investigator, yes, sir.
3II. That's the pair of the black Nikes.
It is.
3 JJ, that's the pair of the brown boots.
Yes.
3 KK, another angle of the brown boots.
Yes.
3 LL, another close-up of the brown boots.
Yes.
3 MM, another angle of the brown boots.
Yes.
3 NN, the size 11 of those brown boots.
Yes, sir.
3 OO, black Nike close-up.
Yes.
3 PP, bottom of the shoes of the black Nikes. Is that
Yes.
correct? 3 QQ, black Nike from the side.
Yes.
3 RR, another photograph of the black Nikes.
Yes.
3 SS, black Nike close-up showing size 13.
Yes.
3 TT, a close-up of the clipboard.
Yes.
3 UU, photograph of the HomeFlex gas reader.
Yes, sir.
3 VV, hammer.
Yes.
3 WW, 2 other pairs of men's sneakers.
Yes.
3 XX, one of the pairs of those sneakers, size 13.
Yes, sir.
And 3 YY, the other pair of the sneakers, size 13. Is that correct?
Yes.
The people moved 3 FF through 3 YY into evidence.
I have no objection to that.
No, are there?
And if I could just approach with one of the exhibits that's already been entered. I know Ms. Lofton had discussed a pair of the gloves. And there's a couple places in these reports where items are documented. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, there's part of it in the typewritten up near the front of the reports. There's the handwritten, and there's also another group of itemization of the items. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention with item 7G. Am I correct that the black and brown gloves are noted here in this part of the report?
They are.
And this is the black and brown gloves. Do you recognize that as your department's code on the front with the sticker?
Yes.
Can you take that?
Sure.
Thanks. Can you open that and show us what's inside?
One black glove. Looks to be a right-handed glove. And then another black glove, which would be the other one for the left hand.
Okay. And do you recall seeing those when the vehicle was processed?
I do not recall seeing those myself.
They were taken in, though, with the other items.
Right.
If you could just put those back in
Sure.
for us. And all these physical items were turned over to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
They were.
They sent out 2 detectives to pick these up?
They came down and everything was turned over to them by CSI investigator King.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, Judge.
There was new evidence introduced all while for cross.
Thank you very much. Lieutenant, just to follow up on that last item, the 7GG, I think it was, that pair of black gloves, were you able to determine when you looked at them whether what size they were?
I didn't see the size.
Okay, and is it, just for filling out the record here a little bit, are those like latex gloves or?
They were made of rubber.
Made of rubber.
Yeah,
so,
some cloth on the end of them.
And cloth on the inside, but
Yes.
there was nothing that indicated what size it was.
I didn't see it size, no sir.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right, that was across Zuazo and so across Hernandez.
Sir, just to follow up, I know we discussed the return on the search warrant. Would you agree with me that using that sheet, it also dictates or leaves a space where whoever is doing the search and finding the evidence has a place where they can put the location, so the location of the item and where it was found, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I know you were already asked that you don't have any independent recollection of the gloves being found in the car, so is it safe to assume you don't know where those gloves were found, correct?
Right.
I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Detective, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Judge, can I check the hall for one of our witnesses to see if she's here yet?
And Your Honor, for the record, I have no objection to Lieutenant Jones being allowed to leave.
Okay. All right, you're excused.
So is it the gloves? Is there going to be a mistrial based on the gloves not being part of the search warrant found, and he has no idea where the gloves came from? So is that what they're going to say? Oh, mistrial. The gloves were planted.
One of the people called Sierra Ramirez.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. You can just step in there and raise your hand. I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're going to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Hello, my name is Sierra Ramirez, S-I-E-R-A, last name R-A-M-I-R-E-Z.
Your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you tell us how you're currently employed?
I currently work for the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. I work in the forensic laboratory. I'm hired as a forensic laboratory analyst where I work in the biology unit doing DNA testing, and I'm also a member of the crime scene response team.
Okay, and how long have you had the duties of doing DNA testing?
Almost 5 years.
Okay, and have you had specialized training in that?
Yes, I have.
And regarding crime scenes, that's also something in addition to doing DNA testing.
That is correct.
And do you have specialized training in that also?
Yes.
And what does that training consist of?
For the crime scene or the DNA, or for both?
For both.
So for the DNA aspect of it, I have a master's degree in forensic science where I have an emphasis in DNA. In addition, I did a internship at the West Virginia State Police, which incorporated DNA. I also, when getting hired into the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, underwent a 1.5 years of training, going through hundreds of samples, doing interpretations, and doing the testing from start to finish, and before being competency tested by my peers, other qualified analysts.
Okay. And have you been qualified as an expert before in DNA testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified as such?
Yes.
And were you also qualified as an expert and testified as such in this case down at district court?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, the people move Ms. Ramirez into testify as an expert in the field of DNA testing.
Your Honor, I am in receipt of Ms. Ramirez's curriculum vitae. I also participated in preliminary examination. I have no objection to her being qualified to testify as an expert in DNA analysis.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy.
No objection.
All right, so it's DNA testing and analysis?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, she's deemed an expert in that field.
Can you tell us how it was that you first became involved in this case?
So in addition to the DNA testing, I was also a member that responded to the crime scene itself. In October of last year, at the scene, I participated in evidence collection where I collected most of the evidence that was being tested in this case from the crime scene itself. In addition, afterwards, I received the biology request where I went on to do all of the DNA testing in this case as well.
I'm trying to pivot. As part of your duties, do you compile a report regarding your findings and what you've processed?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And when you do that, do you have a laboratory number that corresponds to the case?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what the laboratory number that corresponds to this investigation is?
24-2071.
And did you complete reports, plural, in this case?
I completed 3 separate DNA reports.
Okay. And those DNA reports, each one is also labeled separately for your reference under that lab report number. Is that correct?
Yeah, each report has its own request number associated with it.
Okay. And for the record, one would be request number 0003. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
And 0004?
That's correct.
And 0005?
Correct.
And do you have copies of those reports with you?
Yes, I did bring my own copies.
Okay, I'm gonna, if I could approach, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 9. Does People's Exhibit number 9 reflect your lab report number 0003?
May I look?
Sure.
May I look at my notes as well to make
Sure.
sure? The keys coming down. Yep, 6 pages. This is correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 10. Does that correspond with your lab report 0004?
That is correct.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as request number 0005. Does that correspond with People's Exhibit number 11?
That is correct.
Okay, and these are kept in the ordinary course of your business and your records for
Yes.
the Sheriff's Office? People would move People's Exhibit number 9, 10, and 11 into evidence.
I have no objection to that. I've received all these documents.
No objection.
All right, 9, 10, and 11 are in.
Now, let's start with your response to the scene itself. Did you respond there?
Yes, I did.
And there were other members of your evidence collection investigative team?
Yes, I was not the lead investigator, but I was a member of the team that assisted in processing the scene.
And Valmyra was part of that team?
Yes, she was the lead investigator who authored the crime scene report.
And have you worked with her on many occasions?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and do me one favor, because I've started out this way, but not with you. Can you make sure you talk very loud, because the folks in the first and second row need to hear you also.
I will try to do better.
I'm not saying you weren't doing well. I'm just saying, just going forward. When you went to that scene, did you have any specialized duties as far as looking at that scene and processing it?
I came in with a DNA mindset, looking for evidence that could be collected for possible future DNA testing. My job there was evidence collection, where I swabbed several items for DNA testing in the future and also helped collect other items of evidence as well.
Okay, so you physically collected exhibits yourself?
Yes, I did.
And did you swab items at the scene itself?
Yes, I did.
And then did you test items that you didn't necessarily swab at the scene that you tested back at your lab?
Yes, and this is normal.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention first to exhibit number 9, which is a report dealing with request number 3. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
Okay. In request number 3, did you take a look at the items that had been collected from the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And when you work on a case like this, do you work with detectives?
Yes, they are typically at the scene as well.
Okay. When it comes to deciding what to process for DNA, is that somewhat of a complex decision to make what items get processed and what items cannot be processed?
There can be a lot of communication involved. Ultimately, it's dependent on what the detective or the officer in charge would like to be tested, but we can sometimes, we as in myself and other members of the crime scene team or other members of a DNA unit, can give input on what might be the best items to have probative results.
Okay. And you've done that on a regular basis?
Yes.
There's communication back and forth?
Yes, sometimes.
Hopefully, but ultimately it's going to be the detective's decision where to direct your talents.
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, based on things that get processed and then things that collected later and then requests for process, that again is the discussion with you and the detective.
Yes.
Starting with exhibit number 9, did you process an exhibit that was a white mask?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you have your own set of numbers regarding what you're processing for an evidence property tag, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that evidence property tag number is not going to match up how we're calling it today in court. Okay, so that white mask for the property that was pulled was given your property number 172985. Is that correct?
Yes. There were 2 white masks submitted for this report, but one of them is item number 172985.
Okay, and I'm going to ask to approach these have, I believe, already been admitted into evidence because they came from Cato Parish. But do you recognize this item itself?
This is item 172985, and my signature is across the seal.
Okay. And for the record, this one's been labeled 7B. I'm going to ask you, because of your responsibilities, do you deal with biohazards?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Would it be a hazard for you to open this up, or would you be able to open up the mask to show us what you tested?
That can be up to you guys. Most of the time I don't prefer to open it up just in case future DNA testing because I don't want to be responsible for contaminating, but that is the decision of the court.
I'll leave it in the bag. If defense counsel wants it removed, we can do so. If the jury wants to see it out of the bag, we can do so also at some other point. But I'll refer to it.
Would you feel more comfortable if you had plastic gloves or latex gloves?
Gloves and possibly a mask, yes.
Okay. All right. So if we're taking out the biohazard evidence, we'll provide that to you.
Thank you so much.
So regarding Exhibit 7B, what did you do regarding that exhibit?
So the item was 1 sealed brown paper bag containing 1 off-white balaclava mask. This mask was submitted where I collected a sample of DNA from the mask that then went forward for DNA testing.
Okay, and did you swab the inside or the outside of the mask or both?
Per my notes, if I'm recollecting correctly, I swabbed where the nose and mouth covering would have been. There was a seam on the interior of the mask, so I could make an assumption of the interior. So I was able to swab where I believed the covering would be.
Okay, and for any of these results to even start taking place, you have to have some standard known samples of folks that we're interested in for comparison purposes. Is that correct?
That would be correct, but I do want to put out there that in cases where there's evidence and knowns, I do process the evidence first before processing the knowns to ensure that there was no contamination between the known evidence with the evidence that is being tested.
Okay, and when you finally got to the point of making comparisons, what were the knowns that you were given in this case for comparison purposes?
There were 4 different knowns that I received. Do you want me to read the item numbers associated with them as well? Or just the names?
No. At this point, we're going to go item by item when we get to that with the results, but who just in general did you have for comparison purposes?
There were 2 victims and 2 suspects. The names of the associated individuals were Joshua Zuazo, Linda Murray, Carlos Hernandez, and Hussein Murray.
And what type of samples did you have for comparison purposes?
For Hussein Murray, I received a blood card, and for the other 3 people, I received a buccal swab, which is a sample from the inside of their mouth, which collects skin cells that can be used to develop a DNA profile.
Okay, so going back to exhibit number 7B, were you able to get any connection between any of the knowns and that inside of that white mask?
For the results of this and the interpretation, a DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. After we as in the laboratory part of procedure, but I did a statistic. I need to go into this real quick before I read the statistics so it makes a little bit more sense. It's a likelihood ratio where I'm comparing 2 different hypotheses against one another. The person of interest versus an unknown, unrelated person. You can think of it as a teeter-totter where both of these hypotheses are competing, and whatever one is stronger, there will be a value associated with it, and there's also a verbal qualifier as the last sentence to tell you how strong of a support that person may or may not be a contributor to the sample. So it's kind of a lengthy statement, but I'm going to have to read the entire thing so it's all together. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 9.68 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Joshua Zuazo than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Joshua Zuazo is a contributor to the DNA typing results obtained.
Okay. I'm going to move to Exhibit 7C, which corresponds to your lab property number 172991, and also 7D, which is also part of your 1792991B. Do you see those?
Yes, I do. And real quick, back to that first mask. Carlos Hernandez, Hussein Murray, and Linda Murray were excluded as possible contributors to that DNA results that were obtained. So,
Excuse me, I didn't follow that. Which item are we talking about?
I apologize. Item, the first balaclava mask we were talking about, item 172985.
Linda Murray and Hernandez, and the third name you said?
Hussein Murray.
Very good, thank you. Now I understand.
I'll approach you with People's Exhibit 7C and 7D, which have the face covering and mask inside. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It has the item number associated and as well as my initials on the tape seal when I resealed the evidence.
I'm not going to ask you to open the mask, but it's again a biohazard. But did you do testing on that item?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Regarding the face covering, did you come up with any observations of the face covering or the N95 mask as far as your visual observations?
So in this package, there were two separate masks. One was an N95. The other was a balaclava off-white mask, again, similar to a ski mask. For this result, for the balaclava mask, I simply took a collection of the interior of the mask again around that mouth and nose covering. I did not observe any other biological stains on that item. And for item B, the N95 mask, I took a swab from the interior of the mask, and I also took a swab from the exterior of the mask because I had observed a red-brown stain that was presumptively tested and tested positive for the possible presence of blood.
And did you get any results that were relevant to the knowns that you were given?
For the balaclava mask, the partial DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. I compared all 4 people to this as well. Items, so Joshua Zuazo, Hussein Murray, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. I then did a following comparison that based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 166 septillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA typing results obtained.
Approach you with People's Exhibit that's been numbered 7E.
Would you like me to read the
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
the N95 mask?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
The N95 mask, there were two swabs that were collected. One from the interior of the mask, which was the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. So Joshua Zuazo is excluded as a possible contributor from the DNA results obtained. And then another comparison was completed. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 15.4 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. So then moving on to the stain on the exterior of the mask. The DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 2 individuals. Joshua Zuazo is excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 5.44 trillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Sorry, one more comparison. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 9 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA typing results obtained.
I'm going to direct your attention to property report number 173005, a white T-shirt. That's going to be People's Exhibit number 7E. Let me approach that exhibit. Do you recognize this exhibit? Does it have your initials?
Yes.
Item number?
Yes.
I don't have it memorized, I'm sorry. It's 173005. And did you examine that white T-shirt that's been labeled Exhibit number 7E?
Yes, I did. I collected 2 stains from the white T-shirt. There was a red-brown stain on the exterior of the T-shirt that indicated the possible presence of blood. I collected a sample from this stain. I also took a swab of the interior T-shirt collar for DNA analysis.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you have any results that were relevant?
For the stain on the exterior of the white T-shirt, the DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 17.2 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. So moving on to the other sample that I collected, which was a swab of the interior collar of the T-shirt. I collect this and trying to determine who may have been a user of the T-shirt. The collar swab, the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. I then completed 2 comparisons. The first comparison, based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 1,820 times more likely if the DNA originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zuazo and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. The second comparison, based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 10.5 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Next, property report number 1729981, which are the brown Timberland boots, which is marked 7A. Do you see that in your report?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 7A. This has already been introduced. Do you recognize this with your initials on it?
Yes, I tested these 3 separate times, so there are several tape seals with my initials on them.
And can you tell us what part of the boots on this first request did you test?
A sample was collected from the interior right boot for DNA analysis. I also found evidence screening indicated the possible presence of blood on both boots, but another sample was collected from the stain on the exterior of the right boot. So a stain indicating the possible presence of blood was swabbed in addition to the interior of the boot.
And did you get any results that are relevant to this case?
For the interior of the right boot, due to the limited nature of the results from this item, the data is not suitable for comparison purposes, so I did not do any comparisons on this. The stain on the exterior of the right boot, The DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. I then completed comparisons. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 13.2 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated, unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 7F. Which are the black Nike shoes. Do you recognize your initials on that?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us, was there anything relevant to this case when you processed those shoes?
So this is item 172992. A sample was collected from the interior of the right shoe for DNA analysis. Evidence screening indicated the possible presence of blood on both shoes, and another sample was collected from a stain on the exterior of the right shoe for a DNA analysis. Moving on to my interpretations. From the interior of the right shoe, the partial DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals. I then completed 3 interpretations. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 523 times more likely if the DNA originated from 2 unrelated, unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zuazo and 1 unrelated, unknown individual. This analysis provides moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA results, it is approximately 3.63 times more likely if the DNA originated from 2 unrelated, unknown individuals than if it originated from Carlos Hernandez and 1 unrelated, unknown individual. This analysis provides limited support that Carlos Hernandez is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. The last comparison. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 17.9 million times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 1 unrelated, unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated, unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. So moving on to the stain on the exterior of the right shoe. The DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. And one last comparison for this item. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 22.8 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated, unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Okay. Are there any other relevant results that you had from your first request?
Some items were not tested on this request and they were tested on a future request. I'm not sure if I went through all of the items that were tested on here.
Okay.
Would you like me to go through any more?
I don't know.
There's a lot of items tested. I don't know how much.
Items that have relevant test results. I'm not going to ask you about the irrelevant ones. Defense counsel can ask you if they want to about any of those. I'm just going to ask where we have relevant responses, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
I'm going to direct your attention to request number 4, exhibit number 10. Directing your attention to property number 172871. The duct tape from the kitchen floor, that's going to be labeled People's Exhibit number 8. 8E. Did you test that item?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us? Sorry, Judge. Test 8B.
Which one is that?
That duct tape?
The 3 pieces of duct tape that was found in the kitchen?
Yes.
I did test that.
And can you tell us what relevant results, if any, that you found?
There were comparisons to all 4 individuals, if you'd like me to go through and read all of those.
Yes, please.
Okay, so these 3 pieces of duct tape, I received them and still intact. I took a swabbing of all 3 of those items and then obtained a DNA profile, and the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. So all 4 people in this case were compared, so I'm going to read all of them. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 4.95 billion times more likely the DNA originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zuazo and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 1.42 million times more likely if the DNA originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Carlos Hernandez and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 3.57 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. And based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 947 quadrillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Linda Murray and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Linda Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Okay. And my fault, and apology, I was looking for Exhibit 8B in a smaller bag. It's actually in this box. Do you recognize that with your initials as what you tested?
Yes, it was in the box to ensure the tape did not get squished together in a bag.
I'm going to ask you, did you test property number 172856, which was the duct tape from the victim's hands?
Yes. I took this swab.
That's going to be marked as 8C for the exhibits.
So I took this swab while I was on scene. It was a swab of the duct tape that was wrapped around the victim's hand while I was on scene.
Okay, I'm going to approach with that. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what results, if any, you found on 8C?
I cut the swab, and the DNA results I obtained. The DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 18.6 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's property number 172894B, People's Exhibit number 8D. If I could approach, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that's your initials on there?
Yes.
Were there any relevant results on People's Exhibit number 8D?
So this item contained the duct tape swabs and additional zip ties that were taken off at the MEs for additional testing. As I had already swabbed the duct tape, that went to our latent print examiner for further testing, but I did DNA testing on the zip tie pieces because those were not viewable during the time of the first swabbing. So those zip tie pieces, the DNA profile is originating from a single male individual. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 14.8 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 8D. Do you recognize that exhibit regarding the zip ties?
Yes.
Yeah. And you recognize it with your initials?
Yes.
And those zip ties and duct tape, those correspond with property number 172894B.
Yep, that's the zip ties I just read.
Okay. And were there any relevant results found there?
Those were the zip tie pieces I just read a moment ago. Those were the relevant results.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as 7G.
Mr. Dr. Cassidy, 8G.
Judge, can I approach for a second?
Come on up. We are going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. So just 20 minutes back in your jury room. We'll bring you back in shortly.
All rise for the jury, please.
All right, I'll be back.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
You may be seated.
Didn't hear an issue, just heard that they haven't had a break yet. They've been going since 9. These guys got there at 8:30, 8. Yeah, they've been going for 2 hours. All right, so let's get through it. Yeah, this Sierra Ramirez doing really good. I can't believe they're just letting those guys. Are they gonna handcuff them, or are they just gonna let them hang out? Huh? Are they literally just gonna let them hang out? Okay, he's gonna. I wonder if he has a shock belt on, because if he wants to, he could just boop, fling them aside. I think those three could handle Zuazo, or those two could handle Zuazo. Yep, Callie Graham, they're in jail. They are not out on bond. And don't forget, Hernandez was found in Louisiana, so he's definitely a flight risk with his wife and kid, or kids. All right, let's go through. What we've heard so far. So we've heard Detective Packmeyer, he came on again. He was came back on. Basically, he goes over the videos from Lowe's. He interviewed Kelly Broad. I thought it was Brian Broad, but I guess it's Kelly Broad. He played the videos for Kelly, and Kelly identified Zuazo. Then we get into the cross from Mr. McCarthy with the quotes, "Come on, man," not "Come on, let's go." He's like, well, actually, he thinks it's like, he said, "Come on, man," and then after that he said, "Let's go, come on, let's go." So he kind of combined it. So he's like, oh, I see. So then we get to Officer Eric Hill. He's with the police department. He was driving. I think he was driving around in an unmarked car, and he sees smoke coming from an empty field. And he says there's really nothing in that area. So he went to investigate, and there were 2 firefighters that were there. They were going to lunch, and they also saw the smoke. So they all go to this vehicle. The car had a DTE logo, so he kind of figured it was probably stolen. Then Lieutenant Martez Dixon, who's with the Detroit Fire Investigation, he determines the origin and cause. So he couldn't figure out the cause of this, but he determined it started in the passenger side, I should say. And then Detective Casey Jones driving that train. So he's from Cato Parish, which is Shreveport, is the area that we're talking about. So I-49. They stop a white, wasn't a Jeep. He says Jeep, but it was more like a minivan, I guess. So there was a bolo out on that. Be on the lookout. And Hernandez was taken into custody. So there they find the POCO 32 license plate, the DTE Energy sign, a bucket hat, white mask, Home Depot bag, brown work boots, white T-shirt. Chest drawer with jewelry in it, a gas meter reader, a hammer. Oof, that one hurt when I heard that. Some gloves, and then his wife and a minor child with some pets were there. So this is where his wife, we heard at the beginning of this trial, that she wants to be in the court, but she may testify. She also may be charged. So now we understand why she may be charged in all of this. Let's see. So under cross, then McCarthy didn't make any big hits there. He was talking about he doesn't remember if there was a child seat. The brown shoes were in a white trash bag. But Miss Lofton, who was representing Hernandez, definitely got in. I guess I don't know. It was over the gloves. So they had entered into evidence gloves. Thank you, John. Appreciate your support. I bet that they got caught when one of their bosses recognized one of their voices in the videos. That was Kelly Broad. I thought his name was Brian, but it's Kelly Broad. He employed Zuazo, and when the videos were shown, I guess on the news, that's when he called detectives and he says, "Yep, I recognize that guy." All right, so Miss Lofton, she's the one that said, okay, so on the list of reports, there were some gloves there. Why weren't they on the search warrant? And he says he doesn't remember any gloves being there. So then redirect comes up, and they bring in a bag of evidence, and he pulls out 2 gloves. He still doesn't recall seeing them. So she's going to say, well, where they were planted. I mean, if you're going to planting gloves, that was like that to me was a non-issue because of all the other evidence, the jewelry from Linda, the bloodstained shoes, which now we'll go into that. So next up is Sierra Ramirez. She's the DNA expert. So she basically, she took the 2 victims, 2 suspects, so Linda, Sam, Hernandez, and Zuazo. So the masks. So there were 2 masks. One was the N95 and the other was the balaclava. And let's see. The balaclava had possible blood and it belonged to Hernandez. The N95 goes back to Zuazo. Then there was a T-shirt that had red brown stain on it. That went back to Sam Murray. The collar went back to Hernandez. The DNA went back to Hernandez. So both masks are going back to them. The shirt with Sam's blood is going back to Hernandez. Work boots, blood of Sam is going back. Sam's blood is going back to that. And here's where it got confusing for me. The interior, it was moderate support that it was Zuazo's. It was moderate support that it was Zuazo. I thought there would be a little bit more, but the blood stain goes back to Sam, and who has the work boot? It's in the car. It's in the car with Hernandez. Then she's going through duct tape right now. There were 3 pieces found in the kitchen. I want to say chicken. Can you tell it's getting close to lunchtime? So strong support that it was Linda. And now they're talking about the zip ties, and Sam is basically the contributor. So I like her as a DNA expert only because she gives the data, and we've been talking about this. She gives the data for all the nerds, and then she ties it up for the lay people. So if you're just sitting there and you're part of the peanut gallery, you're part of the bus stop group, bus stop people, and you're just sitting there drooling, listening to this, you're like, ugh. Then she gives you 9 octillion, 17.2 octillion more likely, 166 septillion more likely. So she gives you the raw data, but then she's like, and what that means is it's highly likely, it's very strongly likely, it's moderately likely that it was Zuazo, Hernandez, Sam. So hey Lynn, how are you? Good to see you. Thanks for dropping in or joining us. If you're not just dropping in, hopefully you'll stick around. Let's see. Mel says, this is just another case where being a quiet spouse does not pay. Kathy, did I miss anything? You've been on the phone. I hope that my recap helped you. You missed, I don't know how long you were on the phone, but basically, Hernandez was pulled over. Routine. Well, was it routine? No, it wasn't a routine traffic stop because they had to be on the lookout for him. They had a bolo on him, so they pulled him over. They find all these items in his car. I don't know. Were they trying to run away? Kind of seems like it. They had some clothes. They had the kid. They had some pets, and everything now is going back to Hernandez, and all the items that were found in his car. Bloodstains going back to Sam, DNA going back to Linda, jewelry found going back to Linda. I don't know. Seems pretty damning right now. Let's see. Bice says, many decades ago, defendants covered their faces, robbed, etc., but stopped short of, how things have changed. Yeah, it may have still been out there. We just didn't know about it. We didn't hear about it. We didn't cover it. Yes, the peanut gallery. 1 peanut, 2 peanut, 5 peanuts. Dwayne, they left everything behind except a football jersey from the 90s. Nice. Dwayne, you're always dropping a good one. Good one. Northwest, my guess is car seat went with child to hotel. Awesome Potamus. This case is why it's so important to make workers show ID before unlocking the door. Yeah. I mean, we've just we've reached the drawer from the house. Yeah, there was the drawer full of jewelry. I mean, come on. I mean, how much more? Kathy, they got him. Then to me, it's we haven't heard from the defense yet. We have to hear. They have to cross obviously the DNA. I don't know how they're gonna. They're both blaming each other, right? So how Hernandez is going to get out of this? Is he going to say it was planted? It's his DNA is on the shirt. His DNA is on the mask. He's got the POCO, the POCO 32 license plate, which we found was stolen. That was Mr. Who was that? Thomas Colleen. His vehicle was stolen. They've got a DTE Energy sign. He's got a DTE Energy sign in the back of his, in the car that he's driving when he's pulled over. I mean, I don't know. Mel, got to take care of that blood sugar, right? Yeah. Well, we'll break for lunch. We'll have some lunch for sure. Rich says, verify workers with company and they shouldn't come by at night. Yeah. Well, they said that both Linda and Sam were saying no. That was at 10 o'clock they came by. They're like, no, that's too late to come by. Blah. So these guys came back the next morning and, unfortunately, I guess they didn't. They were showing their ID. Remember Hernandez, or allegedly Hernandez, he had his ID on his pocket, his chest pocket, and he showed him. So I don't know. Yeah, Northwest, that's true. If emergency gas leak, fire trucks will come out too. Yeah, that's true. I think you said that before as well. Yesterday, I think I saw that. So yeah, it's not just going to be two workers and the same workers. That's the other thing. It's not going to be the same workers coming back, right? Probably would be a different shift. Because if these guys are out at 10, are they going to be the same ones coming back at 9 in the morning? Probably not. So that would be a red flag as well, I would think. Ann says they are both guilty. It's not looking good. It's not looking good for them right now. John, thank you. Appreciate your support. Let's see, what are you saying? These guys are some of the absolute stupidest pair of burglars I've ever seen. Who cares? Who carries all of their incriminating evidence with you back to Texas, right? Well, good point. They were going to Louisiana, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Vice says, great point. With the shift change, yeah. If you're talking about that, yeah, shift change, definitely. Hey, Dave. Good morning to you. Appreciate you coming in. Awesome, Potamus. And if the reflective vest is too clean, be sus, right? Joanne, thanking John for the generosity. So thank you, John. Appreciate it. Madam Crumbly Defender will pound on the podium. Psychosaurus Rex says, people also just don't show up checking just in case gas leaks. Yep, gas leaks are reported, and if an investigation outside of a single home needed, you get notified immediately by DTE. And remember, Linda said on the stand yesterday, she said, she asked Sam, she said, do you smell gas? He's like, no, I don't. So, they're losers. They're losers. Yeah. Mel says the defense has a very tough case. I don't know what they're going to say. Well, they're both kind of pointing the finger at each other, so I don't know. Oh, can you imagine if they take the stand? Whoo, that would be a fun one. That'd be a fun ego takes the stand. So, oh, mammy. Dave, are you okay? And it would have been really funny if the house was all electric, right? They'd be like, we don't have gas. That would be us. We don't have gas. If they come knock on our door. And what's really sick is that they had them sign a waiver, or they had them sign a consent allowing them to come in. That's what's really, I mean, there's a lot of layers here, but that's another layer. They have a clipboard. They have a rider or waiver, whatever you want to call them. I guess a waiver, a consent form. Can you sign this to consent for us to come in? I mean, that's like, oh, man. BLP, the only smell of gas is during cross-exam. So, Janet, hello, everyone. A couple hours behind. Northwest says, not sure that was the plan going in, but it doesn't matter, right? Green-Eyed Cat, you are here? Yes. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, do you smell gas? No, we have electricity. That's what I would say. I'd be like, we don't have gas. We don't have a gas furnace. We don't have gas stove. We don't have gas heater, hot water. So, nope. Janet, preying on the elderly. Well, yes, and also they went to Hernandez went to his shop, his pawn shop, and shook his hand, met him, cased it out. So Pammy equals Mammy. Red Snap says they are supposed to call first if it's legit. Mel, these two defendants don't get the Einstein Award this year, that's for sure. Northwest, your puppy has gas. Nice. And I'm surprised that one of them that didn't take a plea deal. I don't think it's offered. If it's not, we talk about that often. It's like, why didn't they take the plea? Why didn't they take the plea? I don't think it's offered. I mean, we talked to Florida PI Sam about that. She's like, they don't offer it. Just because we think that they should, they don't always offer it. So the state probably didn't offer them a plea and said, nope, you guys are going down. We have enough evidence on you. We don't want you to, we're not going to give you 5 years, 10 years. We want you going down, So as much as we're like, oh, why didn't they take it, or wonder why they didn't take it, I'm pretty sure Sam said it's not offered, Janet, yeah, he seems like a really nice guy. We did watch a video. Cindy sent us a video of a confrontation, we'll call it, with this other content creator. He swears, but this guy's like filming his shop and stuff. I wouldn't offer a plea to Tweedledee and Tweedledum. I called him Mutt and Jeff the other day. Edwadi, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Always good to see you in our chat. Awesome Potamus, prison diet will be good. Yeah, Abbott Costello. Why offer a plea deal when it's a slam dunk case, Joanne says. Yep, I agree. B Michigan, thank you for joining us. So glad we're covering this. I appreciate our DTE workers so much when there's a huge weather event. These two should be life without parole. Yeah, where are my Detroit peeps? Where are my Michigan peeps? JRN passes out some Beano. Where are our Michigan folks? If you guys are from Michigan, let us know. Sounds like they're coming back into court. Nope, defendants aren't back yet. It's actually an insult. It's an insult to anyone actually called Motor Jeff. I totally get that from my mom. I think she always used to, Mutt and Jeff. Cindy's from Michigan. Hello. Who else is from Michigan? Dwayne, I know you're a Detroit guy. Northwest, the defendant can always plea open to court as charged. So just like right now, they could just be like, I plead guilty. That could just happen at any point in time. That's wild. Rich Auntie says, Donna Adelson says, too many carbs. Maybe fewer carbs in Michigan. Right? B Michigan, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining our family. JRN says, where'd my peanut go? So Northwest says, yeah, you can just plea at any point. How do you stay this heavy? I don't know. Calligram says, guys, be nice. That's true. That is true. There's Dwayne. Hetty and Mabel, hello from Wales. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. And are they both in the courtroom? Not right now, but yes, they are. They're going to bring them up. They're going to bring them up. I saw just a brief, like a few minutes. She comes like in a wheelchair, right? And she's talking. I saw it briefly. I'm going to probably watch it over the weekend. Donna's daily calorie needs are very different to a 6'6" dude. I agree, Northwest. Just Shamrock, hello to you. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Woke says they both know their dust. This is just a nice break from their cells. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I just saw the like 5 seconds of it. I'll watch it probably over the weekend. Bias with FPL, which is Florida Power and Light, they do their share of giveth and taketh away. Even underground utilities can be unreliable. Yeah, I've had that question, or I've had that conversation with a lot of people with all the hurricanes and tropical systems that go through Florida. Why don't they just put everything underground? I'm like, I'd be willing to pay an extra, even $5 a month on my utility bill just to put all the lines underground, but I'm sure there's a lot more involved with just that. Michelle, Southeast Michigan. All right. So we got a few people from Michigan. Michigan, Michelle. Janet, he is easily identifiable. I agree. Dave, I have a question. Since we have two defendants and they're blaming each other, can they testify against each other? Interesting. That might be where the two juries come into play, where they can't, some evidence is inadmissible. That's a really good question, yeah. Can they get up and testify against each other? Pammy thinks so. Huh. That would be, Dave, that would be truly worth an episode of The Ego Takes the Stand if they both testify against each other. Then they would just like cancel each other out, right? Anyone from the great state of Oregon? Yeah, I think we have a few, or maybe from Washington. Northwest, blame each other. Blame each other's fine. They are both responsible for the other's actions. That's true. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we talk about that all the time. You are still, I'm driving the car, you rob a bank, you shoot somebody, they're gone. I'm still on the hook for that. So, Deb H, how long is the break? I think 15 minutes, 10 or 15 minutes, so it should be coming back soon. I mean, when the lawyers are there, it's only a matter of time. They're bringing up the defendants. They have to bring them up one at a time. They have to handcuff them, bring them up. We saw that with Sonny Bell, where they had 5 defendants and they had to bring them up, one at a time. Oh yeah, that's right, Pammy. How was your sandwich? I totally forgot. Brad says, in Donna's mind, she will always be the victim since all of her choices and actions will always be someone else's fault. That is true. Was it 20 minutes? Okay. Thank you, Northwest. Or has it been 20 minutes? Did the judge say? Usually I write down how long it is. It has definitely been 20 minutes. Yeah, even longer. It's been like 25 minutes. They were let out about 21 minutes ago. Yeah, it's been over 20 minutes. 20-minute break, so it should be back in 5. See, I have it going longer than that. I can rewind back to 20. He's let out at like 22 minutes and counting. 23 minutes. All right, here they come back in. All right, judge said 20. Thank you, Kathleen. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so they're coming back in. Ann says you're in Florida. Happy the weather is finally getting better. Pammy, very good. You're so happy. Me so happy. Sharon, Oregon coast. Cool. Awesome potamus. Funny though, Donna looked like a seasoned jailbird in the surveillance video. All right. That's true. Everybody's got to use the restroom. Ruth Wally, Michigan, coming in. Yep, Northwest and Brat, you guys had the same. You guys had the same same point. And Dave, yeah, the clocks. The clocks are not reverent. Yeah, now you see where they're seated. So if you look. So now they're showing where the jury would sit. So they have to switch the jury. They're doing that by switching out like the juries A and B, that's what they're calling them, jury A, jury B. So now they're going to switch them so that they can have different views of the courtroom. Sometimes they'll be next to the judge. Sometimes they'll be away from the judge. You know, all that stuff. Crystal Gale, yep. That's a good one, Jaron. All right. Bringing Mr. Zuazo back into. Switch them like a football field? Right, exactly. Welcome in, Sharon. Thank you for joining. Thank you, and welcome to Rabbit Ears. Is that a patent leather skirt? Oh, shirt. I don't think so, Awesome. I don't think Michigan does. I'll double check, but I don't think so. In fact, they do not. They abolished it in 1846, becoming the first English-speaking jurisdiction to do so. How about that? So, and prohibition against capital punishment was enshrined in 1963 Constitution. So, despite attempts to reverse it over the years, it's never successfully reinstated. So, 1846, they were the first English-speaking jurisdiction to abolish capital punishment. How about that? The things you learn. Things you learn. So there you go. Hey, Chloe. Chloe's mom. You've been listening while cleaning. You're in Michigan. Oh, nice. Thank you for letting us know. Cindy, yes, no DP. Wait, what do I need? Tell me what I need, because I'm ahead of you guys. I'm like 20 seconds ahead of you guys. Richard, when you make spaghetti yesterday and garlic toast and air fryer, I just remembered I forgot to eat the toast. Oh no. Yeah, Jenny, that is a tragedy. Garlic toast is awesome. Yeah, just can you reheat it, Richard? Can you just reheat it? Alicia, what are we talking about? A lot of things. It's a stream of consciousness here. We were talking about, does Michigan have capital punishment? Richard left his garlic toast in the air fryer overnight. Hey, Melissa, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Dwayne also saying no DP. Rhombohedral, yeah. I saw a headline, right? Yeah. Ann says, shocked they don't have ankle chains on. They may have shock belts too. Well, maybe not. Doesn't look like he does. I mean, if they put a shock belt on Sarah, I would put a shock belt on him for sure. Mary Fitz is lurking in Dallas. Alicia, I was trying to figure out the state. Oh, yes, Michigan. If they have the DP. And, oh, yes, yeah, okay. 1846 they abolished it. Mary says grandparents lived in Iron Mountain. Very nice. CJ says you've never heard of garlic toast? It's as good as it sounds. Butter and garlic or oil and garlic. Toasted or baked. Really good. Maybe on his ankles. Yep. Maybe.
Good afternoon. No, we're not doing our lunch break yet. So, yeah, please be seated. We don't need to recall. Everybody's here. I see everybody. And we can bring back our jurors. You know, I actually want to address the jurors, Mr. Maris, before I put you back up. So we'll, if you want to just have a seat in the audience for a moment.
So judge wants to address the jury. I wonder what she's going to say.
All right, for the jury, please.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. All right, before we get started, and we're mid-witness, but I did want to address both jury panels at this time, all right? I know everyone listens differently and listens to testimony. You know, you could maybe leave your head to the side, close your eyes, do something and still be listening. But we're also watching you as jurors, and we want to make sure that everyone's paying attention. If your eyes are closed, we don't know whether or not you are listening, okay? So I'm going to ask that you please keep your eyes open, and obviously that doesn't include blinking or whatever, just kind of our natural things. But there's obviously a lot at stake for everybody involved in this case. So please do everything you can to remain cognizant, and if that means during a break you raise your hand and you say, I gotta go get a cup of coffee, you gotta let me out of that jury room, I prefer to hear that, okay? All right, the next thing I want to address is that we also have to remember that we are to have no contact with anybody that's smiling at anyone outside of your jurors and your peers that are with you. The panel should not be talking with each other, and there's a lot going on here logistically. We've talked about that at nauseum at this point. Be very careful about who you're talking in front of and who is around you and who you are communicating with. Okay? All right, thank you. Mr. Maris, come on up. And you remain under oath, so your witness.
Thank you, Judge. wanted to pick up where we left off with the last item on your request number 4, which is People's Exhibit number 10. Can you tell us, did you test property number 1729898?
Yes, I did.
It's going to be already introduced, but show it to you. People's Exhibit number 7G. Do you recognize that as an item that you tested?
Yes, it was a pair of 2 black gloves.
And can you tell us, was there anything relevant to this case that you located on that glove, those gloves?
So there was a right glove and a left glove in the packaging. I labeled right glove as A, left glove as B. I only tested the right glove at that time because at some point you have to triage the amount of testing that you're doing for DNA. For the right glove, I took a sample from the exterior of the glove that indicated the possible presence of blood. And I took an additional sample that was collected from the interior of the glove for DNA analysis. So for the right glove, the stain on the exterior, the DNA profile from the exterior of the right glove is interpreted as a mixture of 2 individuals. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 8.08 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as contributors to the DNA results obtained. So the interior of the right glove in which I swabbed, the profile is interpreted as a mixture of 4 individuals, and I conducted 4 different comparisons. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 29 times more likely if the DNA originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zuazo and 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides limited support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 262 septillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 177 septillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. And the last comparison, based on the DNA typing results, is approximately 19.3 quadrillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Linda Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Linda Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Thank you. I'm going to direct your attention to your lab report, request number 5, which is People's Exhibit number 11. I'm going to ask you, did you test property number 172857, which was the upstairs wall swab, which is People's Exhibit number 8E, if I can show that to you. See if you recognize that as an item that you tested.
Yes.
And can you tell us, was there any relevant results when you tested that item?
For this item, it was a sealed brown paper bag containing 2 upstairs wall swabs that had a apparent red-brown stain. Evidence indicated that the possible presence of blood. I removed a sample for interpretations, and the interpretation was as follows. The DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 17.6 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Therefore, Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained.
Did you have an opportunity to test item number 172859, the black duct tape, which has been labeled as People's Exhibit number 8F? Do you recognize 8F as an item that you tested?
Yes, it is.
And did you test that item?
Yes, I tested this item. I also collected this item when I was on scene. This black roll of duct tape was in a sink down in the basement. I collected a swab from the cardboard area of the duct tape, like in that inner area, and I tried to avoid any red-brown staining that could be indicative of blood. And therefore, the results are the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 4 individuals. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 81.5 million times more likely if the DNA originated from Joshua Zuazo and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Joshua Zuazo is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 7.19 sextillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 628 quadrillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. And the final comparison for this item, based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 507 quadrillion times more likely if the DNA originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Linda Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This provides very strong support that Linda Murray is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
So, if I heard you right, item 8F, the black duct tape, has both defendants' DNA present on that?
Analysis provided very strong support that Joshua Zuazo is a contributor, and the analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Did you have an opportunity to test the gray duct tape?
Yes, I did.
People's Exhibit number 8G, if I can approach you to see if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what relevant results that you located on 8G?
Yeah, so this was a brown paper bag containing 1 roll of gray duct tape. This one was located on the floor in the basement. I took the same approach as the other roll of duct tape where I swabbed the interior cardboard area, trying to avoid any areas of red-brown staining. And then I had the following results. The DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 4 individuals. And again, I compared this to all 4 individuals again. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 2,230 times more likely if the DNA originated from Joshua Zuazo and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 1.62 times more likely if the DNA originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Carlos Hernandez and 3 unrelated unknown individuals. Therefore, analysis of this item with regards to Carlos Hernandez is uninformative. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 7.89 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. In the final comparison, based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 87.7 quadrillion times more likely if the DNA originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Linda Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Linda Murray is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Okay. So again, the gray duct tape found on the basement floor by the zip ties has both defendants' DNA.
This analysis provided moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is a contributor to the DNA results obtained, but the comparison to Carlos Hernandez was uninformative.
And finally, property number 172981, the brown Timberland boots that have already been discussed as Exhibit 7A. Did you test them again?
I tested them again, and this time I tested the left boot for this request. Previously, I had been only focusing on the right boot. On the left boot, I took a stain on the exterior of the boot, and that was interpreted as a mixture of two individuals. And based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 245 million times more likely if the DNA originated from two unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zuazo and one unrelated unknown individual. This provides strong support, very strong support, that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Excuse me. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 9.54 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and one unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from two unrelated unknown individuals. This provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Carlos Hernandez and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. In addition to the exterior stain, I had taken two additional samples that were collected. One was from the interior boot and tongue area, and another was from the exterior tongue and shoelaces. Both of the interpretations for this was the DNA profile is not suitable for further interpretation, and analysis due to its complexity and unknown number of potential contributors. Therefore, no comparisons can be made to the reference samples.
Your Honor, at this time, the people will move the exhibits we've discussed, 8A through 8G, into evidence.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
No objection. All right, there.
I don't have any other questions.
All right, cross-exam.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ramirez, my name is Michael McCarthy. I'm the attorney representing Joshua Zuazo. I have some questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony, and if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that. I'll rephrase the question. Okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
The first thing I'd like to address is the terminology that you used after you gave the various calculations or numbers related to various pieces of evidence. There's a chart that is provided with your report that gives a definition of those terms that you use. And I'd just like to go through those with you. If there's a likelihood ratio of 0, the qualitative equivalent is exclusion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then if the likelihood ratio is from 1 to 1.99, that qualitative equivalent is uninformative, correct?
That would be correct.
If it goes from the number 2 to 99.9, the qualitative equivalent is limited support, correct?
That is correct.
If it goes from 100 to 9,999, the qualitative equivalent is moderate support, correct?
That is correct.
And if it goes from 10,000 to 999,999, that's strong support, correct?
That is correct.
And then anything from 1 million beyond is very strong support, correct?
That is correct.
Now, we've dealt with a lot of numbers this morning. Some were rather small, but others were up in quadrillions, billions, septillions, and octillions, correct?
That's correct.
So all of those fall into the same range, that last qualitative analysis or equivalent on the scale of very strong support.
That is correct.
But 1 million is not as very strong support as an octillion, correct?
Correct, based on numerical value.
Exactly. Thank you. So I just want to go through a few of these numbers that you provided based upon your analysis. And the thing that I wanted to go back to, first of all, is this N95 mask. That's something that was recovered in Cato Parish, Louisiana, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and then it ended up that a detective involved in the investigation of this case brought that to the forensic science laboratory. where you're employed, correct?
Yes.
And asked that this testing be done. And the one thing that I noted about it is that Mr. Zuazo was excluded on that, correct?
May I flip to?
Yes, sure. That would be, I believe, in your report 003. And it's item 172991B.
Yes. Joshua Zuazo was excluded as a possible contributor to those DNA results obtained.
And it was also found that Mr. Hernandez was the contributor by a substantial quantitative analysis, correct?
For the interior of that N95 mask, the analysis provided very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Thank you. And we have these black Nike shoes, and that's 172992. And there is a conclusion that Mr. Hernandez is, and that's, like I said, the black shoe, he's a contributor to the DNA that was found in the shoe, correct?
Are you talking about the interior or exterior?
Interior.
Interior right shoe. This provides moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results. And for Carlos Hernandez, this analysis provides limited support that Carlos Hernandez is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
So on the black Nike, neither one of them are contributed to the interior, is that right?
There's support that they are not a contributor. The likelihood ratio is a teeter-totter effect, so there is one hypothesis against the other hypothesis. So you have to think about it as the numerical value indicates how strong they may or may not be a contributor to that result.
And the one person that is a contributor there, 22.8 octillion, was Hussein Murray. Is that correct?
That is jumping to the stain on the exterior of the right shoe.
Yes.
And for that exterior right stain, Hussein Murray had a DNA typing result of 22.8 octillion times more likely if it originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual.
Now, I want to address, and thank you, I want to address 173005, the white T-shirt. On that particular T-shirt, Mr. Zuazo was excluded, correct?
For the
contributor?
Interior color of the shirt?
Any part of it.
So, on the stain on the exterior of the white shirt, that red-brown stain that I collected, Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray were excluded as possible contributors. On the interior color of the shirt, the analysis provided moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
I mean, there was a contributor that you were able to identify to that same stain there, correct? Or
for
collar?
The interior collar?
Yes.
The other comparison that was completed for Carlos Hernandez, the analysis provided very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Now, in just the mechanics in your lab, that item came from a detective who brought it to you, correct? And
yes.
You understood that to be something that was seized from or picked up from the Cato Parish Sheriff's Office, correct?
Correct.
And so that T-shirt, when you received it, you not only did the DNA analysis on the sample that you took from it, but you or someone else in your office took that sample from the shirt, correct?
May I reference what I...
Sure.
How exactly I collected it? So 3055. Yes. So for the collar, I took two wet swabs and swabbed the interior collar for DNA. For the red blood stain, I took a small 0.5 by 0.5 centimeter cutting and moved that forward for DNA analysis. There would be additional stain remaining.
This was a large size shirt, like a 6X, correct? White shirt?
If you don't write, in my notes I have brand HB and size 6XLT.
Thank you. And so that is a fairly substantial shirt, correct? I mean, size shirt?
Yes.
And there on the collar, you found Mr. Hernandez's DNA. You did not find Mr. Zuazo's DNA anywhere on that shirt, correct?
there was moderate support that Joshua Zuazo was not a contributor to the interior collar of the shirt.
Okay, and so we've got a couple of, I guess, negatives in there. You've got those analysis that lead you to conclude that someone is a contributor, correct? And, such as the contributor to the blood stain was Mr. Murray in that case, as far as the white shirt goes, by 17.2. No, I got the wrong one. 17.2 was Mr. Hernandez on the collar, but there was the blood or the dark stain on the white shirt. You analyzed that as well, correct?
Yeah, so the stain on the exterior of the shirt was 17.2 octillion times more likely if it originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. The analysis provided very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
So we've got in that shirt, you got very strong support that two individuals contributed to the DNA found on it, Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Murray. And then we have moderate support that Mr. Zuazo is not a contributor, correct?
Yeah, so the samples, because they are processed separately, for the stain on the exterior shirt, that's considered a single source profile. It's separate than the collar of the shirt that indicated a mixture of 3 individuals.
The moderate support that someone is not a contributor, I just want to get an explanation given to the juries about the difference between, being positive is a contributor and being negative is not a contributor. How do we use that scale in order to make that determination about not being a contributor?
So kind of going back to that likelihood ratio where I said you have one hypothesis on one side and the other hypotheses on the other side of this theoretical teeter-totter. So on one side of the teeter-totter, there's 3 unrelated unknown individuals. And on the other side of the teeter-totter, there's Joshua Zuazo and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. It is indicating there's more support for there to be 3 unrelated unknown individuals, and therefore it's more likely that that is the reason for the statistic, and that is why it provided moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results.
And so this is doing the statistical analysis through some sort of a formula where you come up with the conclusion about moderate support that he is not a contributor, correct?
So all the numerical values that are generated, the verbal statement, that verbal qualifier is very strong, moderate, that is based on our verbal scale that is in all of our notes and all of our reports when we do comparisons. I don't come up with those numbers. Those numbers have been previously determined for our laboratory.
Meaning the numbers from 0 all the way to 1 million plus.
That is correct.
Okay. But the idea that somebody is not a contributor, I mean, there's no evidence on that T-shirt that Mr. Zuazo is a contributor, correct?
So I think I understand. He is not completely excluded from this mixture. There's still maybe some types within that DNA that could be reason for support that he could be in there, but overall in the entire profile as a whole, it is more likely that he is not a contributor based on the DNA results.
Okay. And so while this isn't an exclusion, you've got nothing other than what you said could possibly be. You've got no evidence to say that he is a contributor, correct?
The statistic did not indicate that he was a contributor.
Okay. And let's talk just a bit about that statistical formula. Can you explain to the jury where these numbers come from and exactly how it is that you do the analysis that gives you that bottom line of either moderate support or excluded or whatever the final determination is?
Would you like me to just explain the software that we're using, or would you kind of like a baseline of all of DNA analysis?
Well, what I'd like for you to explain is the formula. How do we come up, or how do you, rather, come up with these numbers? What is that formula?
So we use something called StarMix. It's a software that has been validated and used in many forensic laboratories across the country and even globally. I do not come up with the formula. It is given by the software company, and it's a biological modeling software that includes many different factors that a human cannot just simply do. It's a continuous statistical method, so it will have different peaks, how likely different contributors are. So when I'm looking at a DNA profile for interpretation, there are many things that I'm determining. The only thing I do is determine how many people could be within the mixture. That is the only thing I put into the profile, or for the StarMix to do. StarMix then has its own algorithm that will produce the statistics, how likely someone could be a contributor. Also going in, it will parse out what types of DNA per person might be part of that contributor itself. I hope that makes sense without a lot of context going into it.
So it isn't that you sit down with a calculator or a slide rule or a piece of paper and a very sharp pencil to make a calculation to make a determination of its 1 in 572 octillion chances that it's anybody other than whoever you identify. It's you get this information, you do the testing, the DNA profile is then put into this StarMix program.
That would be
it
correct.
Spits out a number.
Yeah, the software has been validated by our agency, and the DNA profile is input. I add in how many contributors I think it is, and the software does the rest of the work for me.
Okay, and just going over that last part, the contribution that you make is you say how many contributors you suspect might be in this sample that is being analyzed. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so that's a hypothesis that, in this case in particular, there's a number of these samples that were submitted that have all 4 names in there: Mr. Zuazo, Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Murray, Mrs. Murray, correct?
Correct.
But you don't know when you start out for sure who it is, correct?
Correct.
Your DNA analysis really is to get the sample off whatever item is brought to you for analysis, and then take that sample and put it through this StarMix program in order to come up with these numbers. Is that right?
Yeah. I decide how many people could be part of a sample through interpretation. Very, very briefly, you inherit DNA from your mother and your father, so you get one DNA type from your mom, one DNA type from your dad. And when I'm looking at the DNA profile, it looks like peaks. So when I'm looking at an area, we look at 24 different areas, that if there are more than 2 types, there's indication that that's more than 2 people then. And for the most part, your mom and your dad will give you 2 different types, but sometimes they might give you the same DNA type. So when looking at the profiles, if there's 3 or 4 people, I was seeing several different types and several different contributions and percentages. There's a lot of looking at the types and what could be likely for different people contributing different amounts. I have an idea going into the software what might be generated, but the software ultimately incorporates more aspects of biological modeling than I can do as a single person.
Thank you. Now, going, I think it's to number 5, your report 005, dealing with the black or the brown boots.
Yes.
And in that analysis, as I understood, what you concluded was that Mr. Zuazo was not a contributor to the brown boots. Is that right?
That was from the exterior stain I collected from the left boot.
And isn't it true that there was a collection made from the interior of the boot as well?
Yes, so the reason the boot was tested all 3 times was every time I collected a sample, I was not able to get a usable profile for comparison purposes. That's why it was tested over and over. Again, I don't know where the DNA is going to be in the boot. I don't know where the best cells will be, quote unquote. I don't know what kind of sample I'm going to get when I'm swabbing an area for DNA. So because of that, I tried a couple different times to get a profile that could be used, and ultimately I was not able to get a profile that could be used for comparison purposes.
And you're talking about the interior of the boots?
That is correct. Interior. For the exterior on both boots, I believe I had comparisons that were completed.
Okay. And in those interiors, there was nothing, so there's nothing to say that those boots had Mr. Zuazo's feet inside of them, correct?
I believe, without going back and looking at my notes, that a couple of those interpretations I had more than 5 people. So another part of our interpretation is we only do statistics with 1 to 4 people. If it looks like it could be more, we don't do any comparisons on that because we don't want to be essentially guessing on how many people may be contributing to the sample. So we do have a cutoff of how many people we will utilize for a comparison in terms of the evidence sample. So when looking at these samples, there might have been a lot of types there, so I wasn't able to determine how many people may be there, or a scenario where there was 5 or more people and we do not do anything with those samples.
And these were timberline boots, correct?
Yes.
They were not any other type. You're quite certain that they're timberline, not Wolverine steel-toed boots.
May I just check my notes to ensure that I'm not misspeaking? Yes, 1 sealed brown paper bag containing 1 pair of tan Timberland boots.
Thank you. Now, one other thing about the DNA analysis that you do on any sample that you receive, on any item of evidence, you're unable to tell when that sample was placed on that item, correct?
That's correct. DNA is definitely more able in helping of who may be a contributor. I don't know why the DNA got there, and I don't know when the DNA was placed there. It's a great tool for assessing who would be a contributor to that DNA profile that I'm looking at, though.
If you had that information about the when.
For the interpretation, it does not matter for us of when it happened. We're just looking to see who could be a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Thank you. I appreciate your answers or your testimony. I have no further questions.
Cross Hernandez.
Safe to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, so I have a few questions. I know you described to Mr. Petrofessa when he asked how you got known samples, and I believe you described that in some of them you had a swabbing of skin cells inside the mouth, or what we call a buccal swab. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
And then you also had, I think, what you called a blood card, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So can you describe to the jury essentially what is DNA? Is it always blood? Is it skin cells? Can you describe that to the jury?
DNA, so deoxyribonucleic acid, it's a genetic material where you inherit it from your parents, from your mom, and from your dad. It can be found in many cells within the body, types such as skin cells, blood cell, like in blood it's the white blood cell specifically, and in sperm cells, for example. All the same cells will have the same DNA profile that we will obtain for the reference samples.
Okay. So for instance, I could make someone a cup of coffee and I'm touching that coffee mug. So I would probably be leaving some sort of skin cells, correct? It's possible, at least. It's
possible. In addition, we also kind of have a statement that goes along with that activity level, is what we call it within the DNA world of, can I just read the statement at the bottom of my report?
Sure.
Yeah, so DNA can be deposited and removed in a variety of ways. In addition, its persistence is highly variable given a multitude of factors. Any discussion of the activities that could result in the presence, absence, or persistence of DNA is outside of the scope of this testing. Essentially what that means is I'm more than happy to go through how DNA may or may not be removed, but going through hypotheticals of could this be possible, could this be possible, can be kind of outside of our scope because we are speaking on, myself is speaking on who could be a contributor, not when or how that DNA got there.
Okay. So as Mr. McCarthy asked you, you can't say how it got there. You don't know when it got there or what type of, what part of someone's body touched it to get that DNA there, correct?
That would be a fair statement, yes.
Okay. So in many of these instances, you list that it is a mixture of 2 or 3 individuals, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And obviously you only have a limited amount, I think you had 4 here, of profiles to actually test against what was found, correct?
Yeah, there were the 4 reference samples that were compared to many of the evidence samples.
Okay, so when you list 2 or 3 individuals, obviously if it is not a match for the 4 profiles that you have, you don't know who those other individuals are, right? You can just tell that there are other, I think you said peaks and valleys in your examination. Is that correct?
So if those 4 individuals are excluded, that would indicate that another person could have contributed those DNA types.
Okay. So I want to back up a little bit and talk about your involvement at the actual scene. So you were called out. Do you recall what time you were called out?
I don't recall without looking at either like a crime scene report or...
No worries. I believe that you indicated you went with a team or a group of people. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And I believe Ms. Myra testified yesterday that there was close, like 9 or 10 individuals that went. Is that fair to say?
The exact amount would be listed on the report, too, of how many individuals. I'm sorry, I can't tell you without looking at the report.
I would rather you be certain, so no worries at all. And on that day, what was your specific role?
Evidence collection.
Okay. And obviously, we saw when you were asked to open an evidence bag today, you paused and definitely did not want to do that without gloves and a mask, correct?
That is the DNA mindset, so yes, that's correct.
So when you are actually at the scene and collecting evidence, are you wearing gloves and a mask?
Yes, I do when I collect items.
And why is that important?
I would ensure that there isn't any contamination or try to prevent any contamination. I do want to point out, though, through our DNA processing, there is many steps and many blanks and positive controls throughout each step of our DNA testing that also will be looking for any possible contamination. There was no indication that any of the samples had contamination for this request.
Okay. And when you were collecting the evidence, did you put it into different bags?
Yes.
Why is that important?
And to ensure that items aren't rubbing against one another.
Okay. And what happens when items rub against each other?
That would be along the lines of the possibility of DNA being transferred from one item to another. That is a way that DNA can be deposited and removed.
Okay. And can you describe what biological evidence is?
Biological evidence would be a biological fluid, so blood, semen, some type of fluid that comes from the body.
And when you're collecting something with biological evidence on it or suspected biological evidence, do you put that in paper bags or plastic bags?
All biological evidence, especially if I'm collecting it, will be going into paper bags. This way it prevents degradation of the DNA profiles of the possible evidence.
Can you just define degradation?
Yeah, so degradation would be that a profile that normally would be perfect to look at, there might be some missing peaks and some missing areas within that DNA profile if the profile becomes degraded. We may not get a full profile that could be utilized for comparison purposes.
Okay. And when you have those biological items that you're collecting that you believe biological evidence is on, do you try to air dry them or what do you do?
Depends on the scenario. If they're highly saturated in blood, we may try to, we as in the unit, will try to dry it. If not, because it is in paper, it will still be airing out and not creating moisture in a plastic bag that would be likely to cause that degradation.
Okay. So obviously putting an item that is wet with biological evidence on it in the same package as something that is dry, there could be a transfer of biological evidence, correct?
That would be a possible way for DNA to be deposited or removed, yes.
Understood. On the day that you were there collecting the evidence, who made the call of what evidence was collected?
That's a good question. I believe there have been conversations between the detectives and upper command and Val Malira, who was the lead investigator on that scene.
Okay. Do you remember seeing a weight around Mr. Murray's, where Mr. Murray was found?
I do believe, yes, there was a weight. I believe under the body-ish.
Okay. Did you collect that weight?
I did not collect that weight.
There was testimony yesterday from a responding deputy that found a swab of blood, and that is on the handrail and the wall at the very top leading down to the basement. I don't note that anywhere in your report. I don't see that in any of the photos. Do you know if you located that area, and if you did locate it, did you test it?
On the handrail going into the basement?
Yes.
Can I look at my...
Absolutely.
It's the crime scene processing reports to see exactly what I collected. Is that okay?
If that refreshes your recollection, yes.
Okay.
Just let me know when you've completed. No rush.
So I collected DNA from at the scene of large zip ties, from small zip ties. I collected apparent blood on a shutter on the basement floor, another one from the side of a box on the basement floor, there's a sink faucet on the basement floor, and I had also collected DNA from the duct tape around the victim's hands, Hussein Murray. That appears to be the only DNA swabs that I collected while I was on scene.
Okay. Do you have any recollection if any of the on-scene officers directed you to that presence of blood at the top of the stairs in the basement?
I don't recollect.
Okay. Now, if you did not specifically collect items, like the items you just listed, you testified that you were also provided items that were found by another police department. Do you remember that?
Yes, that was part of the request for the DNA processing.
Okay. When you are given these items, are you given some sort of report that details where these specific items were found?
In the request for testing form, I believe that the location described was from the vehicle that Carlos was in. I don't have any more information based on that request form.
Okay, so not specifically found in front seat, found in back seat, found in bag, nothing like that, correct?
I can check real quick if you want me to see what
If it refreshes your recollection, please do.
It says located in Carlos' vehicle when arrested in LA, Louisiana, I assume.
Okay, so not specific, but a general.
Yes.
Okay. I want to go over some items that were not mentioned by Mr. Petrofessa or Mr. McCarthy. Can you look at your item? I have it in your dated 3-3 report. It is item number 172-897A. I believe it's 8 nail clippings left hand.
Request number 0004. Okay, item 1789 or 1728-97A.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that's 8 nail clippings, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, can you describe why that is something that's important? Why nail clippings?
Nail clippings can be probative information to see potentially if a foreign profile that is other than the victim may be present.
Okay. And who took the nail clippings?
That would be the medical examiner as far as I'm aware.
Okay. And am I correct in stating that Mr. Hernandez was excluded as a contributor?
So for the left nails, 1728-97A, the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 2 individuals with Hussein Murray as an assumed contributor. I believe this is the first time talking about assuming a contributor. People can be assumed within the likelihood ratios if it's coming from something that is more intimate. So by coming off of a victim's hand, if I see that the victim's profile is present, I will assume that in the hypotheses. So Hussein Murray was assumed, and for Joshua Zuazo and Carlos Hernandez, they were excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results. And then I also did a comparison to Linda Murray. Do you mind if I read that?
Absolutely not.
So based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 286 billion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and Linda Murray than if it originated from Hussein Murray and one unrelated individual. This provides very strong support that Linda Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Okay. Now let's move on. I have this in your 1119 report. It's item 173003. Should be a pair of black joggers. And I want to talk about A specifically.
Yes.
So A, I believe you tested what you believed was a stain on the exterior, correct?
Yes, so I took 2 samples from the joggers. One was the stain on the exterior that indicated the possible presence of blood, and I took another sample from the interior waistband of the joggers.
Okay, so let's talk about A specifically, stain on the exterior. Were you able to find any DNA profiles?
So in this scenario, and I have more notes further in here too, no DNA profiles were obtained from this item, and if you don't mind me flipping to what I stated exactly.
Can you just tell me what you're looking at, because that looks like a page that I don't have.
These are the notes associated with all of our DNA testing.
Understood.
So there was part of the DNA process is we determine if there's a quantity of DNA present in a sample. This sample did have a quantity of DNA, so that's why it was moved forward. But then when I got to the final part of getting the DNA profile, no profile was obtained, and a hypothesis would be that because a cutting was taken, like I actually took a physical small cutting from these black joggers, that the dyes in fabric can sometimes inhibit DNA DNA, possible black fabric cause inhibition. So this means that maybe the dyes in the fabric interacted with the chemistries that we utilize in the laboratory, and therefore no profile was obtained for this sample.
Understood. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Very briefly, just to follow up on a couple questions both of the attorneys asked. Is the Oakland County Lab accredited?
Yes, we are.
What does that mean to be accredited?
We are accredited through a body called ANAB, which is ANSI, National Accreditation Board. The ANSI portion stands for the American National Standards Institute.
Okay, and your software is approved to use for your DNA analysis? This is not something you downloaded off the internet last week, right?
So in addition to the ANAB accreditation, the DNA section also has a QAS standard, quality assurance standards, that is mandated by the FBI that we have to follow in order to utilize CODIS. So therefore, all of our DNA processing is done by FBI standards. Everything we do is validated. Nothing is just used as soon as we get it.
Okay. And I believe you spoke to one of the attorneys about the controls that are in place to try to make sure everything is correctly done. What did you mean by controls?
So at each step of the DNA process, extraction to begin with, quantification at the second step, amplifying those areas of DNA that are utilized to look at a DNA profile. At each of these steps, there's a positive and possibly negative control that are associated with. If there's any indication of a quantity of DNA in a blank, I myself will go through and ensure that could there be contamination, where did it come from, and another person will then technically review all the work that I do to ensure that they also agree with the findings that I have. So.
And you would agree with me that the presence of DNA means that there is some sort of physical connection between both the person and the item at some point in time. Is that correct?
The DNA had to have been deposited some way, shape, or form.
Okay. The absence of DNA, on the other hand, does not mean there wasn't contact. It just means that there wasn't a presence through DNA left on the item.
Yeah, DNA can also be removed based on a variety of ways as well.
Okay. Hypothetically, if somebody was to go for a jog in their tennis shoes and they sweated for an hour and they were doing that barefoot, there may be DNA inside that tennis shoe. Is that correct?
Based on DNA principles of coming in contact with something else and leaving a fluid, you may be leaving DNA behind.
Okay. Now, if I add a layer of socks, would then that potentially lower the ability to have DNA there that would have been there had there been no socks?
It kind of goes into that activity level of how likely DNA is or is not deposited. I don't know exactly how much that might be impacted, but that would be a hypothetical, yes.
Okay. If I was to wear gloves, that would also potentially impact the leaving of DNA. Is that correct?
Depending on what could be on the exterior of the gloves, that would be something to consider.
Okay. If I wear 10 pairs of gloves, that would make it even less likely to leave DNA.
It would still depend on that very most exterior pair of gloves, what was on the exterior of that to be leaving DNA behind.
Okay, and you talked about samples that are left too long in certain environments can degrade. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
Samples that were there can also be destroyed. Is that correct?
Depending on if the DNA was removed, that would be a consideration of being destroyed.
Well, let's say, does fire destroy DNA?
Yes, I can, for sure.
I don't have any other questions.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Can this witness be excused?
I have no objection, Your Honor.
No, all right, you're excused. Thank you. What's the plan? Who do you have next?
Would you like to do lunch?
Who do you have next?
I believe we have. What's it? Yes. We have a deputy. We have a deputy that I think is outside.
He's not. I just said he's not here.
What's that?
He's not here right now.
Oh. I think he went to lunch.
All right, I guess we'll take a lunch too. It's 12:30. Be back in the jury room by 1:30. Thank you.
All right, to the jury, please.
See you at 1:30.
All right, recap and kitties, as Lazy Boy says. All right, let's get to we got to feed them. We have to feed said kitties. All right, let's see. Where did we break? Okay, so Miss Ramirez was still on the stand. And the judge wants to address the jury as they came back from the break. Everybody listens differently. Some people tilt their heads. Some people close their eyes. She wants to make sure you're all paying attention, so please keep your eyes open. And then also have no contact with anyone, no smiling, no talking. So let's see. So direct continues. So they talk about the black gloves. So right glove only. Stain came back to Sam. So there was a red stain on there. The exterior. I'm sorry. I should say the interior. The stain on the exterior came back to Sam. The interior of the glove came back to Hernandez. Then there's a stain on the upstairs wall, which we saw a photograph of. That came back to Sam. That was like a blood swipe. Then they talk about the black duct tape in the basement. That came back. Zuazo, Hernandez, and Sam were all contributors. Then there's gray duct tape that was on the basement floor. That came back to Zuazo and Hernandez. Then the brown work boots. The exterior stain came back to Sam, but the interior was not suitable for testing. And that's when she talks about 4 contributors. If they have more than 4 contributors, they don't test. So those boots, I don't know if they're specifically bought for them or if they bought and then they passed them around. Maybe I don't know. Remember that was from the St. Mary's Cement company, I guess. So then Cross comes up. Mr. McCarthy goes up first. He talks about the N95 mask being recovered. Hernandez was a very strong supporter. The black Nike shoes, Hernandez had limited support. Neither was a contributor, actually. The white T-shirt, Hernandez was a strong supporter. This is where she cuts off the sample at 4. She doesn't know why or when the DNA gets on the item. So to her, it's not a matter of, it's not a matter of when, it's just a matter of who. So he was just trying to muddy the waters. I know we were kind of talking all about it. And if you were confused or you were drifting off or you weren't paying attention, then he did his job, right? That's what you want. You want to add confusion. You want people to be like, wait a minute, strong contributor, gazillion, septillion, not a contributor, maybe a contributor, likelihood. I mean, that's all, when juries start to question, that's when defense wins. So to me, the takeaway was they were there, their DNA was there, all those items were found in Mr. Hernandez's vehicle. That was my takeaway. So he can muddy the waters all he wants. I'm like, yeah, dude, Zuarzo's DNA was all over the place. Hernandez more, but Zuarzo was definitely let's see. Was it the balaclava was Hernandez. I'm sorry, was Zuarzo. The work boots had a moderate support for Zuarzo. So it was more, it was more Hernandez. His DNA was all over it more, but Zuarzo his DNA was there as well. And then this was interesting during cross for Miss Lofton. There was a weight that was uncovered underneath, or that was recovered underneath Sam. So there was a weight. Remember, it was blunt force trauma that he suffered. But then there was 8 nail clippings, and Linda was a contributor. Interesting, but not such a big deal because they're married. Her DNA is going to be all over him. His DNA is going to be all over her. That kind of stuff. All right, I'm going to go feed the kitties. I'm going to get kitty cam set up because I hear them meowing. And we don't have any music, though. Shoot, we don't have any music for you guys. What music could we play? We'll have to get some music. All right, I'm trying to think what music. All right, we'll do lunchtime. We don't have any music right now, but we'll just do. We'll get. All right, we'll play. I like the Mississippi one.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna play in its browser, right? All right, we're gonna play this one because I like it so much. Let's see. Hold on a sec. All right, we'll play this one. We'll try and we'll get some new music hopefully for you guys soon. Anyway, enjoy your lunch. We'll get kitty cam going. I'm gonna feed them, and then we'll get some kitty cam going.
I thought you was an angel. You flew away just like a bird. I thought you was an angel. You flew away just like a bird. Our trip to heaven was a detour through hell on earth. Spread your pretty wings for me, let me deep inside. When you was good and satisfied, away you would fly. Well, honey, you ain't no angel. You flew away just like a bird. Our trip to heaven was a detour through hell on earth. Might be a robin redbreast or a squawking blue jay. Might be the devil's own raven. It don't matter no how in a way. Honey, you ain't no angel. You flew away just like a bird. Our trip to heaven was a detour through hell on earth. lost your halo, you fled from tree to tree. Got time for everyone else, never had no time for me. You ain't no angel, you flew away just like a bird. My trip to heaven was a detour through hell on earth.
Time to get away.
was a hot summer's night. Lord, we couldn't close our eyes. It was a hot summer night. Lord, we couldn't close our eyes. An old woman's shout gave us a fright. She said Willie didn't come back home last night. No. Willie used to hang out in the hood, and some of them were up to no good. They told him if he did this job tonight, he'd be a man, he'd be all right. His only sin was trying to belong. But oh, that night it all went wrong. Yeah, let me tell you, Willie was a good boy. He was a constant source of joy. Yes, he was. People used to say the trouble with the man was gambling his life away on a whim. Yes, he did. But I thought he was just all right. But I'm sad to tell you, so sad, Willie didn't come back home last night. No. with the man was gambling his life away on a whim. Yes, he did. But I thought he was all right. But it's sad, I'm sad to tell you, Willie didn't come back home last night. Well, no, Willie.
right, welcome back, welcome back. How's everybody doing? Yes, Juror number 9 was released. Because they knew they used to play basketball with somebody in the family, The brother is still a religious advisor in the community. It's been 30 years since he had communication with them, but 10 years ago he went to a birthday party. He went to school with Murray, and his brother is a religious advisor in his community. So I guess he went to school with Sam. And he said he used to play basketball in his driveway. So let's see. I saw Sarcasm came in. Just want to say hello to Sarcasm. There you are. It was hard for me, but she is so strong. I want to be just like her when I grow up. Are you guys talking about Linda? Miss Murray, Linda Murray? Yeah, she was. If you guys are talking about her, her testimony was just amazing. Meaning, she just was right there, not shrinking. Stood up to them. Calling out their names. She was a strong, strong individual.
What federal towing is, and we're not stop being friends.
Got some talking going on. Let's see here. All right, let's see here. Janet, love watching the kitties. Cool. Good. Glad you guys enjoy that. Yeah, we'll keep showing them as long as you guys like that kitty cam. That's cool. Bama Green Eyes, extremely strong. I admire her. Absolutely. JRN, yes. Wife testified. Linda, she was number 5. She was witness number 5. So we had the neighbor, and then the body cam first responder officer. Then we had the fingerprint expert, and then we had the guy whose POCO license plates were stolen. And then 5, we had Linda. This was all on day 1, and then after that was Hannah, who was the cousin to Sam. So we had 2 family members. That's it. That's what we've had so far. Is two family members. So. Hellrider, yeah, it was yesterday. It was still the morning session. I'm pretty sure it was still morning, but it was like, yeah, I'm trying to remember because we started watching it around 3, so I think it was still the morning session. So she was the fifth witness. So definitely worth, yeah, agreed, Aussie, yeah, definitely worth watching. 54 years of marriage, that's right, yeah, I think she said she was 73, I think. But yeah, 54 years of marriage, so, yeah, they got married, in their 20s. Let's see. And Sam is 6'2". I mean, Sam's not a small guy either. Oh, Joanne, thank you for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Mom to an Angel, Van Nick, Not Definu, Hanky Panky, TP Stuck to Your Shoe. I love some of these names. Thank you so much, Joanne. That's really sweet. Oh, Richard. Poor doggo doesn't have many teeth left, being 16. Have to soften it with water. He won't eat canned food. Aw. Yeah. Yeah. Widespread Panic saying hello to all the lovelies. Welcome in all the new members. 3 children, 11 grandchildren. Right? 3 children, 11 grandchildren. Let me just double check that, but I'm pretty sure it's 3 children, 11 grandchildren. 3 kids. They've been married 54 years, 3 kids, 11 grandkids. So, 3 kids, 11 grandkids. Hellrider, yes, for the first time, for the first time, definitely go back and watch it. Yeah, yeah, it's a good one. She's strong, and in her strength, there's just I don't know. You just feel really. I feel sorry for her. I feel empathy for her, towards her. But she's a strong woman. She's powerful in that regard. Yeah, they're freaking out back there. See the kitties up there? Amanda, yeah, so sad she must be heartbroken. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, you don't want to lose, your spouse or significant other anyway, but it's just so terrible. What are you guys doing? It's like wrestling. We got WWE match going on back here. Got these two. We got Houdini and Sid. Or is that? No, I think that's Riker. They're mixing it up there. We got a cage match up there. We're a cage match over there. Brenda, Super Bowl is so cute. Yes, don't let her hear you say that. Hey, Valeria, how are you? Hussey Gardner. Go Kitties. Exactly. All right, looks like they're starting to get their act back together. Oh, looks like the defense coordinated. They both have tan suits on. That's funny. Nomad says wife had lots of extended family around, so that will help. Yep. Aussie, they are ripping up the curtains. Oh, yeah, they do. We have this French doors, and those curtains are just shredded. Thankfully, we don't really care about them. They were here when we moved in, so they're okay, but they're just not our style. So we're not so upset that they are destroying those curtains. Brenda says Super Bowl is so cute. Yes, she is, and she knows it. Evil showed up at her door. Exactly. Sarah, is Fed feeling better after his accident yesterday? Yeah, and he had one today too. He had another situation today. Yeah, he's fine. You see him back there. He's having a ball. See him back there. There. He's fine. Well, we ordered food, and it I didn't order it in time, so we've been giving him it's the same food, but it's not the regular food, so that's all. He's fine. Selena K, does Super Bowl play with the kittens? Not really. She tries to. She wants to. She'll put herself right in the middle of them, and they're buzzing all around, bouncing off the walls, and then when they come near her, she'll smack them. Although Fed has touched noses with her a couple of times. So, yes, Northwest, you are a member. Yes, you are a member. Yeah, I think it was Joanne, right? I think Joanne may have gotten you. Ed, I haven't followed much of this. Do they look cooked? Yeah. DNA, Hernandez, who was the larger fellow, he was caught in Louisiana. This happened in Michigan, outside of Detroit. And he's found in Louisiana. He's got jewelry, stolen signs, DTE signs, stolen plates, masks. DNA goes back to him. So, from what I've seen, it's evidence is pretty overwhelming. Joanne says, "Yep, you tagged Northwest." Let's see. Northwest is saying thank you. Sorry. Yeah. Northwest is saying thank you. Bice says, yeah, they're cooked. I think so too. Hellrider, good girl, Super Bowl, you let them know who runs things. Yes. Widespread says, Super Bowl's not playing. That's looking for an opportunity to abuse them. Yep. It's funny because they would play with her in a heartbeat. They would snuggle with her. She's just a big mush ball, you know. She's just so cute and mushy, and they would snuggle with her in a heartbeat. But although Fed, like I said, Fed has touched noses a couple times, and then she'll smack him. But if she let them, they would love her. They would love her so much, you know. But yeah, no. Bice says they were just waiting for T-shirts that said, "We did it." I know, right? Oh, there you go. Northwest. Joanne, how did you know that Northwest has green eyes? Evil Came Knocking sounds like the Dateline title for this case. I know, right? Janet says everything about them that they would hit a woman their mother's age. Just terrible. Just terrible. Joanne Jedi Platypus says, Jedi knows all. May the Force be with you. That's why you're a mod. That's why you are a mod. Amanda, she's just that aunt we all had. Pammy also has green eyes. I do as well. Widespread. I get it, though. It would take some getting used to if someone suddenly brought 3 kids to live in my house without even asking me how I felt about it. I know, right? Ooh, pants. Easy now. Kathy Smith also has 4 kids. Yeah. All right, stop messing with the cords, you guys. Stop messing with the cords. We don't want the stream to end. We don't want the stream to end on us. Well, it's really funny. Again, it's funny, Widespread, where she'll pop herself right in the middle of where they're playing. They're jumping all over, flopping around. You know, she wants to be a part of it. I think Fed will come up and he'll touch her nose. And she wants to be a part of it, I think. But then she'll just go up and smack him. Richard, I won't be here tomorrow. Your nephew and you will be going to the Texas State Fair. Nice. Need your yearly Fletcher's corny dog fix. Very cool. Yeah, we're experiencing technical difficulties due to ravaging kitties. We have a technical difficulty thing. Oh, it's not on this. I don't have it on this feed. Allie B has green eyes. All right. Very good. Very good. Yes, everybody have a wonderful, or Richard, everybody's saying have a wonderful day to Richard. All right. What do you guys do? All right. All right. You do realize you're right in the middle of production right here. She doesn't care, right? She's right there. Just right in the middle of production. Yo, dude. Yeah. That's her. That's her growling at kittens. Has Super Bowl ever had? No, we got her fixed when she was like 6 months old or something. That's Super Bowl. Yeah, that's Dudette. Excuse me. Yes, Dudette. I still call her Dude. Yo, Dude, what are you doing? Dude. Dudette. And she leaves a trail of white fur all over. Let's see here. JMS, I'll show you more than a tail. There's the whole body. Right in between I got my notebook here, keyboard over there. She's plopped herself right in the middle of production. Amanda, which cat is the most affectionate? It's a good question. They're all very affectionate. Riker snuggled with me all night. Rafa used to sleep with me all night. Fed, he snuggles. Everybody seems to sleep on Erin's head, on her pillow. Superball will sit on me when we're on the couch. She'll come and sit on me. They all have their oh, we also call her Dippity Bix. Yes, we do. She wants a raise. And Superball is grumpy. So to answer your question, they're all pretty, yes, that's Superball growling. I think it was my stomach before, but now that's Superball growling. They're all affectionate in their own way. Who is the most? I don't think there really is one that's the most. Excuse me. Yeah, they're all affectionate in their own way, and they all have their moments of being affectionate. But little Fed, he's becoming much more affectionate. He and Riker were kind of the first to become affectionate, and Houdini's she's a little standoffish, but she'll come around at night. Like she'll sleep on Erin's head all night. But as far as sitting in laps, Superball will sit in a lap. I've gotten Fed to sit. He'll sit in a lap. They all sit on Erin. When she's on the couch, they'll sit on her. So, Allie, do you guys have all the kitties in the bed? Generally, yeah. Generally, except Polly. Polly's been outside a lot lately. She's been spending nights outside. But they kind of come and go throughout the night. They'll come and go throughout the night. But there are times where we'll have all of them in the bed, yeah. Amanda, you love Fed. He's so gorgeous. Yeah, he's a sweet little boy. Kathy, the kitties all seem very sweet. They are. They are very, very, very sweet. Polly did good. Polly did good. Lazy boy, stupid question, but what is that next to the court reporter? Which way? To the left or right? To the right? That looks like audio equipment. Wow, and they're zooming in almost. Wow. Okay. Whoa. Yeah, it's an audio rack. That's what I think as well. Sound system. Yeah, it seems like it's audio, video, and then the extreme zoom in. Tosh, Paulette Lofton is giving you hair envy now, right? Mel says cats must be indoor where I live. Yeah. Polly was born outside. She'll probably forever be outside, Yeah, the camera person heard. If they had zoomed in on that, I'd been like, what? Well, it's happened before. Remember Newton Ward with Carlos Dominguez? He was the camera operator. We had the camera operator in our chat, so we were telling him, we were saying, hey, Newton, can you scan over there or pan over there? So it's happened before. Mel says cats must be indoors where you live. Paula, how do they have enough seats for 2 juries? I think they said they're in the front row. I'm pretty sure that's why they keep saying speak up, because I think there's some that are in the front row. And that may also be why they're switching. They're going, Group A, Group B. I'm pretty sure Juror 2 is in Gallant Pews. Okay, so that's the gallery, basically. Northwest says. Because remember, they're switching. They have a Group A and a Group B, and they're switching them. Mel asks, do we have a cat door? We do not. Yeah, we do. I am the cat door. Aaron and I are the cat door. They sit on each other's laps. Pammy, I wonder how Newton's doing. Yeah, I haven't talked to him in a while. I think once we get closer to Carlos, I asked him to text us if he's doing another trial, and I'm sure he I don't know. I'm not sure what he's doing. I haven't texted him either. So. Put a new promo reel on his YouTube page. Northwest says that's cool. Yeah, I haven't checked in on his channel in a while. They switched to get the comfy chairs versus hard gallery. And here I was thinking it's to get a better view or different view of the defendants. But maybe it's just about comfort. Let's see, afterthought. Richard says, I just remembered what the mistrial reminded me of Pulp Fiction because it's out of order scenes. Right, his musical chairs. Absolutely. It's all right. You can come by. Yeah, it's a good girl. All right, good girl. Good girl, Riker. Go on. Yeah, it's a good girl. Riker slowly passes by. Probably more right. Pammy says, I'm just guessing. I am just guessing. Because otherwise you'd be looking at the defendant's back of the head or side. So, or maybe, did the judge say it at the beginning of the trial? Let me see. Well, if she said it, I didn't write it down. Yeah, I think she just said they're going to move them around. I don't know. That's just my impression. 80s Music Man just had some coffee and I'm back. Are you back in a New York groove? I don't think that was 80s. All I think of is Jim Carrey, right? Doesn't he say I'm back, baby, or something like that? Oh, Aaron says he might be doing Deadliest Catch. Newton? Wow. Okay, here's his camera reel. Yeah, he's on Deadliest Catch. Good job, Newton. Holy smokes. Yeah, he's totally doing Deadliest Catch. That's pretty cool. So good on him. Yeah, that's really cool. Oh, let's see. Oh, Jim Carrey says smoking. Doesn't he say, he doesn't say I'm back? No. He just, yeah, smoking. Deb, anyone know why they're delayed? No. We do not. Don't know. Allie, our marriage goals. I love your team mentality. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Maybe something crazy is going down. Something interesting always goes down. All right, here comes Hernandez, Carlos Hernandez. I can turn off the scroller. Here comes Carlos. Deadliest Catch is it's a show out of basically like Alaska, the Bering Strait seas or the Bering Sea or whatever, and it's they go and they fish king crab. Yes, Arnold Schwarzenegger, of course, says I'm back. So Deadliest Catch has been around 20 years or something like that. Yes, Cindy, I mentioned that, I said that earlier in the stream. I don't know if you heard that or not. But yeah, Cindy sent 2 emails, two videos. One I'll show maybe at the end of the stream today. Interview with his cousin, and then another one is from another content creator. So yeah, I've been talking about that. Thank you, Cindy. Bering Sea catch crab. Yep. And the seas are like 30, 40, 50 foot swells sometimes, and it's crazy. Kelly, yeah, you caught up. All right. Karen, they also dock here in Kodiak? Is it Kodiak or Kodiak? Kodiak? That's cool. That's very cool. You won't be around, so can you put it on your channel? What's that? Oh, Cindy sent some more. Okay. All right, I haven't checked email yet. I don't check emails until the end of the day. Kodiak. It is Kodiak. Okay. So you'll have to take a picture when it gets docked here. That'll be cool, Karen. Yeah, that'd be really cool. Yeah, then send that to us. These are new. Okay, yeah, Aaron just told me. Thank you, Cindy. Yeah, Aaron just said you sent 2 more. You get seasick watching that show. I get nervous. I mean, those guys could fall over at any time, and in the dark, I mean, they'd be gone in a whisper. Kathy, it seems like it seems like he's out. He's on the boat. During his reel, it's showing them. Care Bear, hey, watched our live last night. No, not one ad today. I'm being bombarded with them every 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, it's YouTube. I'm sorry. Selena, no. Mr. McCarthy is private. He represents Zuazo.
All rise.
And
Oakland County Circuit Court is now in session. The Honorable Yasmin Cole is presiding.
Good afternoon. You may be seated.
Your Honor, recalling the case of People v. Joshua Zuazo, case number 2024-291950-FC, and People v. Carlos Hernandez, case number 2024-291945-FC.
John Petrofessa and Andrew Magaro on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Michael McCarthy, P30169, appearing on behalf of the Joshua Zuazo. Mr. Zuazo is standing to my left.
All right.
Hello, Michelle Lawson on behalf of Carlos Hernandez, who's standing to my right.
Okay, all right. I see everyone. Welcome back. We have to address a juror. The court did receive an email, and you guys can be seated now. The court did have an off-the-record conversation with the attorneys just to let them know that today on October 2nd, 2025 at 1:12 p.m. I was in my chambers. An email came through from who I believe is a juror in juror pool B. I do believe he's juror in seat 2. I'll read, I've already discussed the contents of it with the attorneys. I'll read it on the record once juror in seat 2 is here so everyone can hear the correspondence, as there could be no private communication between the court and the jurors at this time. All right, let's bring in then in jury pool B, C2. Hi there, Juror Pool B, seat 2. Have a seat, sir.
Okay.
All right. Well, I had an off-the-record conversation with the lawyers about the email that you sent to me. I can't express my level of frustration enough. All right. I think I made it very clear through all my instructions throughout that there should be no communication whatsoever with anyone involved in this case. That also includes me. All right, you are a sworn juror. That is a very important task. So all the parties need to be aware of what the email says, so I'm going to read it into the record so that everyone is aware. The email was received today, October 2nd, 2025 at 1:12 p.m. It says, Your Honor, it is an honor being chosen to participate in doing my duty as a citizen in your courtroom. I am a juror in Juror Pool B in this week's case. However, I wanted to send you a formal complaint about the juror handling. Tuesday and Wednesday, I've asked about receiving some sort of jury schedule so I could accommodate my work and personal life outside of court. They said they'll let me know. No reply, no recognition to the question. Thursday, today, during the beginning of today's trial in the morning, I was very hot and sweating in the courtroom. Luckily, you called an early 20-minute break. I asked the handler if I could go really quick to my car to change out of a shirt that I had in my car. The handler said, give me 5 minutes, I'll let you know. She never came back and only came back to let us back in the courtroom. I told her, why did you ignore me? And she said, oh, you can't go until lunch. I said, you said you'd let me know in 5 minutes. We've been on break for about 30 minutes where I could have changed my shirt. She replies, I'm letting you know now. Clearly, my comfort hygiene in the courtroom is not her priority, nor my question. The juror handling experience personally has been very poor and not considerate of any questions or requests. At the end of the day, I was chosen to be a juror, and I'm happy to do my duty, but anytime I've asked the personnel a question or a request, they've essentially ignored. They only speak to you to let you in and out of the room. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and you signed your name to it, sir. I'm not going to read your name into the record as of right now due to the court indicating that I would only call jurors by their seat number, and that's for purposes of judicial economy, so juror in seat 2 has signed this. All right, so there's a lot of questions that come from this, all right? So I guess to be clear, the members that are helping jurors come in and out are employees of the courthouse. They are not handlers. I instruct them to ensure that the jurors remain in a safe place and together. And we discussed the possibility of security concerns regarding my hallway, having 2 additional chambers. Those individuals don't have the capacity or frankly, they're not in a position to allow you to go to your car. It is not something that they are personally holding against you. They're simply following the court's instruction. I was also clear about my instruction that there should be no communication with those persons. If there's anything that needed to be communicated with, it would be in the courtroom, in the presence of everyone, as there could be no conversations had among anyone unless it's out here where we're video recording and everything I'm saying is on the record right now. Okay? So it's not a personal attack on you, but there's concerns now based on the fact that you sent me an email. I know my email is readily available online. My assumption is in order to get my email, you would have to Google me to get that. So our number one question here is, how did you receive my email address?
Through the internet.
Okay, so you did use your electronic device then to search my name?
Yes.
And based on that search, what information, if any, were you able to retrieve?
Just your email on like a directory kind of page.
Was that on the Oakland County page?
Yes.
All right. Was there anything else associated with this court or my name that came up in that internet search as it relates to this case?
No.
Okay. All right. So before I let the lawyers ask questions, because they have a right to do it, do you understand everything I've shared with you as to why there could not be a release at the time, even though you asked for it and even though you're asking for certain information to be communicated with me? Do you understand why that's not being done?
I just, I understand I was wrong in the procedure of contacting you in general. But I thought if there was something during the court that you said, let the person know if you really got to leave the room or do so, let them know. So
okay, so maybe there could be some confusion about that. I agree. I know I've said like you can raise your hand. I'm basically saying with me though, because we're all out here together, there should be no communication with those people. Their job is to make sure that you guys are safe and kept together, and they're following the court's instructions. And there's so much going on in a 20-minute break. I wish.
And we just lost audio. So now they just killed our audio. So no audio. We just lost our audio feed. So hang in there. I don't know how many alternates they have. But we just lost our audio. Well, that's a shame. I wish we could hear this. Yep, we lost our audio. I mean, if she didn't want this recorded, this is all on the record. If she didn't want this recorded, she could have just said, "Turn off the camera." She didn't once say, "This is all on the record." Nothing is off the record. All right. So anyway, juror number 2 from Pool B sent an email. Basically, it's an honor to be selected. However, I want to send a formal complaint about the jury schedule. He asked a handler, got no reply about the question. And then today it was very hot and sweaty. And you called a break. He asked to go change. The handler never came back to let him know. Why did you ignore me? He says there was time he could have changed his shirt. His comfort and hygiene is not her priority. The handler, it's been very poor. He's happy to do his duty, but every time I've asked for anything, it's been denied. So, yeah, this is on the record. There's no reason for them to not be playing this. All right. So we don't know, right?
All right, we can be seated. Before we bring back in the jury panels, obviously Mr. Zuazo it's not his juror, so I don't know if there's going to be a position taken, but I'll hear positions from either parties regarding juror seat number 2 remaining. I will tell you my thoughts. My thoughts is the court is confident that this email was in no way biased towards one party or another. It didn't say anything like we had a situation with another juror that obviously we're all aware of, like I know a family member or I can't be fair. This is someone simply complaining about the process, being potentially new to the process. Myself and the lawyers are obviously doing this all of the time. It sounds like this is something new to the individual who thought that it would be a good idea to reach out to the court, but I don't think that biases the person for one side or another. I do believe juror seat number 2 when he says that by Googling the court, the only thing that appeared would be not news stories associated with this case. I don't think that's uncommon. I think that it's likely that if you were to Google me right now, the first thing that's going to show up is the Oakland County Directory and then potentially other articles of other matters that I've been involved in. I don't think the news stories and the court's name have caught up to each other at this time. Of course, I could be wrong, so I'll hear from everybody.
People agree with what the court just indicated?
May I have a few moments to
Sure.
share with my client? I have had enough time to speak with my client, although I do believe he had inappropriate contact and did outside research. My client is desiring to keep him as a juror.
Okay, all right. Does your client want me to address the other jurors in that panel to see if he's had any conversation with them about the Google? I know he indicated he didn't, but I'm happy to inquire if you see fit.
I think that may be appropriate.
Okay, all right. So let's just bring in jury in panel 2. B. All of B.
All rise for the jury.
Hi everyone, welcome back. Please be seated. All right, as you can see, you're the only jury in here right now. We'll be bringing back the other panel momentarily, but I do have a question to this panel, and if you could just show me by a show of hands whether or not this occurred. It has come to our attention that potentially someone may have used the internet to Google information about this court. It was primarily done to receive contact information for the court. But I just want to know whether or not any of you have learned about that or had a conversation regarding what was either reviewed when that, if and when that was done. A show of hands. Yes, sir.
I looked up the word octotrillion just to figure it out, but I don't know if that was what you're talking about.
Okay. All right. Yes?
I looked at you.
Okay. All right. Okay. We cannot do that. All right. So if you sometimes the lawyers, as they've said to you and in my instructions, you are going to be curious about given to you through evidence, which is direct testimony, cross-examination testimony, or any exhibits admitted into evidence. A Google search as to what, I can't even say the word, is not appropriate. Because whatever that search gave, information it gave you, is not evidence. Are you going to be able to set that aside?
Yes.
Okay, and let me just say for the record, we're at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, juror in C 12. All right, so what information when you Googled that word, can you tell me the word again?
I think it was the octatrillion.
Octatrillion. What did you learn when you Googled octatrillion?
It was a pretty big infinitive number.
Okay.
Meaning very, very way past a billion and trillion and all that.
Okay.
I just never heard it, and I was kind of trying to understand what it meant.
Okay. That's exactly what we cannot do as jurors.
Sure.
Only information that we receive is received here in court. Okay?
Sure.
And then 4, 5, 6, you Googled me. To the court, basically. I was just wondering how long you've been a judge. Okay. All right. And I promise you we'll all get an opportunity to talk when we're done, and I can answer any questions about myself personally. When you looked up that information, did you see any newspaper articles or any news as it relates to this case? Okay. Be seated. Thoughts?
I have no concerns, Judge.
If I could have a moment to call appellate counsel, I'm not sure at this point. Obviously, a juror has admitted that he's doing outside research, and that gives me some pause.
Okay, and so let's just kind of break that down. I'll absolutely give you an opportunity to call appellate counsel. Juror in seat 2, we're all satisfied at this point. Didn't talk to anybody else about his search, right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Juror 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Juror 6 did a Google search of the court. And I'm also satisfied that the information that was received was essentially any directories or potentially other articles that the court's been involved in, but not in this case. Is everyone satisfied with that?
Agreed, Judge.
I agree. I actually looked up your name, and the first thing that came up was the Oakland County Circuit Court webpage, and I did not see any news stories on the first page.
Okay, and I'm glad you did that because that's my understanding as well. Your concern now is juror in C12's potential research regarding what that number is.
Yes.
And that he's otherwise admitted to that using an electronic device, which is contrary to what the jury instructions allows you to do in order to research a piece of evidence that was admitted in the trial.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So would you like your client, how long would you like a break for?
I would say just 5 to 10 minutes. I believe my contact would be available by phone, and I don't think it would be hard to reach her, so I just need to have a quick conversation.
Okay, all right, so we'll take a 5-minute break.
Sure.
I will go off the bench, but everyone else is going to remain.
Understood.
Okay?
And I have permission to step outside?
Of course.
Thank you.
All rise. You may be
So, very, very interesting. So, juror number 2 wrote an email that the handler wasn't handling the jury to his satisfaction. So he basically wrote an email to the manager, which is the judge, expressing his displeasure. And then there were 2 more. So then she calls out Pool B. Judge calls out Pool B. Excuse me. So has anyone talked to? So Hernandez wants to keep him, even though it's inappropriate. Hernandez wants to keep him. So then the Pool B comes out. Someone may have used the internet to Google info on this court, to contact me or to contact us. Have you learned about this? Juror 12 says I had to look up octillion, or octatrillion, I believe is how he put it. And then I looked you up, says juror number 6. To which judge says, you cannot do this. You cannot do this. You're going to be curious, and then audio goes out. A Google search as to what anything means is you can't do that because a search, that's not in evidence. So you can't look up what octillion means. And he ultimately said it's pretty big and an infinitive number. And judge says that's exactly what we can't do. So juror number 6 Googled judge, and she says she didn't see any news as it related to this case. Then they leave. Then the state, they have no concern. And then Ms. Lofton says she needs to contact her appellate counsel. To see if there's going to be any appellate issues. But juror 12 used an electronic device. Well, actually, they both did. They both used an electronic device. But juror 12 specifically used an electronic device to look up what something means, and that's exactly what you're not supposed to do. That goes contrary to jury instructions. So, unbelievable. Brat. So is it 27? Is that what it's 27? 27 zeros? Is that what it comes out to be? Andrew, yep, bad. Alexa Rose. Exactly. Oh my. Hell writer. Bad jurors. Bad jurors. Trixie says these jurors are too curious. Brenda, I kind of see where the juror is coming from. Which one? The one that wanted to change his shirt? That wanted to voice his concern to management? I have an issue and I need to speak to the manager. Kathy says, true. Janet, true. He should have just waited. The number just sounds big. Mary, in the long run, I think the juror is in trouble. I wouldn't trust him. Chloe's mom, only in Michigan would this happen? Are you saying that as a fellow Michiganian? Are you in Michigan, or are you from Ohio or Indiana? Janet says, I've watched the jury system work 100 times. Ramahedral, 27 zeros. That's what I thought. Thank you. Kalia, if papers, websites listed that number, the story would appear high in search. Joanne says, we understand these rules because we watch trials. Most jurors are naive to the rules. I agree, Joanne, but I also, didn't she say, the judge says, don't Google, don't use your electronic device, Michigander, Laura says. Okay, and Gretchen, Michigander. You don't like Michiganonian? Michigander. Brett, hint, if you've never heard of a number, it's bigger than trillion. Sarcasm for days. The jurors should have to hand over their phones until the end of the day, even during breaks. Well, we saw that in Lori Daybell's with Joe Schmo. There was a juror that was talking to his daughter. That was a juror 15. He was talking to his daughter in the middle of testimony. 80s music man in Ohio, we don't say the M word. Yeah, that's why I threw it out there. Let's see. Rhombohedral, well, this trial is about to implode, right? Bias, for the sake of appellate issues, get out of here, you bad jurors. Andrew, I know it wouldn't be granted, but I think she should declare a mistrial. Wow. Oh, man. His letter reminded me of a Sarah Boone. Kelly, yeah. His letter reminded me of Sarah Boone on trial. Joanne says, true, but don't Google the trial, not numbers or email addresses. Yeah, no, I mean, you should never, right? You should never. L. Roth says, you're in Wisconsin, and we are really nosy. Virtuous says, juror is told do's and don'ts beforehand. Yeah. Crunchy says, sweaty, irritable complainer juror should go. Yeah, I wonder, somebody asked earlier how many alternates there are. Well, I would think 3 for both, so there should be 6 alternates. 3 for Pool A and 3 for Pool B. Can they pull from each other? Can they pull, like what happens if all 3 alternates go from Pool B? Can they pull from Pool A? It's not just one juror, 3 should be gone then. Is the whole jury pool tainted then? Then is the whole pool tainted? Then there's that. Rubber Ramada, this trial has had some bumps. This is crazy. I agree. It's again, and Brad has said it many times, it's like a box of chocolates. Trials are, you just never know what you're going to get. I'm telling you, this is right from the get-go. Right from the get-go. Before they even started, there was an issue with the juror. Right from the get-go. So now this is 4 jurors. 4 jurors that they've had issues with. I don't know, that first juror, what was he, number 9? I don't know what pool he was in. I'm not sure which pool he was in, but this jury is, now these 3, so that's 4, the 1 plus the 3, they're all from Pool B. So Pool A seems to have their act together. Pool B is, they're skating on thin ice. It's like handling 30 kids, right? Or 2 cats. Now I want chocolate. I know, me too. Dang it. Why did I have to say that? Sherry, most judges remind the admonition before they leave for break, lunch, or the day. Yes. I think she has been, hasn't she? I'm pretty sure she has been. Kelly, I wonder what the other jury has been up to, right? And Deb says maybe they need a whole new jury pool with better instructions and handling. Jurors are the most important people, so treat them good and keep them happy, right? Yeah, they are the B team, Lily. They are the B team. Gordon, this is getting complicated. I know. Lily Wayne, no, they couldn't because one jury heard an opening, the other didn't, so all alternates have not heard the same things. That is true, yeah. Thank you for that reminder. Widespread, jurors aren't supposed to discuss the case before deliberation, so I think the jury pool should be okay, but 3 should be dismissed. Well, I'm saying the whole pool heard. The whole pool just heard that they Googled. The whole pool heard that he Googled octrillion and she Googled the judge's name. So they've heard that all. All right, Joanne, you have to leave chat. Real life calls, you will be lurking off and on. Enjoy the rest of your day and evening. You too. Thank you, Joanne. Take care. Sherry, she did not for lunch today. Yeah, pretty much every trial they say that, so she's not. I haven't been paying attention. Why did I say pool? Just meant jury as a whole.
All rise.
All right, you may be seated. We don't need appearances. Everyone's here. Ms. Lofton, what did you learn?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor, for that break so we can confer with appellate counsel. And after speaking to my client, we are okay with keeping the juror that did the independent research. I would ask that he, again, be told that he cannot use the knowledge that he garnered during this independent search when he returns, if he is not an alternate, when he goes back and does his deliberations with the jury. And I would also ask or remind the jury that any questions they have are only to be tendered to the court through notes when deliberations begin.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that, people. Comfortable with that?
Judge, yeah, from what we just heard, it's a definition of a number and how many zeros are behind it. In fact, for follow-up, I'll ask Detective Conley tomorrow what octillion means, and that way it's actually on the record, the definition of that, so there's no additional information that he's garnered that won't be on the record.
Well, you're going to have a difficult time determining what octatrillion it means, because that's the term that was used by the juror. He may have had a difficult time locating that.
I mean, what we all know, and I think everyone can feel comfortable, is that it is a universally large number that is infinite and that is not used in our everyday speech, as most of us cannot even pronounce it, right?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. All right, let's bring in our jurors.
All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, please be seated. Ms. Lawson, I want to just see you up here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to remind you that you are not to use electronic devices to communicate with the court, do any independent research on your own, even if it's things that you don't think are important or don't think have anything to do with the case. Researching the court, myself, or any of the attorneys, as you can inadvertently pull up a story that has something to do potentially with this case, and that would therefore make you an inappropriate juror. So we all have our cell phones, we always walk around with them, we all have them with us. They're not to be used unless they are used for something that has nothing to do with the court. So while you're here, don't use your electronic devices for any purpose other than answering your emails or communicating with family or friends, all right, during your breaks, okay? The other instruction I want to give at this time is if you have heard or learned any information outside of the court through research on your own through an electronic device, you must set aside any information that you learned. The only evidence that you are to consider when you go back to deliberate is evidence that was properly admitted into court. As I indicated previously, evidence that is properly admitted into court is evidence by witnesses who are sworn to tell the truth, that lawyers are able to cross-examine, and any other documents or exhibits or reference materials that the court admits into evidence. Nothing else is to be considered during your deliberations. All right, let's get going, Mr. Petrobessa. What do you got next?
Here we'll call Gerardo Saucedo.
Good afternoon, sir. If you could just get in that witness stand, stay standing, and raise your right hand and get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and then tell us your name.
Gerardo Saucedo.
My witness, thank you. And sir, can you spell your first name and your last name for us?
Gerardo, last name Saucedo.
And sir, how are you employed?
Self-employed.
Okay, and your self-employment, what is that?
I'm a graphic artist.
Okay, and do you own a shop?
Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
and what kind of shop is that?
A sign shop.
Okay, and what's the name of that shop?
Mr. Boulevard Signs.
Okay, where's that located?
Southwest Detroit, Michigan Avenue.
Okay, and how long have you been in business?
About 25 years.
Okay, it's same location?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and as a shop owner, what are some of the things that you provide to customers?
T-shirts, business cards, magnetics, banners, anything to do with advertisement.
So if a customer comes in and gives you something they want blown up or made to a sign, things like that?
That's what I do.
Okay. And at some point in October of 2024, did you have to reach out to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And why did you have to do that?
Because I had made up some magnetic signs, and then I heard on the radio, then I heard on the news that possibly there had been some kind of crime committed, and I wanted to clear my name, that make sure I was not involved in it.
Okay. And you said you had to make some magnetic signs. What type of signs were those?
For DTE.
Okay. And do you recall what time of year this was at?
What time of year?
Yeah, was it?
It was, I think, like fall or something, no?
October, fall of 2024?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And is your shop equipped with cameras?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did you send video clips of that transaction or things that you were going to make for that particular customer?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the people are moved to
Admit and publish People's Exhibit 18A.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
No objection. 18A is in.
Yeah, and sir, it's going to pop up on that monitor. Just have you take a look at that when it pops up, and I may ask you some questions, okay?
Yeah, go to the 5 and I'll wait for a customer, and he just left. Do you have like the 18 by 24 or only 12 by 24? Maybe take one. So what do you charge for the 18 by 24 like magnet decals from inside the car? Up here you're looking at, I'm sure that's one they got. Well, these are 12 by 24s. But the 18 by 24s are about $130 for parole. That's not 12. I need 3 of them. Okay, so 3 18 by 24s? Yeah. I can do 3 for about 60.
And sir, what is that item that you're showing the customer?
I'm sorry?
What is that you're showing the customer? What item?
It was a magnetic for another customer supposed to be picking up their order.
Okay.
So it was a sample, basically.
Okay. And up there that you can see in the top left corner, is that a timestamp of when that video was taken?
Yep.
Okay. And what is that date on there?
October 4th, 2024.
That work. So our contract for DTE, so all I have to say is DTE on there. And then it's going to be white with a blue letter or white with blue? Would it be possible for you to do one like this? Do you want that in and then that just the basic ones? Yeah, we can do it because they want a lot for them. And it's easier to get.
And sir, do you recall what he was showing you on your phone at that time?
It was the DTF, cause I was looking at his phone right now. It looked like impact font DTF letters.
DTF or?
I mean,
Would it be DTE?
DTE, thank you.
And that was just the customer showing you
what he wanted.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And your phone number is 832-873-5275.
You want me to do it in my hand and I'll pick it up?
No matter. Just put parole. So you want all 3 of them, 18 by 24? Yeah. You said how much? For the other, you want all 3 of them? 201. So like 2 DTE and then the 1 with like the little anybody. You want me to send it to you or something? Yeah. Alright, you know I'm ready from the phone. Or what is it? Do you want 3? You want 3? 400, 400, 400. Alright, I sent you both of them. Okay, then give me 160 here. Yeah. Back in the day, it used to be a lawyer shop. That was you too? Man, I used to come here as a kid and buy spray paint tips, and I used to get like the little rims for my bike. Get everything. I remember my Thunderbird, my yellow truck. I remember the yellow truck. I just sold it with about 2 weeks ago. I still have it. And this is the only place we can get cash. Nobody else has them. And you know what? I'm so busy, man. I own this, I'm a snowmobile business, and then my wife works for Wayne County, and then we've got a Mexican import store in Lincoln Park. Yeah, we were you know. And man, it's okay. I know I'm going to regret, you know, but I mean, right now the time for me to open up that I can't do much shit. And what it is this year, me and my son went down south, we bought a few more trucks for the snowmobile business, so we've been back and forth out of town. And then we got the truck in the garage, we're giving a makeover, I sold some of my old trucks. You guys just do the cars too, right? We like our inside and out, interior, both interior, hydraulic, and all that shit. I still remember this store. But actually, my store used to be 2 buildings over. That was my office, and all of this used to be the garage. Right around here is where we incurred that. Yeah, I'm going to send you thumbs up or something like that. Correct. Yeah, I got this one, and I got that one. Just basically the logo on there. Mm-hmm. All right, man, I appreciate you. All right, sir. Good to see you again. As soon as you're ready, I'll be here. We'll do. I'll be ready Monday that I'll make that guy order off. All right, thank you, sir. All right, have a good weekend.
And sir, that person that came to your store on October 4th, 2024, have you make DTE signs for him, is that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you please identify by something he's wearing?
I'm sorry?
Can you identify him by something that he's wearing?
A blue shirt.
Around let the record reflect the court ID's been made to Mr. Hernandez.
The record reflect the witness has identified defendant Hernandez.
And sir, did you make those products that Mr. Hernandez made?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I saw in the video that did you take Mr. Hernandez's phone number?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were you able to communicate with Mr. Hernandez through that phone number that he gave you?
Yeah, I think maybe after I might have designed the artwork, I might have sent it to him for approval.
And you had communications with him with that phone number that he gave you in the shop that day on the 4th?
Yes.
Now, the people are going to move to admit and publish people 17A, B, C, and D at this time.
A, B, C, and D. Any objection?
No objection.
No objection. Here.
And sir, they're going to pop up on your screen and let me know if you recall this. This is people 17A. Is this a text message that you would have sent to Mr. Hernandez and one that you would have given the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. And is that you in the blue sending a message? Is that your message?
Yes.
Okay. And the white would be Mr. Hernandez's response?
Yes.
And this is 17B. Is this right here? Is this you sending designs or potential designs over to Mr. Hernandez?
I would think so.
Okay. And this thumbs up, would that be an approval for Mr. Hernandez based on the design that you sent him?
Yes.
And is this more communications? Mr. Hernandez asking you if you were able to get that centered?
Yes.
Okay. And then that's him replying, thank you?
Yes.
And then is that him asking, will they be ready today?
Yes.
Okay. Is that you advising him when they'll be ready?
Yes.
And lastly, what is this a text message of?
I'm showing him a sample. His order's ready to be picked up.
And that was the final product that you were making for Mr. Hernandez?
Correct.
Okay. And just based on based on this final communication you have with him, does Mr. Hernandez come back in that store and pick up the items that he had you make?
Yes, it was him, I think.
Okay. And on that day he goes to pick up, was your store still outfitted with cameras?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, people are moved to the mid-published People's 18B.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
Consent.
And sir, can you tell me, would that be an accurate time and date stamp for this picking up of the signs?
Yes, I would think so.
And what date is that?
October 9th, 2024.
Thank you.
Sounds great. Hey, you all right? Good. How about you? Now, let me tell you trick about these. When you install them on your truck, now when I cut these, I cut them around the corner for 2 reasons. That when you're driving the freeway, blah, blah, the wind won't get up underneath there, not come off, you know? Okay. But when you wash your truck, obviously make sure you clean your truck good, clean these off real good, and make sure there's nothing, not even a couple of dust or anything. That little fucking couple of dust will cause a little fucking nipple, and that'll allow air to seep in there and blow it off. Okay? So there goes your back one. That's your side ones. All right? All right, thank you, sir. Well, I'll set these something else, keep us in mind. Absolutely will. All right, take care, man. Have a good one. I'm going to go out.
Sir, it's the same person who came in to pick up the signs on the 9th. Is that the same person who dropped off what he wanted done on the 4th to you?
Yes.
Okay. And that item that he was picking up, are those magnets that you can stick on a truck?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
And at that time, when the transaction was occurring and was picking up, did you have any concerns about what those were going to be used for?
He told me he was a contractor. I get plenty of contractors come to me often, and I'm here for advertisement.
And it wasn't. And it's fair to say that it wasn't until you saw news reports about this particular incident that this sparked a memory for you.
Actually, I was driving home from work, and I'm always listening to news radio, and I heard about this sad incident that happened, and it clicked in my head right away. Man, I just done some magnetic signs, and I hope there's no tie between them. So I went home. I'm having dinner, and I turned the TV on, and now I saw it on the news. And I told my wife, I says, I think I might have, been involved in this, unfortunately.
And then when you talk to your wife and you explain that, is that when you decided to contact the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
No, I called my attorney right away, and
Okay.
he's the one that advised me to.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ross Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Saucedo, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Joshua Zuazo. I have a few questions to ask you, sir. If I don't make myself clear, please tell me that, and then I'll rephrase the question, all right?
Yes.
Now, that first exhibit that we looked at, the first video we looked at, that was admitted as Exhibit 18A, is when the person you've identified as Mr. Hernandez made the order for obtaining the DTE Energy signs.
Correct.
And that happened on the 4th day of October last year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, there was a person that came into that office or your showroom, your store, with him and left with him. Mm-hmm. Do you remember seeing that person?
It was a
there?
female.
It was a woman there. And did you ever seen that woman before?
I've never seen either one of them before.
Okay. But you do recognize Mr. Hernandez to be the man that was in your store making that purchase.
Now
Is
it's
that right?
video, yes.
Okay. And the woman, is that the same woman that came in with him?
Yeah, I mean, you've seen her come in on the video, so yes. I mean, but if I was to see her in the street right now, I wouldn't be able to identify her.
I understand that. But he came with a woman.
Correct.
He
They both walked in
conducted
together.
some business with you in order to make the purchase or to make the order.
Right.
And then he left, and the woman left with him. Is that correct?
They came in as a couple, they left as a couple.
Thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Cross-exam Hernandez.
I have no questions, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down, sir.
And may this witness be excused?
I have no objection.
People called Danielle Diaz. Judge, if I could approach this with the attorneys just for logistical.
Sure.
Yeah, I would. Well, just to further talk about that, I would feel bad because you helped this guy in his plan. No, he didn't know that Hernandez was going to do what he was going to do, but knowing now what looking back on it, I'd be like, oh man, I literally just helped this guy with his plan, and now this other guy is gone. So that's why I'm like, I would feel terrible. I would just feel terrible.
Yes.
Your witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is not easy being here. Am I right on that?
Correct.
Okay. We've met once before today, and that was in district court at the preliminary examination. You remember us meeting then?
Yes.
And that was the first time we've ever met face-to-face?
Yes.
And today's the second time we've ever met face-to-face?
Yes.
You testified at the preliminary examination?
Yep.
You recall that?
Yes.
You were placed under oath and you testified there?
Yes.
Okay. Since that time, I think we've had maybe one or two phone calls in the last couple weeks regarding the logistics of getting you here because you notified us that you had had a surgery. Is that fairly correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were going to have difficulties driving here because of the obvious surgery, so you needed a ride. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And then we met again probably an hour ago just to talk about testifying and what to expect. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You have a connection with a woman named Amanda Diaz?
Amanda Hernandez, my daughter.
Yes. Okay. Does she officially take Hernandez at this point?
Yes.
Okay. But before that, she was Amanda Diaz?
Correct.
Okay. And how are you related to her?
She's my daughter.
And how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
55.
You're going to have to...
Oh, 55.
And you need to speak up very loud for the folks in the first and second row.
Okay.
And how long has your daughter been married to Carlos Hernandez?
It's been a little over a year now, like a year and... today's the
second? A little
second.
over a year?
A year and a month, yes.
Okay. And prior to that time, were you aware that they had been seeing each other?
Yes.
Okay. How long do you think it was, if you go back in time from today's date, not from the last time you testified, but from today's date back, how many years do you think it was that you first knew of Carlos Hernandez being in your daughter's life?
I believe it's like 3 years.
Okay. And do you see Carlos Hernandez in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Carlos Hernandez in a blue polo.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant?
The record reflect the witness has identified defendant Hernandez.
And can you tell us, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
And where are you employed?
At Home Depot.
Okay, which Home Depot are you employed at?
Telegraph Road.
And how long have you worked for Home Depot?
27 years.
Okay. Do you have a residence that you've lived at?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I don't want to know the address.
Okay.
But what city is that house located in?
Lincoln Park.
Going back in time, was there a point in time when your daughter Amanda was living up here in Michigan before she moved down to Texas?
Yes.
Okay, when was it your best guess that when she was living full-time in Michigan before she moved to Texas?
Like, I don't know, maybe a year and a half, 2 years, because she moved down to Texas prior to any, she lived down there for a while.
And your daughter, does she have a child?
Yes.
And is the child fathered by Mr. Hernandez or somebody else?
Someone else.
Okay, is that somebody else, somebody who lives in Michigan or lives in Texas?
Texas.
And how old is that child now?
He will be 4.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm having a difficult time hearing, and I'm concerned that the jury sitting in the front rows will
Can you
also...
guys hear?
Yeah.
You guys are good? Okay, just try to raise your voice as much as you can. We understand it's difficult.
Okay. Is it fair to say you're very close to your grandchild?
Very.
Okay. And you take care of him or her?
Him.
You take care of him when needed? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If your daughter was to leave the house, would they get an outside babysitter, or would you be...
I would be the person.
Okay. And your daughter, Amanda, did she have, going back in October of 24, did she have a residence that was out of state?
Yes.
And what city was that?
Katy, Texas.
Okay. Was that a house or an apartment?
A house.
Did they rent or own it?
Rent.
Okay. And would she and the defendant come back and forth to Michigan? to visit?
Once they went down, they didn't. I think they were there until the wedding.
Okay, and we're talking. The wedding was what year? 2024.
2024.
Okay, and when they would come back to town, meaning Amanda and the defendant, would they stay with you or would they stay with other folks?
With me.
Okay. Would they ever stay with other folks or was it always with you?
No.
When they came up from Texas, did they fly or drive?
Drive.
Did you, were you aware what type of vehicle they were driving?
A Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Was it white in color?
Yes.
When they had returned here from Texas about a year or so ago, was there a wedding that took place?
Yes.
Okay, and that was a wedding. That was the wedding between your daughter and the defendant. Is that correct?
That was their wedding.
And you had involvement with that wedding?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have involvement and any knowledge of an individual known to you at the time by the name of Yogi? Did you know that person by the name of Yogi?
I knew the name, yes.
Okay, and prior to testifying in this case down at district court, you didn't know Yogi's legal proper name, is that correct?
No.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to look around the courtroom and see if you see Yogi in the courtroom today.
He is right behind you in a blue shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant?
Record reflect the witness has identified defendant Zuazo.
And in the preparation for that wedding, were you aware of Yogi being attempted to be fitted for a tux for that wedding?
Yes.
Now, how many times would you say you had met Yogi by the time of October 11th of 2024? How many times did you physically met him?
One physical time.
Okay. And was that a time when you went to Yogi's house, a restaurant, or did he come to your house?
My house.
And did he come to your house with the defendant, or did he come alone to see the defendant?
I'm not really too sure on that.
You don't know how he got there?
No.
Okay. In October of 2024, we have talked about the white Jeep that was there that was brought up from Texas. Was there another white truck, pickup truck, that started to appear in front and by your house?
Yes.
And how long before they left would you say that white pickup truck appeared in front of your house? Your best guess?
I would maybe say a week and a half, but I'm not for sure.
Okay. And did you ever have any conversations with Mr. Hernandez about how did that truck appear in front of your house?
I don't know if I spoke to him or asked him, but I just asked whose truck was it.
Okay. Did you ever get an answer as to whose truck that was?
Well, I'm going to ask who's the speaker, because it's one thing if it's Mr. Hernandez, it's quite another if it's a third person.
I totally agreed. I'm just asking a yes or no question at this point. Did you ever get an answer to that? I'm not asking who said it yet. Did you ever get an answer to that?
Yes.
Okay. And now, as Mr. McCarthy had pointed out, can you tell us, was that from Mr. Hernandez, Amanda, or somebody else?
I honestly cannot remember which one, either Carlos or my daughter tell me.
Don't tell us what they told you.
Oh, okay.
You did get an answer to it. Okay. As far as the answer that you received, there was nothing that came to mind that there was something nefarious or illegal going on with that truck. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say, yes.
Okay. If that was something that was illegal, you would have called the police, you would have told them to get the truck out of there. You wouldn't want to be a part of that. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. You know why you're here today, and you know all the allegations that have gone on regarding the events from last year. Did you have any knowledge of what was going on before those events took place?
No.
Okay. Did you have any direct or indirect involvement in the events that took place in Rochester Hills last year, a year ago?
No.
Now, there is a time that what happens in Rochester Hills gets brought to your attention. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do you call where you were when you first heard, don't tell us what you heard, but when it was first brought to your attention that something was going on that may involve your family?
It was Saturday. I was at work.
Okay, so you learned of it the Saturday after things had actually occurred. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so regarding the dates of October 10th, October 11th, which is the Thursday and Friday, on those 2 days, nothing was brought to your attention about what was happening in Rochester Hills?
No.
Okay, you didn't watch any newscasts or see anything on TV that would have directed your attention to what was going on in Rochester Hills. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you find out about what's going on in Rochester Hills on that Saturday, had your daughter, your grandson, and the defendant Hernandez already left the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. You worked a regular shift on that Friday, October 11th at Home Depot?
Yes.
And what did your regular shift consist of?
6 to 2:30.
Okay. And your typical pattern is if you didn't have any other distraction going on home, you would go towards your house?
Correct.
Okay. When was it that you first learned on that Friday that they were leaving the state of Michigan?
I think it was a little bit later on in the evening or maybe in the afternoon. I can't really say.
Did you try to talk them into staying, or did you understand they wanted to leave and they were going?
I knew they were going to go back.
Okay. They hadn't moved up here for good?
No.
Okay. Now, when you learn that they're leaving the state, do they pack up that Jeep?
My daughter did that night.
Okay. And they put the luggage cargo rack on top, for lack of a better term, on top of the Jeep?
Yes, my nephews helped her with that.
Okay. And nothing was said to you by anyone when they were leaving about anything that was causing them to leave, other than they wanted to go back to Texas. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. The investigation quickly turned and started to focus on both defendant Hernandez and Yogi Zuazo. Is that correct? You had Oakland County Sheriff's deputies contacting you?
When I left work early that morning of, what is it, the 12th? Is it Saturday?
Yes.
When I left work early, I got home and there was police everywhere.
Okay. And is that something that you cooperated with when they got to your house?
Yes.
Meaning they wanted to get inside your house to look around?
Yes.
And they had a search warrant, or did they just ask you for consent to come in?
I don't know if they had a search warrant. I can't remember, but maybe they might have asked me to come in to see if anybody was in the house, because I know they asked me, is anybody in the house? And I said no, it's just me.
Okay. And you had no objection to them coming into the house?
No.
Okay. As the investigation continued, we ended up going to preliminary examination back in last December out in Rochester Hills. Do you recall being subpoenaed as a witness for that? Yes. Also? And that was also a day that I'm sure wasn't pleasant for the position you're in as a witness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You were shown a Ring camera video from the residence on that date. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you identified defendant Hernandez as one of the two people on that Ring camera?
Correct.
And you identified defendant Zuazo also on that Ring camera?
Correct.
This morning, we had another video that had come up that we didn't show you before because it came up through the investigation. But did I show you another video before you came in today?
Yes.
Okay. Counsel has been told of this. This is not sandbagging or surprise. I have let counsel know this occurred before coming in today. I'm going to play you what's been marked as exhibit number 20B as in boy. It's going to pop up on your screen. Ask you if you recognize this as the video that you were shown an hour or so ago.
Yes.
you recognize the larger of the two individuals as defendant Hernandez?
Yes.
Do you recognize the smaller of the two individuals as defendant Zuazo?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Cross-exam Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Diaz, I spoke with you back on December the 17th of last year at the preliminary examination. I'll reintroduce myself. I am Michael McCarthy. I represent Mr. Zuazo. I have some questions to ask you regarding the testimony you've given here this afternoon. And if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that, and then I'll rephrase the question, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you met Mr. Zuazo one time prior to being asked to identify him in court in 2024 at the preliminary examination. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you were, and this is directing your attention to page 95 in the transcript, when you were asked questions initially during your examination about Mr. Zuazo, you said that you didn't have any answer to whether you identified the person who was shown to you on a video that afternoon, the ring video from the Murray's home. You remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, may I approach the witness? I'm going to direct your attention to page 95 of the preliminary examination transcript, lines 6 through 17. Let's read it to yourself, please. And then when you've completed doing that, please let me know, and I'll take it. So you've read through all that?
Yes.
All right. Now let me just ask you a couple of questions then. Does that refresh your memory of what it was that you were asked and how you answered the questions when the preliminary examination was conducted in December of last year?
And if it's written down there, I guess that's what I said.
Let me just say, you say, I guess that's what it said. You can see what is written here, correct?
Right.
And you're able to read and understand what was on page 95, lines 6 through 17, correct?
Correct.
My question is, does it refresh your memory of being there that day and being asked these questions and giving the answers?
In the courtroom?
Yes.
I was in the courtroom. I can't remember everything because I was very nervous.
Okay. Do you think that this is an accurate transcription of what you had to say that day?
I don't remember. I honestly don't remember what I said.
So you have no memory of what you said that day, and this document does not refresh your memory. Is that correct?
I don't remember what I said.
So the answer being this document did not refresh your memory. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Well, no, you're saying no. Is what I just told you correct, that it did not refresh your memory?
I don't remember.
Okay, very good. Then I would move to have this admitted, page 95, as a recording of exactly what she said.
Judge, I have no objection if Mr. McCarthy just wants to read into the record from question starting at line 6. But I would ask him to go through line 18, so I don't have to do that.
Okay, that would be very good. And I imagine maybe she saw 18. It's a one-word answer. So these are questions put to you by Mr. Petrofessa on December 17th of last year. The first question, and did you recognize the second person in those videos as either Yogi or Zuazo? Your answer, I didn't. He was in the back. I don't. Question, did you not identify him to my investigator 20 minutes ago as defendant Zuazo? Your answer, Your investigator didn't ask me if I identified Carlos or not. They didn't ask me any questions. They had me watch a video. Question. Okay, did you recognize I'll ask you one last time, Yogi, in that video? Answer. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have any answer to that. I don't know. Question. Do you? It's yes or no. Answer. Yes.
Okay.
So now you've read it and now you've heard it out loud. And isn't it true when you were asked if you were able to make an identification of Mr. Zuazo, you said, I don't know, I don't know, I don't have any answer to that, I don't know. Your words, right?
Okay. Yes.
No, it isn't okay, it's yes or no.
Yes.
And then Mr. Petrofesa says, do you? It's yes or no. And then you answered yes.
Okay.
Well, it's not okay. I mean, that's what you said,
All
correct?
right. If that's what you're saying, yes.
Well, it isn't just what I'm saying. It's what you said under oath when you were in court on December 17th of last year. You understand that?
I'm going to plead my Fifth Amendment right for your question.
Okay, so I'm just going to insert myself here for a second. That is what Mr. McCarthy's showing you is a recorded transcription from the court proceeding.
Okay.
So lawyers can use under oath testimony to ask questions about it. So there's nothing inappropriate about what's happening here. I don't know if you're misunderstanding, I think, what's being asked. I think you're just being asked to affirm that you, in fact, did say those things under oath.
If that's what it says, then yes.
Okay.
I don't remember what happened a year ago.
We understand. I know you've said that quite a bit, but that is what you said under oath because it's transcribed and it's certified by a transcriber. You do agree with that?
Yes.
Right, go ahead.
Thank you, Rana. Well, then you would agree also that in the space of however long it took to have Mr. Petrofesa ask his second question where he says it's yes or no, you changed from I don't know of who it is to yes, it's Mr. Zuazo. Is that right?
If that's what it says, yes.
Okay, very good. Now, let's talk a little bit about the night of the 11th day of October last year. You said something to the effect that it was planned that Mr. Hernandez and your daughter, Amanda Diaz at the time, but now Amanda Diaz Hernandez, were going to leave town. Remember that testimony
Yes.
you gave a few minutes ago?
Right.
And so my question to you is, on that day, October the 10th, or the 11th rather, when you got up that morning, did you understand that Mr. Hernandez and your daughter were going to leave town and go back to Texas on that day?
No, because I didn't talk to my daughter until the afternoon.
Okay, and then you found out in the afternoon. What time was that?
I have no idea, but when I wake up, it's 4:45. I get dressed and have to be to work by 6. There's nobody up in my house at that time but me.
Okay, so you get up at 4:45 a.m. to go
Yes.
to work, is that correct? And then you get home because you have to be there at 6, is that it?
Correct.
And you work an 8-hour day?
Yes.
And so somewhere around 2:30 or 2:45, you're back home from work?
Yes.
So whenever this conversation with your daughter took place, it was after 2:45.
Or during the day, I can't remember. I don't know if I spoke to her during the day. I talked to my daughter like 5-6 times a day, every day.
Okay, so when they left, what time was it?
It was at night. I went to bed and they were still packing the car. I have no idea what time they left.
Okay, but you were well aware of the fact that they were leaving. Is that correct? Okay. And that was a bit of a surprise to you that they were leaving so soon?
No, because it's been planned. We're going to leave. Well, we might be leaving this day, might go this day. You know, it wasn't like, okay, we're leaving on this day.
Okay. And they had arrived sometime in August and then were there for this wedding that was conducted, and then they hung around your place even after the wedding for a period of time, correct?
Yes.
And then both of them left at the same time, correct? And your grandson went with them, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Cross for Hernandez.
Mr. McCarthy just asked you about when it was that Mr. Hernandez and your daughter came back from Texas. Was it August, or do you not remember?
It was like 3 weeks before the wedding.
And when was the wedding?
I believe it's September 8th.
Okay. And you had previously testified when Mr. Petrofessa was asking you questions that they actually lived in Katy, Texas. Like they had a home down there and Michigan was no longer their residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the reason that they came here was for the wedding, correct?
Correct.
The plan was always for them to return to Katy, Texas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirects?
Just very briefly, I know Mr. McCarthy spent some time in discussing with you my questions to you during the preliminary examination, your answers to that, and I think you read the page, I think off of page 95 to you, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. After I got to talk to you at preliminary examination, kind of like this, Mr. McCarthy got to cross-examine you kind of like this at that point in time also. Isn't that correct?
Just like right now?
Maybe not just like it,
okay.
but kind of like it. He got a chance to ask you questions, right, after I was done.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct everyone's attention to page 102. When Mr. McCarthy was asking you questions, did you not say his question was, are you able to identify the second man to be this individual, the second man shown in that video to be the individual that you know as Yogi? And your answer was yes. Do you recall that?
Yes, if that's what I said, yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay. All right. Did you want to cross on that?
I do have one question.
All right.
So can you explain to both of these juries here how it is that when Mr. Petrofessa asked you that question from page 103, where your answer was yes, you were able to say immediately that that's what it was, and you didn't have to look at the transcript? Can you explain that?
Judge, just one
Maybe it's
thing.
the wrong page.
No, there's two things I just want to correct. It's page 102, and actually Mr. McCarthy's asking the question, not me.
No, I'm talking about Mr. Petrofessa asking the question right now.
Oh, okay.
It's not. It's argumentative and not relevant, right? Point is made, Mr. McCarthy. Anything
Very
else?
good.
Okay.
If she can't answer it, that's fine.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Petrofessa, anything else on redirect
No,
then?
Judge.
All right, you may step down, but watch your step on the way down.
Okay.
If you need help, let us know. The OIC can help you come down if you need it.
Can this witness be excused?
I have no objection.
All right, she's excused.
If you can just bring it over to me and I can go.
Might be able to line it right up. I'm just going to hold this up. You good?
Who's next?
Take a tag on your honor.
Good afternoon, Detective. If you could get in the witness stand, stay standing, raise your right hand, I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're going to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Name is Detective Jesse Haglund.
All right, your witness.
Thank you. Can you spell your first and last name for us for the record?
First name Jesse, Jesse. Last name Haglund.
I know you just said you're a detective, but where are you employed?
The Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
For 7 years.
Okay. And how long have you been a detective with the Sheriff's Office?
I've been assisting the Detective Bureau in Rochester Hills for several, but full-time as a detective for about 3 months.
For about 3 months? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to your employment with the Sheriff's Office, did you have any other law enforcement experience?
I did.
And where was that at?
I was a police officer in the city of Auburn Hills for 4 years.
Okay. So you went from Auburn Hills to the Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to October 11, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do.
Okay. And on that date, were you one of the officers that responded to the scene?
I was.
Okay. And where were you prior to arriving on scene to the Newcastle address?
I was assigned to Rochester High School as a school resource officer, and I responded when the call came out over the air.
And as a school resource officer, why did you respond to that particular incident?
Due to the nature of the incident and its close location to the schools, there was another high school and middle school close by. I started to respond in the event we needed to do anything with the schools.
Right, so you were one of the responding deputies that day?
I was.
Okay. And then also, were you also involved in the further investigation of this particular case?
I was.
Okay. And did you execute a search warrant at a house in Lincoln Park?
I did.
Okay. And why was the search warrant done for that particular house in Lincoln Park?
That residence was identified as the residence that one of the suspects had been residing in for the past several months.
Okay. And do you recall when you executed that search warrant?
It was, I believe, within a couple days of the initial incident in the afternoon.
And did you go there by yourself, or was there other officers with you?
I went along with Detective Wiegman and eventually was joined by Lieutenant Delbeck.
Okay. And would all three of you guys there?
I apologize.
Okay.
Detective Wiegand. I said Wiegman.
I know they're similar.
Yes.
Two different people, but the names are very similar.
Yes.
Okay. And you went there, and did all three of you guys search the home?
We did.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
I'm going to hand them what's been marked as people 25A, B, and C.
I have no objection.
And I am.
25?
Yeah, it's not written down. These were brought from evidence today.
All right, so what are their numbers then? 25 is what?
25A is a release for damage to property form. 25B is a DTE customer consent release form. And 25C could be called DTE cutouts.
Got it. And you have no objection to those, the admission to those?
No objection.
Or they're...
Okay. Can you take a look at these for me?
I can.
And at 25A, B, and C, do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
These were found in the search of the area of the house that was where the suspect had been residing.
And where did you find, specifically on 25A, where did you locate that?
This form was located in a trash bag, a plastic bag that had other articles of garbage in it that was tied up sitting on a couch.
And when you located that, was that of significance in your investigation to you at that time?
Yes, these forms were.
And why was that?
Well, 25B I recognized to be the same form that had been held up to the Ring doorbell. From reviewing the doorbell footage, I recognized this to be the same form, specifically because it also had the blue lining on it, which I could see from the Ring camera footage, as well as the same layout.
And Detective, did you review that Ring footage before executing that search warrant?
I did.
Okay. And what about 25C that you're holding?
The suspects were reported to be in a DTE vehicle at the scene, and I located these DTE cutouts stuffed underneath a couch cushion and one of the pieces of furniture in the room.
And you gathered those items and brought those to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, these items were tagged in the property. These are my initials where I sealed them for evidentiary purposes.
May I approach the witness? And at this time, people will move to publish these.
Okay.
I have no further questions.
Are you going to publish?
No, publish these. No, they're in here, so we can set the here or show them, hand them to the jury, however the court wishes.
Let's wait to publish till after.
That's usually, yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, cross Zuazo.
Thank you very much. Detective Hagelin, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants, Joshua Zuazo. I have a couple of questions to ask you today regarding your testimony. As a part of your, and if I don't make myself clear when I ask a question, just tell me that and I will rephrase the question, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Part of the work that you did investigating this case was to speak with Mrs. Linda Murray, correct?
On my initial response to the scene, I spoke with Miss Murray when I escorted her from the home to a vehicle.
And then she was in your vehicle, is that correct?
She was not in my vehicle. I placed her in an open squad car outside.
But you talked to her?
Yes.
And when you first got on the scene, she was seated on the front porch, is that right?
I don't recall if she was inside or outside the front porch, but that's where I escorted her from.
Okay. And you got some information from her. She provided you with information regarding what had happened and descriptions of the people that were involved. Is that correct?
Yes, on a limited basis.
And one of the things that she reported to you was that one person was, as she described, a Hispanic male with a beard, tall and fat, very fat. Remember her telling you those things?
Yes.
And you put that in quotation marks in the report that you wrote about your interaction with Miss Murray, correct?
Yes.
And then she gave you a description of another person who was there.
Yes.
And that was a black male of average height and average weight. That's
correct.
What you wrote in your report, correct?
Yes.
And when you wrote that report, it was based on the information that you received when you were talking with Mrs. Murray, correct?
Yes.
And the report is dated October 11th, so you wrote that the same day, is that correct?
Yes.
I mean, not right there at that moment, but when it was fresh in your mind, correct?
Yes.
And did you take notes while you were talking with Miss Murray and Mrs. Murray and then make the report, or was this from your memory?
I went off of, I believe, body cam footage in memory.
Okay.
Yep.
Because you reviewed that when you put your report together,
yes.
Is that correct? And can you tell the jury whether it's an important thing to write an accurate report?
Yes, it's extremely important to write an accurate report.
And that's because the information in there refreshes your memory when the time passes between the day that you write something and when you have to testify about it, if that need arises, correct?
Yes.
And so in your review of the reports that you did for your involvement in this case, would you say that the information regarding the descriptions Mrs. Murray gave you regarding each of the two people that came into her home on October 11th is accurate?
It's accurate based on what was given to me. Yes.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. What she told you, that's what you wrote down.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, there's another thing I wanted to ask about, and that is when you were a participant in the search, in the execution of the search warrant at the house in Lincoln Park. Were you found the three exhibits, 25A, B, and C, the DTE forms and those cutouts? You said the cutouts were stuffed under a couch. Was that in the upstairs or the downstairs of the residence, if you recall?
No, that was in the area of the residence that had been designated as the suspect's living area.
Okay, and was that upstairs or downstairs?
Downstairs.
So in the basement?
Yes.
And when you said had been designated as the suspect's residence, how did you get that information?
That's where we were directed by the homeowner.
Okay, so, and then you found other things that were related to Mr. Hernandez down there besides these DTE documents?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Did you see any other items that were down there that were at all identifiable to belong to Mr. Hernandez?
There was large clothing. I can't speak to having any recollection of seeing anything specific, no.
Okay. When you say large clothing, you mean like size 6X, things of that nature?
Very large clothing.
Very large clothing. Male clothing?
I would believe so, yes.
Okay. And you were directed to that area of the house because you were informed that that's where he had been staying. Is that correct? Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Ross Hernandez.
Good afternoon, sir.
You had described that you arrived on the actual scene. You traveled there from your position at Rochester High School. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you a part of the house or part of the team that was clearing the house?
No.
Okay. Had that already taken place when you arrived?
They were coordinating it, I guess you could say.
Okay. Did you have any interactions with Deputy Copeland on that day?
Nothing noteworthy.
Okay. Do you remember seeing a blood swipe on the railing of the wall by the stairs going down into the basement?
No.
You testified that you were then present in Lincoln Park during the search, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you noted in your report that you observed a black glove. Do you remember black glove? Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And is that something you seized as evidence?
I did.
And in your report, you stated that that glove looked like something that Carlos was wearing at the scene. Do you remember stating that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you present during the search of Mr. Zuazo's home?
I was present, yes.
And was anything noteworthy found during that search?
Nothing that I personally could testify to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Having trouble hearing?
I just thought I missed something. I didn't know if I could ask it.
No, you can't ask to no right now.
Okay.
And that's juror 1, 2, 3, wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Juror in seat 4. Can't ask a question. Only thing right now would be to say you needed a break or you put it here. Neither one of those things? Okay. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
People call Detective Weekman.
No objection.
All right, he's excused.
Approach to be sworn in court.
Hi, good afternoon. If you want to get in the witness stand, I'll get you sworn in. Go ahead and just raise your right hand. You swear from the testimony you're going to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Detective Robert Wigman, Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
All right, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective. You had some involvement in the investigation in case of why we're here today for trial?
Yes, sir.
And your name appeared on the witness list, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it did.
Okay. Defense counsel has asked me to produce you for today to be questioned. So I'm going to turn you over to Mr. McCarthy so he can ask you questions.
Cross-exam Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Wigman, as Dr. Fessa just said, my name is Michael McCarthy. I'm representing Mr. Zuazo. I just have a couple of questions that I want to ask you here this afternoon related to your involvement or interviews with Linda Murray in the days, either the day of the incident and the days that passed. And so if I ask a question and I don't make it clear to you what I'm asking, just tell me that and I'll rephrase the question, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So Ms. Murray, you interviewed her a couple of times, correct? Or maybe 3 times? I'm not sure.
I can say this. It wasn't just once, it wasn't just twice. It was continuous interactions over a course of probably 7 to 10 days.
Okay. And you wrote a report on October 14th that, at least at that point, said that you had met with her on the 11th, the date of the incident, and you spoke with her while she was in the hospital. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And then you followed up with succeeding interviews in the days that followed at the home of her son. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And at one point during those interviews, you asked for a description of the people who were involved in the incident at her home, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she gave you a description of a person who she said was a Hispanic male that might have been about 6 foot tall. Is that right?
I asked some probing questions to that, and then she later clarified he was approximately the same height as her husband, but definitively not 6'6" and also not 5'6".
Okay, and so it was somewhere in that range, at least above 5'6" and below 6'6" in her mind. That's the way she described you. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And then she gave you a description, because I'm sure you were asking the questions, about the second person.
Yes, sir.
And she said that that person had an average height and weight. He was a black male.
That's correct, sir.
All right. There wasn't any specific in the report that you wrote relating 5'8" or 5'10" or anything like that, correct?
It was more of a general description as opposed to a specific one. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Hernandez?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
After your involvement in the case, or I should say during your involvement in the case, you prepared at least one report, correct?
I think it was 4.
Okay. And on the one that Mr. McCarthy is referencing was dated 10/14, you have a section of your report called Summary of Combined Interviews with Linda Susan Murray. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in that report, am I fair to assume that you kind of compile all the information that you've received from her up until that point?
That's true.
Okay. And in that report, would you agree with me that you described a scenario of exactly what she told you happened from when these two individuals came to her house and then left her house?
As a general statement, yes.
Okay. And is it true that in your report you detail Linda telling you that all 3 people, including Mr. Murray, Mr. Zuazo, and Mr. Hernandez, go downstairs at some point in time?
That is true.
Okay. And then you put in your report, a short period of time goes by, and Linda observed the large Hispanic suspect come up the stairs and through the basement door. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you then remember writing that the large Hispanic suspect then asks Linda, where's the jewelry and where's the money?
Dr. Nalawani.
I'll just begin again with that sentence just for the record. You wrote that Linda observed the large Hispanic suspect come up the stairs and through the basement door. Do you remember writing that?
Yes, ma'am.
You then write the large Hispanic suspect then asks Linda, where's the jewelry, where's the money? Linda states she tells this suspect that the only money in the house is either in her purse or in her husband's pocket. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You then wrote that Mr. Hernandez asked her if there was any money, if there was any other money in the house, and Linda explained that Mr. Murray technically usually keeps money in his pocket and no longer uses a wallet.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then you write in your report that Mr. Hernandez continued to go through her purse and take her money, also took her car keys and her cell phone, correct?
I believe that's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You then write, the black suspect then comes upstairs. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in your mind, there was a period of time between Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Zuazo coming up the stairs based on what you put in this report, correct?
That was the version of events relayed to me by Linda, yes.
I have nothing further.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Will this witness be excused?
I have no objection. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy.
Any objection, Ms. Walton?
No, thank you.
All right, please excuse.
And Judge, if we can approach.
Yeah, come up.
All right, so they only called him so that he could be crossed. I don't know why they didn't call him. To answer your question, Psychosaurus Rex, I don't know why they didn't call him for their case in chief. They just called him basically so he could be crossed. I don't understand. All right, so joint criminal trials, Ed. Multiple defendant criminal cases, one jury is often insufficient to resolve defendants' cases. The most common scenario is when the majority of evidence is admissible against each defendant, but one defendant has made a confession that also implicates the other defendants. So we didn't see any of the pretrials, so we're not sure which one is saying the other one did it, but it seems like they're kind of pointing the finger at each other. So while out-of-court statement may be admissible against the confessing defendant, it is inadmissible against co-defendants having the same jury as a declarant. So it's also for resources, trying two defendants for one crime. That's another reason. Maybe the state felt, instead of splitting this up, it made more sense from a resource standpoint to have them tried together. But to me, from all the research I've done, and this is from the Florida bar, all right, this isn't from Michigan, but this is from the Florida bar, saying it's when when one defendant makes some kind of confession against the other. So again, we didn't watch any of the pretrial, so I'm not sure what came out, what didn't come out, who said what before. So I hope that answers your question. All right, so where are we at a break? Let me see. We've seen so much. They haven't taken a break yet. Wow, they've been going since like 1:30. Surprise! Yeah, there's no break. But this jury is just out of control, and then juror number 4 is like, I have a question. So we've had juror number 9 dismissed. We've had juror number 2 writing emails. We have juror number 12 Googling octrillion. We've got juror number 6 looking up the judge, and now we have juror number 4 saying, I have a question. I want to say, Judge, get a handle on your jury. But holy smokes, it's like wrangling drunken kiddies. This jury is just unbelievable. They're humorous, but really unbelievable. All right, so Geraldo Cerrito, graphic designer, he made magnetic signs that said DTE. Mr. Hernandez, clearly was him coming in asking to have that, and he was clearly there with his wife. So Amanda, she is, and we heard the state say she still could be prosecuted. So she's still on the hook. I don't know where she is, but she's still on the hook. Doesn't look good for her. And then Daniel Diaz, who is the mother to Amanda. She works at Home Depot. There's video of both Hernandez and Zuazo shown, and she's like, yep, that's him, that's them. So they came up from Texas, they came up to Michigan, they got married September 8th, she thinks, of 2024, and remember this happened in October. I have to come back.
Okay, so what panel now? What A? Okay.
Can we approach?
Come on.
All right, they're approaching again, so I'll continue on with my recap. So she identified both Zuazo and Hernandez.
Your panel B. Panel B, we're sending you out for a break, okay? And so somebody will come grab you right now. You're going back to your jury room. You cannot leave the jury room, okay? All right, thank you.
All eyes for the jury.
Juror number 9 knew some of the family members. He knew a family member. So juror number 9 was released straight away.
Okay, please be seated. Are you terrified that you don't get a break? All right, ladies and gentlemen, the testimony for your portion is going to be done for the day. All right, so we are actually going to excuse you for the rest of the day a little bit earlier than we typically gone out. Based on what I think is going to happen, I think we'll probably have you back to be safe and not have you sit in that jury room for longer than necessary at 9 a.m. tomorrow. All right, so you are free to go and return at 9 a.m. There's a caveat here. You're going to be taken back into your jury room, and you're going to have to wait until you are allowed to leave. So that might take about 5 or 10 minutes before you're actually done for the day. When you are excused, I need you to physically leave the building. Okay? So I don't want anyone sticking around for any purpose. Is there any reason anyone would want to be sticking around? All right? Okay. So I won't see you then again until tomorrow morning at 9. All right? Thank you.
All right, to the jury, please.
So let's just make sure that we're holding the doors for the jury. Can you message everyone in the back and make sure that's being done?
And Judge,
yes.
just for the record, because we've had this discussion, just the logistics at the bench, but regarding Mr. McCarthy wanting to be present for the next witness, needing his client to be present for the next witness, he has agreed that they do not need to be present for the next witness.
What witness is going to be called?
That is going to be the detective regarding the interview down south. So that's going to be Detective Wendell Smith.
And is that the only witness that we intend on having today?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you have talked to your client about his right to be here and listen to that and be a part of it, and you guys both decided you don't need to be here for it.
We do not want to be present. That is a statement that, the whole reason we're having 2 juries is that statement. So,
fair enough.
We don't need to be here for that.
All right, so then have a good evening, and I will see everyone then back tomorrow morning. I also just want to indicate to the Sheriff's Department, although I've told those jurors to leave for the day, my fear is that one would come through the front door because they need to ask me a question or something. Can we be double checking on anyone who's coming to the courtroom that they're not a seated juror? Okay. All right, Mr. Zuazo's all set then.
See you later. Good night. All right, take care.
And then just for the record, I know that this video that will be played is roughly 1 hour and 10 minutes. I think the court indicated that they did not intend to listen to all of it today. We may have to break.
Yeah, we might have to break. Let's just see how it goes. Is there going to be a lot of questioning of the witness outside of the video?
Your Honor, I'll be doing it. I'm just going to ask him, did he go down and interview him when that was, and then go directly right into that.
And either way, your cross is going to be tomorrow. Because that's what would happen, because that's their purpose, right? Okay.
Then we'll have it down to 3 witnesses tomorrow.
And that's with the medical examiner tomorrow.
Yes.
2.5.
Yeah, 2.5. Are you calling him out?
So we got Conley, but I'm standing there and finish up with.
I'll get out of here.
You're okay. Take your time, Mr. McCarthy.
You're not calling Glock, you're calling her voice?
No, not voice. Because you're not in the sheet.
Okay. It's just a text message.
Yes,
And Judge, just so that there is a record of it, the video that's going to be played, which is Mr. McGarrow's witness and Ms. Lofton's witness, there were redactions done to it. Those redactions were done by some request from Ms. Lofton, and then others are by agreement. Ms. Lofton has been provided already a copy of that video that's going to be played, so when it's played, everyone already has agreed that what's about to be played is admissible, and there shouldn't be any issues with what's played because both sides have agreed to it.
Okay.
That's correct.
Sounds good. And although we are not going to have Mr. McCarthy and Mr. Zuazo at council table, I would suggest remaining where you are, Ms. Lofton, just so that there's no appearance in front of the jury that there's some type of movement for any reason. Okay. Is Mr. Zuazo down?
It's my understanding that he is.
Okay, so then if he's down, then we can let McCarthy's jury go. Yeah.
Wait for 1 minute more. I can get onto the elevator and be out of here. That way I won't run into any trouble.
Well, you gotta go quick.
I am moving as fast as I can. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Have a good night.
You too. And when they can, we can bring them out of the jury.
So yeah, so that answers our question about why they have 2 juries. The whole reason we have 2 juries is that we don't want or need to be here. So they're going to play testimony now. Apparently this is Miss Lofton's witness that they're going to play testimony, so he doesn't need to be there.
All rise for the jury.
Oh, you can come in here. Yeah.
Okay.
Please be seated. People, your next witness.
People call Detective Wendell Smith.
Good afternoon, Detective. If you want to just get in that witness stand, watch your step, raise your right hand, and I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Wendell Smith.
Your witness.
Thank you, Anna. Can you spell your first name and your last name for the record, please?
Wendell Smith.
Mr. Smith, where are you employed at?
The Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And what's your title with the Sheriff's Office right now?
I'm a detective with the Rochester Hills substation.
How long have you been a detective?
About 2 years.
Okay. And prior to being a detective, what was your assignment?
I worked road patrol for 3 years.
And was it out of the Rochester Hills substation?
Various substations.
Okay,
But one of them was Rochester Hills.
Okay. And prior to your appointment with the sheriff's office, do you have any other law enforcement experience?
I was a Detroit police officer for 4 years.
Okay. And Detective, were you involved in the investigation of the homicide that occurred on October 11th in Rochester Hills?
I was.
Okay. And as part of your involvement, were you assigned to go down to Cato Parish, Louisiana?
I was.
And how were you told to go down there?
We flew down there.
Okay. And when you say we, who was that?
I went with one of my partners, Detective Wiegman.
Okay. And why did you go down there?
I believe they had evidence that was taken when Mr. Hernandez was arrested, and we were also informed that Mr. Hernandez wished to speak with us.
Okay. And so, do you recall what day it was that you flew down there?
I believe it was the 17th.
Of what month?
October.
Okay. So you and Detective Wiegman go down to Cato Parish on the 17th of October?
Yes.
And it was fair to say one of your responsibilities was to collect the evidence that the Cato Parish detectives secured from that stop.
Yes.
Okay. And did you transport that back to Oakland County Sheriff's office?
Yes.
Okay. And did you guys fly back or drive back?
Oh, we drove back.
Okay. Would that be, when you say we, it would be you and Detective Wiegman?
Yes.
Okay. And also, while you were down in Cato Parish, did you interview Mr. Hernandez?
Yes.
Okay. And that person you interviewed down in Louisiana that you knew to be Mr. Hernandez, is that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him, identify him by something that he's wearing?
Gentleman right here in the blue shirt.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, people are going to move to admit and to publish at this time to the jury People's Exhibit 14, which is the interview of Mr. Hernandez.
Okay. Identifying him for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, may the record reflect an inquiry has been made of the defendant.
The record reflect the witnesses identified defendant Hernandez. And there's no objection to the admission of this exhibit. What number is that?
14.
14. Ms. Lofton, no objection?
Correct.
14 is in.
And was this interview recorded?
It was.
Okay. And who conducted that interview? Was that you or Mr. Wiegman? Or Detective Wiegman?
Detective Wiegman was the primary interviewer, and I sat in with him.
My name is Detective Wiegman, Detective Smith. How are you guys doing? Nice to meet you. We both work for Oakland County Sheriff's Office in Rochester Hills. We are here today. I'm going to introduce ourselves, and we were told that you might want to talk to us, and as a result, we sure hope to talk to you. You want to leave with you guys? Today? Not today. When am I leaving? We're working on that tradition right now. It'll probably get with you next week. It'll probably be sometime next week. What kind of questions you have for us? Did you guys arrest the other dude? We have more than one person in custody, yes. More than one person. Yeah. I'll let you answer. I'm going to leave that as an open-ended question, or open-ended answer. Why am I taking all the heat on this shit when I shouldn't be? Well, before we talk, so we were told that before that you didn't want to talk to police. Is it our understanding that that's changed? You now want to talk to us? Okay, and then you've never met us before. Nobody's promised you anything to talk with us. Okay, you're doing this on your own free will. Yes, sir. Okay. All right. And you understand that Miranda, because you made certain statements in the past, applies to a certain extent. We would not be here if you didn't ask to see us. Correct. All right. Do you want to speak with us and give a statement on this today? Yeah, I'll talk to her for a minute. All right. As a result, you ever seen one of these before? Yes, sir. All right. We're going to point out and cover this before we start. All right. Let's talk about your background real quick. All right. State your full name for me. Carlos Hernandez. All right. Give me that name. Jose. And what's your date of birth? 12/11/1986. All right. Where are you from? Detroit, Michigan. All right. Were you born there or born someplace else? I was born there. You were born there. All right. I was living in Texas just recently. All right. How long you lived in Texas for? She's almost a year. Alright. Let's talk about your background. You go to school, you graduated high school? No, I got a GED. You got a GED? Can you read and write in English? Yes, sir. Do you have any college schooling or any sort of certificate after that? What do you have? I got a CDL, I've got a certified paralegal certificate, and I got a degree in business management. Where'd you get the paralegal from? Where'd you get it for? Where'd you get it from? What's that?
Just pause it for a minute, just to provide an explanation and instruction. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not that you can't hear the audio. That's intentionally done. If you can't hear it, you're not supposed to. Okay? All right, go ahead.
So I started working as a machine operator, and then I got my CDL, which led me to own on some of my trucks. Okay. Alright, what kind of medical issue you got? Just that. Honest answer. Alright, so with that, have you ever been diagnosed with any sort of psychological issue? Yeah. What have you been diagnosed with? Being schizophrenic. You're schizophrenic? Yeah. Alright. Are you on your medication right now? No, I refuse to take it. I haven't taken it in quite a while, and I've been managing my symptoms, so I don't want to take it. I feel like it hurts me more than it helps me. Alright, so let's talk about it a little bit. When were you diagnosed as schizophrenic? Oh shit, I'm 37 now, so over 20 years ago. Over 20 years ago? What medication did they ask you to take at that point? I was on Seroquel, just a gang of them. I was on a lot of them. Alright, when did you stop taking them? So, the obvious question is going to come up long term, right? You've been diagnosed as schizophrenic. How can we trust the statements you're making right now? Like, hey, so I guess there's this, right? A handful of easy questions. What year is it? 2024. Who's the president of the United States? Well, right now, Biden. Alright. And how many quarters make a dollar? 4. Alright. So, we're trying to think of other ways to gauge. Like, so listen. Yeah. I understand what you're saying about the medication. Don't worry, I'm like everything I tell you or everything I talk to you about, it's gonna be good. Like, I've been off my is if I am having issues with my mental health where I can't personally manage it, I know what to do. Alright. So, you're a paralegal, you can read and write in English. You know you're talking to the police right now. I know issues with that. I can kind of, because I've never actually talked to the police before. Not in this kind of setting. Alright. Not where I'm wearing this and you guys are wearing that, but outside of this, yeah, I'll praise you guys all the time. But ultimately speaking, you run your own company, you own multiple trucks. Yeah. Alright. Do you have any other questions about that specifically? I mean, I trust your judgment on this one. Like, there's no reason not to the way you're explaining it. Alright? Let's go over this Miranda real quick. You want me to read it out loud, or you want to read it out loud? I'll read it. Alright. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court or other proceedings. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and have him with you during questioning. You get out before the lawyer, one will be appointed for you, free of any cost to you before any questioning if you wish. So, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to fill out some of this. Actually, is Carlos correct? Yes. Can you do me a favor, print your name? Legibly, first, middle, last, right there. And then at time is it? 3,
Before you sign it, a couple quick follow-up questions. Do you understand the rights that you just read?
Yeah.
Do you want to speak to me?
Yeah, I want to talk to you. I know you might believe I'm going to tell you something that, yeah, I want to talk to you, but.
Alright. But I just want to make sure, like, I don't want this to come back and say you didn't understand your rights or anything else, because that does really matter.
I'm going to tell you I'm not going to talk to you about the crime. I got a couple questions I want to ask you. I'm not going to talk to you about the crime until I can have a prosecutor sit in front of me.
Okay. Alright, so what I need for you to do, sign right here. Alright. So ultimately speaking, you don't want to talk about anything that happened.
I mean, I may, but.
Alright, hold on, man. Like, here's the deal. This is kind of going to be a quick protocol on our end. I'll answer questions when you're answering questions. Other than that, we're not just here to divulge everything that's in our investigation. That's not what we're here for. Alright?
So would you go, I go.
Back and forth. Alright, so here's the deal. Here, there's no prosecutor here today. There's not going to be one here today. It's you and me, you and him. That's it.
So let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
If I tell you something, no matter what, it could potentially bite me in the ass.
Yeah,
so I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm asking you is if I talk to y'all, is it going to help me with the prosecutor?
We can't make any promises. I mean, ultimately speaking, right, you're going to have to weigh this under your own judgment. And the way you kind of have to look at this is there are two frames of thought here. It's either number one, you're responsible for this, and quite honestly, you're being made out to be a monster on the face.
What you telling? I've seen it. Everybody I've talked to tells me.
And so you're playing the game of, I know what happened, I have a story to tell,
oh my God.
And I'm repentant.
Listen, I got more than, I know, I got a fucking, see what I did, I made sure, because I kind of had an idea, so I made sure I had an insurance policy. So,
alright, I'll bite. Tell me about this insurance policy.
You got my phone?
Nothing really in our possession, no.
There's a whole recorded message, a whole recorded conversation in there, a whole recorded incident in there. Recorded.
When you say incident, what is that?
There's a video in there. What y'all making me out to be, I didn't do, man. What they're making me out to say I didn't do. I didn't do it. I got proof I didn't do it. You been in my car yet? Mm-hmm. Take that black bag out of my car.
What's in the black bag?
Just take the black bag out of my car.
Okay.
But I'm telling you, this bullshit wasn't me, bro. It's not who I am as a man, as a person.
A lot happened that led up to all this.
Oh, I know.
Like, this is not just the day of. This is weeks of planning.
It's not even weeks of planning, but I'm telling you what happened. It was no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
What did your wife know about all this?
She really didn't know shit.
That's not entirely true. At some point she learned.
She didn't know.
And she learned before the traffic stop.
Before the traffic stop?
The one where you guys were stopped and you were taken into custody. At some point, she knew something.
Shit, right? Basically right after. Yo, we gotta go. It's time to go home. Back to the car, let's go.
and she had to have a reaction. Your mother-in-law had to have a reaction. Your family, they were like, what the fuck, why? And I told her, like, I didn't tell her, like, oh, this. I'm like, just do what I tell you. When I tell you to do something, do it. Let's go get the fuck out of here now. My mother-in-law was shit, like, crying, why, what happened? My mother, why? What's going on? Like, we have to go on, I have to go home. And we went home. You had 12 plus hours in that car together. A lot of time to talk. I won't talk to her about stuff like this because I don't want her involved in stuff like this. This is not what Amanda's a good girl. She comes from a good family. She's from the suburbs. She don't deal with shit like this. So I don't want her involved in shit like this.
But she also knew before the traffic stop. And we know that because we can see the photos that came over on her phone.
What do you mean?
She was told by the multiple members of your family and her family.
Yeah. Well, we were driving home.
Yeah. She had to have questions.
And I wouldn't answer her questions. Honest to God, I wouldn't answer her questions because I didn't want her to have to be stuck in the middle of this. The whole time she's bugging me. Carlos, what happened? I'm like, Amanda, just stop. Just stop. And in the car, I was just telling being with you and our family was the best thing that ever happened to me, but when we stop, I'm going to let them take me. If you guys look at the stuff I didn't try to run.
But you also had a kid in the car, man. You could have run with that kid in the car.
Believe it or not, that Jeep fast, I could have outdid the police, but that's just bullshit. I wasn't doing that. I wasn't going to try.
For the record, we had that conversation. We know that Jeep is faster than most police cars.
Yeah, I could have got away from the police in that Jeep, but I didn't want to try.
You have the kid in the car, dude. You can't drive the kid in the car.
Even if he wasn't in the car, and it was just me and her, I was still stopping. Because I knew, like, where am I going to run? So I'm going to go home, and I'll be sitting on my front porch waiting on me. But then I get home and you're there, okay? Even if you're not, you will be. Why risk everything when she still have the business running? And why lose everything when I still have a family to take care of? So she's still going to be able to run our business. She's still going to be able to do what she has to do. And okay, I'm gone. I'm probably going to be gone for the rest of my life, but take care of you.
That's kind of heavy. It's a big decision. Why did you still have the bag in the back of the car?
Insurance.
What are we going to find in his bag? What is so important about his bag that makes it an insurance policy?
It's going to basically tell you who did what. And you said you got 2 other people in custody?
I didn't say that. I said we have at least one.
Who?
Joshua Zuazo.
It's going to tell you who did what.
So, I'd rather start from the beginning on this, man. If Joshua was the killer, how did all this go down?
And this is where I need the prosecutor. When it started getting into them questions, that's why I need the prosecutor.
That's fine, that's your right.
Because I'm looking at natural life for something I didn't do.
Right. Then in that case, I want the question that addresses public safety today, right now. The victim had a gun on him when he went downstairs. What happened to that gun?
That's a good question. I never had a gun. Somebody else had a gun.
what they did with the gun, I have no idea. I believe it was sold, but I never had a gun. I know you called it an insurance policy. But it kind of does you in like it does him in. No. I mean, even if it does, it's what y'all are making me look like I am on TV. I'm not that. If you're not that, tell me what you are. This is kind of an opportunity here, right? If you don't want to be portrayed as that, tell me how you want to be portrayed. As a person I am, bro, I love my family. I was trying to take care of my family. Trying to, like, I love my family. Like my mother, my sisters, my brother, my grandmother, I love my family. I'm a family-oriented person. And I'm not a monster. I know it sounds like I'm a monster. It looks like I'm a monster, but I'm not a monster. I get going behind here. Right from the beginning. It's a 50-50 shot, right? One of you guys is more responsible for killing that victim than the other. That's just by like chance. That's always going to be a thing. Every time we do one of these. The robberies. Going into the homes. We found several other addresses. Was the plan to do more than one? No, so that was just you'll never find it because it was burnt. But it was just a typed out thing that they made that looked like that there was other inspections. There was no possibilities of going anywhere else. How did you pick out those houses? The neighbors. Oh, 2 of them are. The last one is not. Maybe they were past neighbors or something, I don't know, but I know it was all related to that. But there was never any ideas of, oh, let's go here, none of that. How did you identify that house? His house. Shit, somebody gave us the address. They tell you how and why? What do you mean how and why? Why that house? Why that address? It's another question that I'll answer for a prosecutor. I'll even tell you who when the prosecutor's sitting in front of me. Listen, I know I gotta do time, but anything under 20 years, I'll say it's a fair answer. And usually when I have those conversations, let's make this happen. That is a standard conversation. Listen, anything. You come to me 15 years right now, I'll sign a paper, you send me away, and I'll give you everything you want. But other than that, some questions I'll only ask for them. What I will say is I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I know for a fact it wasn't me. I got proof it wasn't me. Either it could wait till the trial to come out, or it could come out to a prosecutor. It doesn't matter, but it wasn't me. Is there more than one crew doing the same thing? Where's that prosecutor at again? Okay, you must be the prosecutor. I get it. I want to hesitate on that right there. Is there more than one crew? Straight up, yes or no? You're gonna that's all. Tell me who. Is there more than one crew? I'm sure it is. There sure is.
Is this something that is a greater ring? Because if we're going to have this conversation, let's talk around it without talking about it, right? Are we talking 2? Are we talking 5? Are we talking 10?
Well, there's like 2 other groups.
When they're doing it, are they doing it the same way you are, minus the death? Or is there a different ploy?
There's different ways they're trying it.
You want to tell me about any of those ways? Because I know more than a couple of them, and I'm vetting this to know whether this is bullshit or not.
They're trying with Xfinity Wi-Fi. They're trying with AT&T. There's multiple ways they're trying.
Is this word of mouth that's being passed around on how this is done, or is this centrally dispatched, so to speak?
And it's a dude that's figuring out different ways to plot shit, and he's like, try it like this.
What other kind of trucks have you seen?
I actually seen an AT&T truck. Like, they actually have the real truck.
Do you know where that one happened at?
No, I do not.
Do you know if it actually happened?
Actually, I don't know if it actually happened.
Tell me how you know Joshua Zuazo.
I've been knowing that dude since we were kids. Like, he lived a couple blocks over from me.
Alright, so if we're talking people, what does Josh do?
He does cement.
I understand he does cement. What else does he do other than cement? Because this is, if he is the killer here and this got out of control in that basement in some way, this is probably not the first thing. And this might be the first time he's committed murder. But you don't just do this out of nowhere.
There was another one of the questions, though. I've been knowing that dude since we were kids, man. And I know he's probably giving you a statement on me and told you some things about me, but I can't control that. Like I said, I know I have to go away. It would be better if I was able to talk with the prosecutor. Would you on there?
And that's fair. But to get the prosecutor in the room,
I think I've given you something that's worth getting the prosecutor in the room with them other ones.
let's talk about exactly what those things are. Lay it out for me.
With the AT&T truck, with the way they're trying it as Xfinity, as AT&T.
Who's that idea, man? You got that?
You're good. Yeah, I do.
And there's a reason why I'm setting it out this way, because if we have this conversation now and it sets up now, and you want to have this conversation later, that's fine. But when that time comes, it's these are the things we're discussing and these are the things we expect. All right. If that's the case, full explanation of what happened in the house.
You get me in front of a prosecutor, I give you everything you want to know.
I want to know who's responsible for that pickup truck. You guys burned it in Detroit. Listen, man, I'm not asking you.
It was burned in Detroit.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
No, it sure was.
Alright. I want to know where that came from. I want to know more about where all this DTE paperwork came from.
The same person that gave you ideas.
What does he receive in return, if anything?
A cut.
Can you prove the cut?
Yes, I can. I told you I got an insurance policy.
I get it. Do you understand why I'm asking that? Because at this point, like here, I'm looking at a conspiracy charge. We're not here.
Oh, he definitely gets a cut.
What is the cut?
So what it is, like, say we was to come out with a box of jewelry, he would take his pick on certain items, and if we came out with money, we would give him a portion of the money. There was 3 pieces of jewelry on that victim. Still should have been 3 pieces of jewelry. There's one significant one that's missing. I didn't have contact with him, so I don't know what he had, like, other than talking to him. I had no other contact with him. The night I talked to him, that was it. When did you figure out the victim was dead in the basement? When I was sitting at home scrolling on my phone. How did you see it? Where did you see it? I think I seen it on Instagram. As a result of that, was there a conversation with Josh over the phone or by text message? I think I FaceTimed him. I FaceTimed him. I got my car, went there. But that conversation with the prosecutor happens. We had a conversation. I said a few things to him, and I left. Headed home. Did he tell you what his plan was? Josh. Oh, shit, just go back to work like normal. What did he say you guys about me? He was afraid of you. What? Really? Are you serious? He's afraid of what you and your people can do to him and his family. He really said that? That's crazy. What else he said? Did you interview? I don't know it. Alright. Man, I can't wait to get in front of the prosecution.
How long after the incident did you have this conversation via FaceTime with Billy?
Like how you did that? I don't know, I was laying there scrolling, and literally right after I looked at my phone and seen it, I'm like, fuck. It calls him, I don't know. Gets in my phone. Did you ever send screenshots of what you were looking at to him? I don't remember. Did you get any sort of reaction? Yeah. Like, fuck, basically. Was that because you found out, or because you believe he just found out the first time? Maybe because we both just found out for the first time. Fair answer, but you see what I'm asking there, right? Do you think he withheld that from you? I believe he did. I can't get over this dude saying he's just afraid of me. He slept in my fucking house. Ain't got the same place as me. It's mind blowing. Everyone has a game to play at this point. He's playing his. Oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait for her to go to the phone. There's the next one, man. We will eventually, within a month or two,
have access to your phone. It takes a little time. Man, fuck that. At this point, I'm willing to give you a fucking passcode.
I mean, if that's something you want to give us.
Fuck, I'm thinking about it. I'm literally sitting here thinking about it right now. Literally thinking about it right now. Here was a question: are we ever going to get our G back?
My understanding is yes.
When?
That I don't have a specific answer for. So there's two different things happening here. Like you said, you can answer our questions. I'm more than willing to work with you on that end too. That is a decision that's to be made between my sergeant, my lieutenant back in Michigan, and the command staff here locally. Mm-hmm. I have no reason to believe, I have not been led to believe in any way, shape, or form by anyone involved that is not going back to your life. There's no reason for us to keep it. It was not used in the crime. As soon as they're done processing and have everything they want on a search warrant, it's over. We don't need it anymore. It goes back to her.
So she's going to have to come all the way over here to pick it up?
Is she here in town right now? Is she in Michigan or is she in Texas?
Alright, she went home. We're selling the rest of our cars and I gotta get a good lawyer. And $10,000 isn't gonna buy me a good lawyer. She wants like 50 grand, so.
What do you buy for 50 grand though?
Yeah, we still up. Yeah, we still up.
You understand what I'm asking though?
Yeah, I buy, hopefully it's in your sentence.
At least one of the two of you guys can have to do significantly more time than that.
Well, it won't be me. You'll see.
In my mind, I want to make sure you know what you're fighting for here. And what's at stake. We've talked about it already. You want to be that good family man. You want the respect of your peers. You want people to know you're not a monster. That's what we're doing here.
Man, if you go, all you gotta do is go back and look at our histories. It is a little mine. You're gonna see I've been working. Been busting my ass working 16-hour shifts in the fucking steel plant. So, owning my own business and everything's done legit.
What steel plant do you work at?
Should I work at Hercules Drone Steel, Eaton Steel?
Where's it at?
In Livonia.
Okay.
And then I first started at, I can't remember the name of it now, all the other stuff in my mind. But it's in Rivalist, small steel plant. But I started there, then I learned everything I had to learn. And then I went to Eaton Steel, Hercules Drone Steel, and I stayed there. And this happened. Steel went through the top of my hand. Believe it or not, it barely touched me. And it's just so sharp because we were running a flat steel sheet, and it was my hand barely nudged it. I was going to measure it to make sure it was the right size. Just made me pull my whole hand open. Arteries split in half, and
I have something like that. I did metal pouring and prototyping during the recession. I was working part-time for the Sheriff's Department, and I was pouring prototype Kirkside products for pound for stamps. And so I was doing sand casting and metal pouring. And while cleaning out the auger, it came fucking loose. And it embedded itself in my finger. And they actually did a pretty fucking good job bandaging me up on that one. My hand got stuck in that fucking machine. And it was just enough where it got traction on something else and didn't keep on tearing through my hand.
Yes, I can't even make a whole fist. My tendons don't allow me to make a whole fist.
See, all I did was crack the bone, and then went straight down to the bone.
No, I never finished physical therapy. I had to go back to work. Like, my bills can't say, hey, I'll catch you later. I can't help you right now. I had to go back to work.
To your credit, that is the toughest job I've ever done in my entire life, with the most exposure to, like, just nasty shit.
Yeah, all to come out there spitting up black shit and wasn't good.
All the stuff that was in that sand we were pouring and making those prototypes out of, all that shit was completely toxic. everything was a carcinogen.
Yeah. But, yeah, I'll see a doctor and they say this is as good as I can get my fist closed and feel it.
Yeah.
I can't get my fist closed. My attendance just, I had to go back to work. I couldn't take the time off of work to go to physical therapy. I needed to work. But when I realized my hand isn't going to be what I needed it to be to keep working in the steel, I paid to get my CDL, and then I started to hit the road. Actually, I didn't hit the road. I was right off the gate. I was hauling cars, moving them around, and then I was like, shit, I can make more money going over the road. Went over the road, save my money, save my money, save my money. Got my trucks.
So I noticed some paperwork in your car. And that paperwork was like some death certificates and some bank statements from my uncle, credit union. That's your uncle. How are you guys related?
From my grandmother, her mother was related to them.
And so what is the family tree?
So it's my great grandmother. Basically, me and him, I took care of him.
Okay.
But it was like his mother and I think my great grandmother.
On which side?
From my grandma Dolores.
Is that maternal or maternal?
Maternal.
All right.
But they were just all related, and I took care of them. I went over there, I fed them, took them clothes, and fucking died on me.
What's the name attached to that?
Sue Adolf?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. You know, like he just had a heart attack. His heart gave away on him.
I was a little concerned when I first saw that. I sat there and I was like, did you steal people's death certificates? Like, what is this stuff?
Well, great uncle, but yeah, I took care of him forever. Made sure he ate. And when he couldn't do it himself, I washed him.
I've done a lot of that.
But again, that's family. Mm-hmm. Like if my family member needs me, I'm there. See, the news don't see that side of me. When you guys release this, hopefully you release that part that I took care of the fucking woman.
I'm not asking these questions for no reason.
But yeah.
What I think this entire case did, at a baseline level, you took a whole bunch of people, your partner took a whole bunch of people on the north end of Rochester, and you put the absolute fear and death in them, because all of them can empathize with the victim and go, that could have just as easily been me as that guy.
I can empathize with the victim, that could have been me.
I think I probably know the answer to this already. Why the husband and not the wife?
What do you mean?
Why not both?
It was never supposed to happen. What do you mean, why not both?
But I'm trying not.
No, it was never supposed to happen. The fuck?
You understand what I'm saying, though?
Yeah, it was never supposed to happen, bro.
But if I'm supposed to believe that the other guy's a monster, why doesn't he come up and end her too?
It was never supposed to happen.
Why did you guys leave so quickly?
What do you mean?
You guys were in the house for 21 minutes.
I never said I was there the second day. Now you put me somewhere I never agreed to say I was there.
Doesn't matter, I know you were there. Your face is on camera, your voice is on camera.
More camera.
The ring doorbell.
The second day?
Whole days.
Oh, I ain't going on that. I don't even give a fuck. I don't want to be there. It was never supposed to, like, when I tell you when he came up to me and started talking to me, he's like, we gotta go now, we gotta go now. Like, you can ask her, she was never put in no bindings until he came upstairs. She never knew why he was home. And the other thing, so the one interview that I did with all this was with the wife. You know what fucked her up in the hospital when we got to that part of the story? Is she paused and hesitated and she wrote down, and it was, I can't believe I didn't see it. I can't believe I didn't recognize it. If we really had a gas emergency, why wouldn't, after we refused entry the night before, why wasn't the fire department or police department called out? I should have recognized it right then and there. If I would have, my husband would be alive. Can't believe you passed away. Why did you take no for an answer the night of? The door was open. It was that night. The houses are 100 feet apart, door to door. You could have walked right through. Didn't want to be there tonight. So, yeah, just, it wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't supposed to happen. Did he fight back? You gotta ask him. You said him. What do you mean? That's another question for the prosecutor. But did she tell you that she sat there without any kind of tape on her or nothing on her until he came back upstairs? She bounced back and forth on a series of events. She said she got hit in the face. She said she got taped up by her hands and by her ankles. And I think one over her mouth as well. Nothing ever happened to her, so she came back upstairs. Who hit her in the face? I don't even recall her being hit. The entire one side of her face is all black and blue. Yeah, I don't recall her being hit. Do you remember seeing blood on Joshua inside the house? Talk about that in the car? A little bit. Third is stolen cell phones. What stolen cell phones? We don't have either of the cell phones. I'll shut their phones on the freeway somewhere, man. When you guys left, what route did you take? I think we came out on, I think it starts with an E. Took that straight up to appear around, 75. Alright. Do you remember where the phones got thrown? Is there any sort of landmark you saw on the side of the road? Any road knob that wasn't paying attention? Who threw them out? You were in? You threw them out. Were you still in Michigan? Yeah. The car keys to the Infinity. I don't know where they're at. All the cars are still there, right? But we're missing a single set of car keys, which made us question whether we had to worry about someone coming back and stealing the car. And the family's still wondering that too. It's going to cost probably, $500 or $600 to get the car rekeyed, something like that. To get a car rekeyed?
It's just, well, I don't know. You have to replace the ignition too. I can't remember what they told me that was potentially going to cost. But it's the new fob and complete rekey.
Well, I just had to rekey both my Cutlass and my Jeep because the keys are in the car, they won't let her out.
We can send 2 pairs of keys for this, 2 sets of keys for that car, or at least 1 set.
You know? And the center console, you lift up the bottom part, the keys are to my Jeep and my Cutlass are in there. And semi-truck keys, but those are spares. And the only other thing I'm looking for is what happened to that fucking necklace. What necklace? I was wearing a necklace at the time. It is the main piece of jewelry, the only piece of jewelry that's missing off this person. He still had a Rolex on his wrist. And quite honestly, a super identifiable and valuable one. We found a ring underneath his body. And we found that necklace. And it kind of makes me think, because the zip ties weren't used, that something really went wrong down there in that basement. Something unexpected. So somebody took a necklace from him? Necklace and the gun. And I wish I could talk to this fucking new kid, man. I also anticipate, based on the history we know about him, there was no less than $2,000 in his pocket. I don't know. Like I told you, we had our own money. I don't know what was taken from that house. Still don't know what was taken from the house. I wish I would have the opportunity to talk to Josh though. Any questions you have?
How long after the DTE truck was burned did it take you guys to get out of town?
The car packed up within, I don't know, a few hours.
And then how long after the incident did you guys take the DTE truck down to Detroit?
Almost immediately.
Immediately? So when did you see this, that he had passed, the victim died on Instagram? Immediately went to Detroit. Immediately took off.
Yeah, it was about 7 o'clock at night. Okay. That's about when I left. How did you guys know I was in Louisiana? License plate readers. You're driving a vehicle that's registered. Yeah. We didn't know always where. In the new general direction. I mean, everybody knew I was going to go home. Everybody knew I was going to go home. You just let me come. I'm on my way home or at home. Why did you guys go to Lowe's in a couple hours leading up to all this? Josh wants things. You want to tell me what those were? Because I already know. The zip ties. So, who has the experience with the zip ties? Where did that come from? Man, all you gotta do is look at our history. You can see I don't have a history of shit like this. This is not what I do. I work. Besides, I don't break into people's houses. I don't zip tie people.
Here's one thing. I believe that I don't think you had the intention to kill him, but I do think the robbery had a lot of intent. I think that going to Willis for the zip ties beforehand, coming back twice, I think when you say it is closer to 5 or closer to 15 days, you guys went to Home Depot and bought the masks and bought the yellow vests. Because, I mean, there's at least 10 days of lead up, at the very least.
Feels like 5 days before. I know we went one a while ago.
What caused you guys to stall and not do it then?
I just didn't want to do it. I kept, like, something inside of me kept telling me no.
What made you finally say yes?
He was finally like, let's just fucking get it done.
What pushed you over that and just say yes to him?
I don't know, it just seemed like it was perfect. Like he said, like the explanation was, you're going wrong.
And that's Joshua or the mysterious third party?
You should both of them together.
Where'd the DTE placards come from?
Some guy in Michigan.
Was it just the placards he gave you, or was it other things?
Just placards.
So he's not the guy who provided all the DTE paperwork and idea. Those are two different people.
Is the guy who gave you the paperwork and all that stuff, is he the same guy who kind of runs the show and comes up with these ideas?
No, that guy, like the guy that comes up with the ideas, he's in Detroit too, but the guy that like shows the paperwork and everything, no.
Different people?
Yeah. Because the ideas come from, the New England, I don't know if Josh told you about him, but that's where ideas come from.
What's his name?
Weddle. You know, Weddle, like white boy Weddle. That's where ideas come from. Whether it can be done is another question.
Do you have his number saved in your phone?
Yeah.
What's he saved as?
Weddle.
And is that a text message or is it his social media page?
It's a direct phone number.
Right. I know we're looking at a number, and I can't tell you what it is because I don't know what it is off the top of my head. And there's some involvement there, and we're trying to gauge what that involvement is right now.
What do you mean a number?
There's a number to a phone that we don't have enough information on yet to see who the owner of it is yet. But we know there's another party out there.
What is the number?
Phone number.
Yeah, what is the phone number?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Oh.
We're trying to put that phone number with someone because we believe they're involved.
Well, if I know the number, I can tell you the phone number.
Numbers in your phone. If you're telling me that you talked to this guy, that puts one and one together. But you're willing to give me access to your phone.
Not yet. I need to talk to this prosecutor first. You don't know when I'm going to be back in Michigan?
Let me be very clear on that point. I don't know, and I promise you I don't know. But if I did know that, I couldn't tell you that because it potentially endangers any transport that you might have.
Alright.
Like, I'm not fucking around. Like,
Are you guys as Oakland County coming to get me, or are you guys sending that extradition bus to get me?
I don't know that either. I would figure it would be our guys because our guys are paid by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office or paid by the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office when they pay for the extradition.
Okay.
who they contract to do it with, whether it would be the U.S. Marshals or whether it would be us. I figure it would be us, but that's no guarantee. And whether that's a plane ride, whether that's a bus, whether that's a car, I don't know. I mean, my concern here, dude, and if I had to transport myself, make sure that they fucking do it. Yeah. And how to safely get you back while still protecting the public is going to be a concern. Alright. What other questions you got? That's it. If I have anything else here.
Are you going to set it up for folks in the hospital when I get ready?
From here, there's going to be a conversation between him and I, most likely on speakerphone, with probably at least at a bare minimum 2 of our bosses. And then they're going to talk to their bosses. We're going to hang up with them and talk to another group at the sheriff's department and the prosecutor's office. And they're going to make those decisions away from us. Is the message going to be relayed? Yes, the message is going to be relayed. Absolutely will be.
Did Josh actually make a statement? You can be honest with me.
Josh told us he was scared of it.
That's all he said.
That's all I know.
Man, this dude ain't on a plate. Slept at my house. Alright.
Alright, what?
Any more questions?
You got one?
About how much longer will my car?
That I'm supposed to answer for because it's not.
It's not us.
There's bosses that are in charge of that I don't expect. The moment it's not needed, I don't see why they would hang on to it.
Alright.
The message will be relayed. I am honest. I won't fuck you over. Alright? We have a job to do here. Everything that we talked about here is eventually going to go in front of a prosecutor for them to review. They're going to make their decision. Alright? I have no control after it gets submitted to them.
Alright. I appreciate you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Is it still open or locked?
It's usually open. How is it here, by the way? I've only ever worked in one jail.
It's fucking horrible. I want to go back to Michigan.
It's just like Oakland County Jail. Don't smell any different.
Listen, I want to go back.
Sit tight, someone will be ready for you, alright? I promise you. Yeah.
Detective, was that the only time you spoke to the defendant?
Yes.
And after this interview, that you testified earlier to, was it you and Wesley grabbed the evidence that was given to you and head back to Michigan?
Yes.
Did you transport Mr. Hernandez?
No.
No further questions.
Okay, all right, so we start cross-exam, but it's 5 p.m., so I'm going to let you go for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to ask you to be back tomorrow, 8:30 a.m., okay? Anticipate a full day, okay? All right, thank you.
All rise for the jury.
morning.
Yes, sir.
You may be seated.
Yeah, this should be.
Oh, okay. Is that the one that was this line? The full set? Okay.
Should have everything.
Yeah.
Nice seeing you, Wendell.
No.
We're just going to need to lock stuff up before we call it a day.
Yeah. We went to Imperial and okay, so.
All right. So they are done there. But let's go through what he said. And then I'm going to play you. Cindy sent us a couple videos I want to play afterwards. Interview with Murray's cousin and Murray speaking about being shot. So that's going to be interesting. So thank you, Cindy, for sending that. Then there's also a service. All right, so we'll get to that. I want to, first of all, let's get through his, what do you call it? I guess we could stay here. We'll get to what that interview, and then I'll play what Cindy sent over. All right, so Detective Wendell Smith, I think that was his name. Wendell Smith, I think that was his name. And oh yeah, what did you guys think about him? What did you think he was lying? Let's see what you guys think. Let me do that before I start in the recap here. Let's see, 104 votes. Good job. Thank you for that. So do you believe Carlos right now? 56% said 100%, no way, he's lying. 26% said 50%, maybe but not sure. 13% of you said 80%, it might be a lie here or there. 5% says 100% he's telling the truth. 100% he's telling the truth. He came across as, I don't know if he came across as believable, but he came across as less of a monster. He didn't come across as like a thug or like a meh, at least to me, you know. But hey, who am I? I'm a bad judge of character, I guess. All right, so they started to interview him, and let's see. We have more than one person in custody. We'll leave it open-ended. Why am I taking all the heat? He didn't want to talk at first. Do you want to talk? And he hesitates, and he says yes. So he was born in 86, December 11th, 1986, in Detroit. He's a paralegal. And he also has business management. He has. Do you have medical issues? He says just fat. So he's got a humor, I guess, sense of humor. Then he talks about he's had schizophrenia. He's been diagnosed for over 20 years. So 20 years diagnosed, but he's managing his systems and he's off. He's managing his symptoms and he's off his meds. How can we trust you now? They said, what year is it? Who's the president? How many quarters make a dollar? He says if he can't personally manage his symptoms, he knows what to do. He signs a piece of paper. I guess those were his rights or something. I'm not quite sure what exactly he signed, but he signs some paper. He says he didn't do it and he has proof. It's not who I am as a man and a person. And they're saying what happened. You know, this was a weekend. This took more than a week to plan it. What happened is no, absolutely not. He keeps saying he didn't do it, do it. Okay, then what about the wife? So what about his wife, Amanda? She didn't know. He didn't tell his family. And he says, when I say go, we go. He said his mother-in-law was crying. His mom's like, what the heck's going on? He won't talk to his wife because he doesn't want her involved. She's a good girl. She comes from the suburbs. He didn't want her to be stuck. She kept bugging me about what's going on. He said I could have gotten away from you guys with, I guess his Jeep his Jeep is jazzed up or something. But he says, but I was still going to stop. He said you'll find me either at home or you're going to find me either way. He says he's got a family to take care of. She has our business to run. He says I'll be gone for the rest of my life. He says the bag was an insurance policy. It'll tell you who did what. That's when they tell him that they have Zuazo in custody. He says, I'm looking at life for something he didn't do. So they say the victim had a firearm. What happened to that? He says, that's a good question. He never had it. Someone else took it. He believes it was sold. He never had it. It does you in when it does him in. Oh, okay. So they're saying, it's gonna do you. What does Z in is gonna do you in, right? If you're not that person, tell me who you are. This is law enforcement asking him. As the person I am, I'm trying to take care of my family. I love my family. I'm a family-oriented person. I'm not a monster. Looks like I am, but I'm not a monster. Goes on and on about that. Then they say, well, we found out several other addresses. Why did you do that? He says, we did that to make it look like it was more of an inspection. Then it gets into who identified this house. So somebody else gave him that address. And then they asked, well, why that house? This is when he's like, he requests a prosecutor, right? And you guys were talking about that. He says that often. He doesn't say, give me an attorney. I want an attorney. He says, I want to talk to the prosecutor. He says, anything under 20, I'll tell you. You give me 15, I'll sign right now. So he's looking for a deal. So this is why they have a split jury, right? This is why they have a split jury. Because he's basically, so that research that we did earlier is kind of coming back, I think, now to say, okay, this is why they have a split jury. Because he's basically confessing, he's saying, hey, I didn't do it. And that's why they have two juries. I have proof it wasn't me. Is there more than one crew? And then he gets into that. And he says there sure is. Is it 2, 5, 10? He says there's 2 other groups. Wow. So they use Wi-Fi. They talk about AT&T. Multiple ways they're trying it. So hey, again, you guys, be careful. If somebody knocks on your door and they're like, hey, we're doing work in the neighborhood, and we have that. We have work in our neighborhood all the time. People are knocking on our door often, There's trucks out, I open the door. I don't think anything. They're not saying, hey, can we come in? They're just saying, hey, we're going to do some work outside there or whatever. Or we see him doing work and I go out and I ask him what's going on. He says he's actually seen, is it word of mouth or is it centrally located or whatever? He says there's different ways. He's actually seen an AT&T truck. Actually a real truck, so they've actually bought a real truck. It would be better for me to talk to a prosecutor. When the time comes, these are what we're discussing and what we... so this is what we're discussing and then this is what we expect. So you get me in front of a prosecutor, I'll tell you everything. And then he continues to go on, well, the truck was burned in Detroit. Where did it come from? Same person that gave us the ID. He gets a cut. He says he can prove it. He says he has an insurance policy. He keeps talking about that. Detectives tell him, well, you're looking at a conspiracy charge. It talks about, okay, so how does this cut happen? Well, if he gets a box of jewelry, this guy gets his pick. If they take cash, then he gives him a portion of the money. Then they say Z was afraid. Z was afraid for his life that he was going to get, he was going to get in trouble if he talks. He's like, really? He said that? And he says, what else did he say? So they both found out that Sam was gone at the same time. Interesting. He says, I'm willing to give you my passcode right now. He's literally thinking about it right now. Then he asks is he going to get his Jeep back? They say there's no reason for us to keep your Jeep. If you want to be that good family man and respect from your peers, that's what we're doing here. He says, go look at our history. He says, I've been working 16-hour shifts at a steel plant. So there we were wondering, does he work? I had no idea what this guy did. According to him, he says he's working 16-hour shifts at a steel plant. And this is where they talk about he had an accident. accident at the plant. The detective's like saying, yeah, I was bonding with him. Said, yep, I had an accident as well. And then they talk about this paperwork and a death certificate and bank statements from his uncle. And it's like, do you steal death certificates? What is this stuff? And then he's like, no, it was for an uncle. So let's see. And then the detectives say, you and your partner took a whole bunch of people, and they are saying that, you scared a whole bunch of people. And they're all saying this could have been me. He's like, I can empathize with them. Then he asks, why not both? Hey, Michelle B., welcome to Rabbit Ears. Thank you for joining us. Why not both? He's like, it was never supposed to happen. He gets, it was never supposed to happen. He looks right at them. It was never supposed to happen. Why leave so quickly? He says, I never said I was there the second day. Well, your face is on camera both days. He says, I didn't want to be there. He came up to me and said, we've got to go now. He says, you can ask her. She was never put on in bindings until he came up the stairs. Why did you just take no for an answer? Why go back the second time? He says, it wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't supposed to happen. Did he fight back? He says, you'll have to ask him. That's another question for the prosecutor. Did she say she sat without duct tape until he came back? And all the while he is Zuazo. Nothing happened until he came back upstairs. He doesn't recall Linda getting hit. Mrs. Murray, I should say. He threw their phones out on the freeway. So again, we were wondering, where's the cell phone data? Let's see the cell phone data. So they threw the phones out. He threw the phones out. They were still in Michigan. He threw them out. What happened to the necklace? He's like, what necklace? That's the only piece that's missing from Sam. There was a ring that was found underneath his body. That's really weird. The ring came off. They think something unexpected went wrong down there. He's like, somebody took a necklace? Then they say there was no less than $2,000. So she says he always carried $5,000, meaning Linda said Sam always carried $5,000 and she had $300. So wasn't confirmed, but he doesn't know what was taken from the house. He had an opportunity to talk to Joshua. Oh, he wished he had an opportunity to talk to Joshua. How long after the DTE truck was burned did you leave? He says a few hours. How did you know I was in Louisiana? Well, plate readers. He says, you would have caught me on my way or at home. So he knows it. Then they go into the zip ties. He's like, go through our history. He's like, I work. This is not what I do. I don't break into houses. I don't zip tie people. And then they say, well, we see you going to Lowe's to buy zip ties. And, he says he didn't want to do it. What made you say yes? He says, let's just get it done. Seems like a perfect. And the explanation was Joshua and this mysterious third party. The DTE placards came from some guy. Paperwork was given to them by somebody else. The ideas came from a Mike Wendell. I didn't quite catch that. I didn't catch that name at all. He has his phone number, direct phone, saved in his phone. Then they shake hands and the video ends. So that's that. What do you guys say? I want to play this thing we got from Cindy. So, but we'll answer some of your questions if we can. Shirley, what? He doesn't remember all of a sudden? Nanar says, I agree he was trying that. I'm guessing he had experience to know that unless he constantly watches trials like I do. Let's see. Bama Green Eyes says he's trying to play dumb. Janet says the entire time he was trying to manipulate the situation. Don't believe a word out of his mouth. Let's see. All right. Looks like Jennifer has some encouraging news, which is great. Good. Fur Baby's mom says, anyone that brutalizes another human, especially children and the elderly, are monsters. Yeah. All right, Jennifer, looks like you got some good news, so that's cool. Good. Let's see. Daisy just jumped back on. Both defendants in the room. No, Mr. Zuazo and Mr. McCarthy didn't want to be there. He said that's the main reason why we're having two juries is we don't want to be here. We don't have to be here. We don't want to be here. We don't want to be here, and so they left. All right, I'm going to play this. Let's see. Hopefully this will work. We'll find out. Let's play this. I have no idea. This is not a YouTube channel, so let's see if this works. This came from Cindy.
Every driver in Michigan has to have insurance on their car. It's our job to make the
Rochester Hills man beaten to death by fake DTE workers inside his own home.
Now, one day after the family of Hussein Murray said their final goodbyes, they want the community to know about the man who lost his life in this brutal attack. Let's go live to Fox News' Jessica Dupnack live on the Edge with more on how this man is being remembered. Jessica?
Rup and Taryn, this is one of those stories that has really got national attention, and part of the reason is because of how much effort went into these two suspects planning and plotting this whole thing, down to their uniform, to the stickers on their car. And part of that effort and that planning has this family wondering, were their loved ones targeted, or was this all random?
We're checking for gas leaks.
I kept on saying, I just wish he didn't open the door to myself when I saw that.
Unknowingly, they let in killers posing as DTE workers. First, they tied up the wife and beat her. Then they forced 72-year-old Hussein Murray down the stairs at his Rochester Hills home. He never came up, beaten to death.
We're always going to think about this. It's always going to be in our head. It's going to be in our head how he died and how he suffered. What was he thinking when he was dying? You know, this is what hurts us the most.
Hussein, known by nearly all as Sam, like a brother to his cousin Zahar Murray. The two texted about their next business venture 2 days before the world turned upside down last Friday.
They took his life, but they took part of our soul.
Sam was the one in the family everyone looked up to, relied on, with a booming voice.
I took a bullet in my chest in 1991 in my store during a robbery. But yes, I stayed in Hamtramck because I love Hamtramck.
Sam escaped death back in 1991 when he and his brother were shot during a robbery at their jewelry and pawn shop in Hamtramck. But not this time. A larger-than-life presence in their family now vacant.
The day he got buried was the day he was supposed to have the gathering with the family. He was preparing a feast and the meat was still downstairs in the basement and everything.
The Oakland County Sheriff's Office have in custody both men they say did this. 37-year-old Carlos Hernandez, arrested during a traffic stop fleeing to Louisiana, and a 39-year-old man caught after getting pulled over here in Plymouth.
We're going to have to house them and feed them in prison while my cousin is gone forever. You know, how do you cope with that? You don't.
Were the Murrays targeted, or was it random? At this point, it depends on who you ask. It's unclear if anything was taken from the home, and we do know the same two faux DTE workers came to the house twice, denied entry the first time.
I just hope they pay the price dearly for it. You know, this time keep them in jail. Don't let them out.
That second suspect that was arrested yesterday, the 39-year-old, we're not naming him at this point or showing his picture because he hasn't been charged quite yet. He is being housed at the Oakland County Jail. We were able to dig into his priors, and I want to read from this list of his priors: carjacking, armed robbery, receiving and concealing stolen property, unlawful driving away, and fleeing from an officer. Quite a rap sheet there. It's unclear exactly what he will be charged with. We will find out in the next few days. Reporting live, Jessica Dupnack on the Edge.
And in terms of trying to figure out if this was random or if this was targeted, I guess at this point it's so hard because that poor wife was beaten herself, and it must be in such shock to find out, to do an inventory of the house of what was there and now what was taken. That's going to take some time.
It sure is, Roop. And from my sources and investigators that are working on this, they are keeping a lot of those details close to the vest at this point. I think they want to get that second suspect charged before jeopardizing anything. I think we'll probably learn more later this week.
We're all thinking about the Murray family tonight. Jessica Dupnack for us live tonight. Thank you.
All right. So again, thanks to Cindy for sending that to us. You guys are talking about the home. Let's go check it out. nice neighborhood as we can see. But let's go check out the home, or the neighborhood, I should say, not necessarily the home. Oops, sorry. Hold on. No, I need to do this. All right. All right. So there we go. 3730. So 3730. Is it this house? 3723. Maybe it's over here. 3728. 3730. Is it this house? That's 3729. 3730. 35. 3734. Are they really? $37.17. All right, so that's the even numbers. It's got to be over here. 3730. Is it this one? Oh, no, that's 29. Ah, there. That's what I want. Okay, so this is the one I want. So it's like one of the nicer houses on the block, right? That's really nice. Here's the street itself. Very well manicured lawns, big houses. You know. So this is their house. Such a shame, you know? Such a shame. Yeah, I know. 3730 is even, I know. Thanks, Pammy. I figured it out. So, yeah. It's a shame. It's beautiful, you know, beautiful neighborhood, you know? Really nice neighborhood. Let's see what it's worth. 775. So three quarters of $1 million. 4-bedroom, 5-bath, 6852 square feet, 6,852. Sits on. Here, let me go back to it. Back this way. Did I? Uh-oh. I'm going the wrong way now. Shoot. Hold on. No, I'm all screwed up now. Doggone it. Hold on. No, I don't want that. No, let's go here. right. Claim home. I would love to claim that home. Right? It's amazing, huh? I guess we can't really get any pictures because it's not for sale. Built in 1990 on 0.29 acres. Such a shame. I mean, I'm sure he's a hard worker, right? Four bedroom, 5 bath, finished basement. Just so sad. So anyway, so that's the neighborhood. That's their house. Yeah, just so terrible. All right, guys. Did the wife stay in the house? It seems like it. It seems like she hasn't sold it. Meaning Linda. Oh, I'm sorry. It was sold June 12th. It got sold June 12th. Looks like it was bought in 1999, August 10th. August 10th. It's interesting. It was sold May 28th, and then it was sold August 10th of 1999. And then it was listed May 16th, and it was sold June 12th. Yeah, June 12th. June 12th of 2025, she sold it. So, yeah. All right, Sarcasm, have a good night. Rich Auntie says, lovely area, and unfortunately that's probably what enticed ignorant people. Yep. Yes, Bama Green Eyes, June 12th. June 12th. Red Snap said, we once had a fake boulder in our front yard garden. Kathy says, probably living with the son. Yep. And someone took it. Jeez. Bice, mixed day, long one. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Rich says she probably didn't want to live there anymore. Yeah. We were told earlier that she had sold it. Yeah, I was just looking at the date. So June 12th. All right. Fur babies, thank you. Mods and chat, hope everyone has a nice evening. Bye says, good night all. Please be smart and safe. You as well. All right, guys, so you heard him 8:30. We're starting at 8:30 tomorrow. Actually, it'll be 8:15, so we'll start at 8:15 tomorrow. So 8:15 tomorrow. 8:15. Lily Wayne, big house for one person, right? She and her children probably wanted more security for her, for sure. Sure Life, see you in the morning. Have a good night. Thank you guys for joining us. I hope both of these guys go away. Yeah, Janet. Amanda, beautiful home. It is. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. All right, you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me see. I always leave you with some kitty action. So, if Dwayne, you're still around, I got Super Ball. Super Ball's back there. We got little Rafa Bean over here. Who else do we have? We got little Bean over there. That's Sid. Nobody else is around. Everybody else maybe is in the living room. So, so everybody have a wonderful evening. Make smart choices. Take care of yourself. Go look up at the sky, look at the stars, take a walk on the beach, down the sidewalk, whatever it is that you need to do to get yourself sorted. please take care of yourselves, because we care about our community, and we want you guys to be safe. So thank you for joining us. Be sure to thank our mods and Aaron on your way out. They do a fantastic job, and they all work very, very hard. And we appreciate everything that Aaron does and that all of our mods do. So with that, thank you for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow at 8:15 for day 3 of the DTE fake trial, the dual trial. And we'll see you then. Have a good night, guys. Bye.